Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Deathsie's Duel Academy Kamigawa card review. You guys can play along with me as well. If you go to Deathsie.com or exclamation mark tier list in the chat, you can see the ratings live as they go up. We are going to be doing everything in a certain order. The way that we normally do it is we go through colorless cards, then we go through the lands, then we go through the multicolor cards, and then finally whites, a blue, black, red, and then green. So the way, and then the way that we do that is that first we see the colorless cards and the colorless cards and then lands, and then the multicolor cards, which lets us kind of know which cards can kind of go in every deck, as well as which cards are kind of the signpost cards for the various archetypes in the format. And then in addition to that, we are going to be going from lowest CMC to highest CMC and commons to mythics. So once again, just looking at it the way that we would see it in limited, right? Like in limited, we will see the mythics the least. Commons are the most important, so that's kind of the way that we want to do that. And one new thing that we're going to be doing here this time is that we are going to be going over some of the mechanics that are returning, as well as some of the new mechanics as well. All right. Okay, so some mechanics that are returning. Sagas. Sagas are coming back here. Sagas, we've seen sagas in Dominaria, we've seen sagas in Kaldheim. Actually, one of my favorite card types these days. I think sagas feel very similar to the kind of downtick planeswalkers, where I think that it feels like it's a Magic the Gathering effect. It feels like it should be in the game, and there's a lot of play to it in terms of it being a permanent. You know what's going to be coming, and there are a lot of other synergies that you build around it. Things that are focused on enchantments, and then and ways to like balance it, stuff like that. So really excited for sagas coming back. Another mechanic that's coming back is going to be ninjutsu. Ninjutsu from the original Kamigawa. It is it is one that you might have seen if you either play the original Kamigawa or you play some cube draft on Magic Online. So ninjutsu. Okay, so yeah, so ninjutsu. I think if I'm not incorrect, it is an unblocked attacking creature, right? So you attack with something, and then if it's not blocked, you use a ninja, and you basically swap places with it. And then it'll enter the battlefield, tapped and attacking, and it'll still attack the same thing that it attacked. So if you attacked a planeswalker, it'll still be attacking a planeswalker, and ultimately you have to pay the ninjutsu cost of the ninja in your hand. So, you always have to be like, okay, well, they're only attacking for 3, but if they have this ninja that attacks for 5, I might be dead. So kind of have to think about these things when certain creatures are unblocked. And of course, that also allows you to bait them as well, right? It's like, okay, well, I'm at 5 life. They're only attacking for 3. I'm going to let them through. If they ninjutsu it, then I'll use a removal spell kind of thing. And then they're very far behind. And then the final mechanic that is returning is channel. So basically, you're going to be discarding from your hand to get some sort of a special effect. And then discarding the card is part of the cost to activate the channel ability. So say like if they can counter the ability somehow, then you still lose your card. Zerasan. Zerasan is not actually ninjutsu, but it's like kind of ninjutsu, yeah. Zerasan needed to be a rogue, right? Alright, and then here are some new mechanics that are coming in Kamigawa that I have not seen yet. Okay, so I've only seen my spoiler card. We haven't seen any of the other cards yet. But yeah, we shall see what these cards are. So there's reconfigure, there's modified, completed, and then there's also hybrid Phyrexian mana. So I actually don't even know what these are, but we'll take a look at these when they pop up in the cards. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump in here. Once again, you guys can play along at Deathsie.com. All right, very first card we're looking at is Iron Apprentice, 1 mana. 0/0. Iron Press enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it. When it dies, if it had counters on it, put those counters on target creature you control. Pretty cool, actually. And it's a construct. So we'll see if there's any sort of artifact construct synergies in the format. But really, really cute card, to be honest. 1 mana, 1/1, and it dies, put on something else. Really classic construct that we've seen in a lot of formats. We've seen it in Dominaria as well, under a different name. But overall, turns out to be like turns out these type of cards turn out to perform a little bit better than expected. I'll still say probably C-, D+, something like that. What do you guys think about this card? I think probably I kind of want to start off as a D+. We'll start off as a general D+ here. Yeah, but so think about it this way. We don't know what modified is, right? As I said before, I haven't seen any of the cards, so if you're saying it modifies right away, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. So it doesn't really help much, does it? We can always go back and change the ratings. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. Hold somebody's hand, not mine. But don't be scared. Alright, next card here, Ninja's Kunai. 1 mana artifact equipment. Equipped creature has 1 mana tap, sacrifice Ninja's Kunai. Kunai deals 3 damage to any target. Okay, so you have to sacrifice it, and it costs 1 to equip, and it doesn't grant any stats. I think it's interesting. So, as much as I love crappy artifacts, I'm not sure. This one does hit hard, though. This one hits hard, but you need to pay 1 mana to play it. You need to pay 1 mana to equip it, and then 1 mana to activate it. So it's still 3 mana, and you have to tap the creature, though you can do it instant speed. I think it's interesting. It's pretty cool flavor as well, though. Like, you could block with something and then throw a kunai as something else. It's actually pretty cool. But, yeah. I think I'm going to start this one off as also a D+. Who knows? Would you like to know what not modified is? If I would like to know what modified is, wouldn't I have asked? No. Reminds me of the Cauldron of Eldraine, but you can pay it in 3 times. I think it's it's kind of confusing. It'll never be one of your best removal spells, but the thing is that it works with Death Touch too, right? It works with Death Touch too. Does it tap the creature or just equipment? Equipped creature has. So you have to tap the creature. Yeah. So you have to tap the creature. Oh wait, the Ninja's Kunai deals 3 damage, so it actually just doesn't work with Death Touch either. Okay, interesting. Next card here, Automated Artificer. 2 mana, 1/3. Tap, add colorless mana. Spend this mana to only activate an ability or cast an artifact spell. So you can activate the Kunai's ability to cast an artifact spell. That's interesting. I mean, like, the thing about this card is that the stat line is actually not bad. 2 mana, 1/3. That's actually not too bad. So I think that there is some potential in this card being okay. Interesting. Like, the stat line is there, mana ability is there. It just depends on how many artifacts and abilities that are relevant. But I do like this card. I'm actually down to give this card a C-. Down to give Automated Artificer a C- to start off with. C- is definitely higher than it likely is, but I have some faith in a card like that. So one of the important things about a card review is seeing certain cards that are kind of interesting, and then you can keep your eye out for other stuff here. Next card here, Ecologist's Terrarium. 2 mana artifact. When Terrarium enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card to reveal it, put in your hand, then shuffle. Oh. Search your library for a basic land card. Okay. 2 mana, tap, sacrifice the Terrarium. Put a counter on target creature. Okay. So you need to spend the mana again to put a counter on something, but pretty cool. I mean, this is one of the things that I'm always asking for. Color fixing at common that everybody can use. I think that this is a really cool one. This unlocks potential for like 5-color decks, etc. I actually like this card a lot. Even though it's only putting counter on as a sorcery, I think it's actually very relevant. It's very relevant in being able to dictate blocks, being able to dictate attacks, and also fixes mana for multicolor decks or even just 2-color decks. I actually like this card a lot. You missed the baby robot. The baby robot is very cute. This will all be up on YouTube as well, by the way. So I actually like this a lot. I think I'm actually just gonna give Terrarium a B. This is this is actually the exact sort of card that I'm looking for a lot of decks. I would not be surprised. A week into the format or whatever, people being, people seeing like a third or fourth pick at College's Terrarium and be like, oh my gosh, that's a third, fourth pick at College's Terrarium. And then everyone at the local game store will be like, dude, shut the hell up, man. All right, next card here, Papercraft Decoy. 2 mana, 2/1, Artifact Frog. When Papercraft Decoy leaves the battlefield, you may pay 2 if you do draw a card. When it leaves the battlefield, whoa, okay. So what exactly? Leaves the battlefield? Okay, well we'll see exactly how this works. I mean, the stat line is not the worst, and then it could be an engine. There could be some sort of deck built around Papercraft Decoy.
Yes, also it's a nice gift for the wife. This is true.
Synergizer with ninjutsu. I mean, isn't it kind of hard to get your Papercraft Decoy not blocked? So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I would go as far to say that it synergizes with ninjutsu, but if there are other ways to pick stuff up, etc., it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be pretty cool. I'm gonna start this off at a C minus. Let's see how this one goes. Sack fodder. Yeah, I mean, it's also when it dies, right? Yeah, I mean, also when it dies, actually pretty cool. Two is a very hefty price though.
But I think this card is actually really cool. This card's really cool.
Whoa. Yeah, it can also be blocked as well, because you can cantrip it. It's not free. It's not free, guys. Dude, guys, there's no such thing as a free cantrip. All right, next card here, Brute Suit. 3 mana, 4/3 Vigilance, Crew 1. Okay. Actually, this card is kind of chonky for a common, isn't it? This card's kind of chonky, man. Send them a message they can't ignore. It'll depend on the stat line of the format. If there's a lot of 2 mana, 3/1s, this card is likely going to be like whatever. But it's pretty chonky. Vigilance 1, good with tokens as well.
I think I'm starting this one off as a D plus as well.
Brute Suits, huh? This one off as a D plus. We'll see about this one. Pretty chunky for common. Next card here, Network Terminal, 3 mana. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. 1 mana, tap. Tap another untapped artifact you control, draw a card, then discard a card. Whoa, that's pretty cool. So it's a mana rock, but it has an additional ability on it. I think that like the day and age of just a card being a mana rock is no longer good enough. So having this other ability works very nicely with it as well. I have a filtering effect. You do need another artifact on the board, but a lot of artifacts can be tapped like relatively easily if they're not creatures, and even if it's a creature, it's whatever, right? So I think this card's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Network Terminal. I'm gonna start this one off as a C minus. I think that Magic becomes a much more complex game whenever you tack on like a secondary effect to it, right? And then cards are a lot harder to analyze. Next card here, Searchlight Companion. 3 mana, 1/1. When Searchlight Companion enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 colorless spirit creature token. Yo, this card is lit, man. I love this card. Yo, this card is both of them are okay. So only the front end is flying. So only the front end drone is flying. The second one is a spirit creature, but it's not flying. This one's pretty sweet, man. This one's pretty sweet. I mean, it's like I don't know why people play stuff with the intention to sacrifice it. Like, isn't that kind of rude to your Magic cards? I want to play this thing to do everything. It is an artifact enabler thing. It's an ninjutsu enabler thing, right? Because the main body's flying, you can attack with it, ninjutsu in, have your flyer back. It is something that helps that Brute Suit get in as well, right? Even though they're both 3-drops. There's just so many things that you can do with this. I actually like this card a lot. I'm gonna start this off at a B as well. Searchlight Companion. Whoa. Usually all of the artifacts that we start off a set review with, they're all like D's, you know? but there's actually a lot of really cool stuff here. Okay, next card here. Dramatist, Dramatist Puppet. 4 mana, 2/4. When Puppet enters the battlefield, for each kind of counter on target permanent, put another counter of that kind or remove one. Okay, so you get to either add a counter or remove one. So you can remove their counter and add your counter. Interesting. I don't know what this is. Maybe this has to do with like the modified stuff that people are talking about. Okay. I have no idea about this card. I literally have no idea. I mean, I would love to see like a modified card, but yeah, really. Well, I mean, like the stat line is bad, right? For 4 mana 2/4, and we expect this to be somewhat of a powered format. But we'll really have to see. I think I'm gonna start this one off as probably just a D. Let's just give this one a D to start off, and maybe there's some utility with it. All right. Next card here, Shrine Steward. 5 mana 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, you search your library for an aura or a shrine card. Reveal, put it in your hand, and shuffle. Wait, are shrines coming back? Wait, are shrines back, guys? A shrine is an enchantment, right? Like an enchantment aura? It's an enchantment aura? Are there any ones at common? They're new shrines. Wow. People are probably so excited for their shrine EDH deck. I mean, it's a 5 mana 3/2. Finds an aura or shrine. I can see myself playing this card a lot as well. It depends on the shrines, but depends on the speed of the format. I can see myself playing this card a lot though. I'm gonna start this one off as a C minus. Maybe I should still start off as a D plus. So Shrine Steward. Let's start off as a D plus. Yeah, no idea. Oh, shrines are creatures? Really? That's pretty sweet. Next card here, Thundersteel Colossus. 7 mana, 7/7. Trample, haste, vehicle. Whoa. Crew 2. Wait, this thing is chonky, man. Trample, haste, vehicle. Dude, this card's kind of messed up, isn't it? I mean, I understand it costs 7 mana, but sometimes if you're on the draw and your opponent just curves out into Thundersteel Colossus, isn't that kind of messed up? Because the thing about this is that it's crew 2, which is very low. Oftentimes you will have like something on your board that won't be able to attack profitably. So I think this is like kind of chonky, man. And it's a common. Wait, is that supposed to be a ninja as well, or like a samurai? Whoa. All right. Well, Thundersteel Colossus. Let's give it a C minus. Thundersteel Colossus. I mean, it's a common. Max you'll be able to play in a deck is probably 2, but yeah. Wow. Opponent wraths you, then you cast this. I mean, it still has crew 2, right? So you still need something on the board. Our vehicles in draft, there's no general consensus on how vehicles are. It just depends on the vehicle itself, right? It depends on the vehicle itself. All right. Bronze Cudgels. Wait, how do you pronounce that, guys? Cudgels? All right, we are getting into the uncommons now of the artifacts. 1 mana equipment. 2 mana until end of the turn. Equipped creature gets +X+O, where X is the number of times this ability has resolved this turn. Wait, what? Until end of turn, equipped creature gets +X+O, where X is the number of times this ability. So you activate it once, it gets +1/+O. You activate it again, it gets plus. So it's exponential, right? Equipped 1. Those are Cuban cigars. I think that these are Egyptian sausages. It's quadratic. Dude, you guys are nerds, man. You guys are... that was... guys, I was just testing you guys, and you guys have failed the nerd test. aka you have passed the nerd test. How do you feel about that? It's a mana sink, but the problem with this artifact is that it's only good when you have a lot of mana. Because if I'm paying 1 mana to play it, 1 mana to equip something, 2 mana to activate it, it's like kind of bad. And it doesn't give toughness, and it doesn't give an extra ability. I actually kind of don't like it. I think I'm gonna give it a... I think I'm gonna start with a D minus on this one. Bronze Cudgels. All right, I'm gonna give this one a D minus. The utility of this card, one of the best things about equipment is that you want it to be good at every point in the game. This one's not good at every point, right? This one's not good at every point. Right, let's go next here. Containment Construct, 2 mana, 2/1. Whenever you discard a card, you may exile that card from your graveyard. If you do, you may play that card this turn. So you still need to pay the banner for it. Dude, this card's kind of cool, man. Dude, this card kind of messed up, actually. Yeah, there is channel in the set. Yeah, I mean, this card is good with the mana rock. It's good with just like a random looter in blue or random rummager in red. And you can plan it out, right? I think this card is actually really cool. This seems like a deck all on its own, or you can play it as just like a value card in a deck that has these effects. I actually really like it. All right, anyone down to give this one an A? Anyone? Containment Construct? I think this one ticks all the boxes for me. No A plus. I actually love this card so much, man. I think one of the things I feel that's kind of weird about Kamigawa is that the card art looks so cool, but then the borders are like kind of lackluster, right? But the card is so cool, and then you have this kind of Stone Age, the Stone Age border that some sort of Neanderthal designed. I don't know. No flame, by the way, to the designer of the card border. I don't know who they are. I'm not calling them a Neanderthal, but yeah. All right, next card here, High Speed Hover Bike. 2 mana, 2/2, Flash. Has Flash. Oh my gosh, this is like Yu-Gi-Oh on motorcycles. High Speed Hover Bike, 2 mana, 2/2, Flash, flying. When it enters the battlefield, tap up to one target creature. What? Wait, what? That's messed up, man. That's kind of messed up, man. And then crew 1. It not only does have Flash, not only is it evasive, it's a crew 1, and it has to enter the battlefield effect of tapping something. Wait! I'm actually down to give this card an A+. I don't see which deck I wouldn't play this card in, to be honest. I don't see which deck I wouldn't play this card in. Doesn't it seem like the Nutter Butters? Alright, call me a simpleton, but this card has a lot of text. I'm gonna give it an A+. Card is like nutty, man. Yeah, nutty. Holy cow, man. What? Dude, this is what I've been needing, you know? I've been needing these like high power cards. Too much Innistrad, too much freaking Dungeons and Dragons. Yes. I think it looks amazing in even a control deck. Isn't it just great in a control deck as well? Next card here, Patchwork Automaton. 2 mana, 1/1. Has Ward 2. Alright, that's kind of messed up. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, put a counter on Patchwork Automaton. This one's pretty messed up too. Dude, this one's pretty good too. The only problem with this one is that this is kind of like Paksung Pup, where it really good on turn 2. At other points in the game, it's a little bit lackluster. I think this card is decent though. I kind of want to give it a C+, B-, something like that. I think I want to give this one a C+. This one is definitely a great build around. If you have multiples of it, it kind of reduces that problem that I mentioned before, right? But still, this sort of type of card is a little bit harder. I think I'm starting off as a B-. Let's start off as a B- here. Patchwork Automaton, B-. Let's go. All right, let's go next here. Circuit Mender. Wow, for whatever reason, this card is way more high quality than some of the other cards we've seen. Circuit Mender, 3 mana, 2/3. When Circuit Mender enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life. Oh, and it leaves the battlefield, draw a card. I like how it doesn't say. I like how a lot of these cards don't say when it dies. Draw a card. I think that's really cool, actually. Leaves the battlefield. I love this card, man. I love this card. I mean, even in an aggro deck, it's not the worst thing ever, right? 3 mana, 2/3, it's fine. In a control deck, like, oh yeah, sign me up. I really like it. Yeah, like, and if somehow you're stalled on the board, you can actually use this as like an engine, as well as yeah, engine as well as like kind of a mid-range roadblock. It's just kind of everything I want. Circuit Mender, everything I want. I'm actually down to give Circuit Mender an A minus. I'm down to give this card an A minus. I love it. I love this guy, man. Inspired by industrious silkworms, its maker crafted it to restore the broken pieces of the world. Wow. Look at that. Look at that flavor text on it as well. Holy cow. What is there not to like about this card? This card is perfect. Actually, completely perfect. Oh my goodness. This card gets me super hyped. Love it. I'm gonna give it an A minus. Yeah, you can also ninjutsu it in kind of thing. Okay, next card here, Raito Sentinel. 3 mana, 3/3 defender. When it enters the battlefield, target player mills 3 cards. Okay, put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. Wow, that is a junk troller. Oh man, oh baby, that is a junk troller. 3 mana, 3/3 defender. Mill somebody for 3. Milling somebody for 3. I assume that there's gonna be graveyard synergies, and then it's also a junk troller. Wow, I'm actually hyped about this card too. I think I'm gonna give this card a probably just a C in general, maybe even a C minus. I'm gonna start off as a C though. Raito Sentinel, gonna give this one a C, and I think this card has a lot of potential though, a lot of potential. Clear the mind, dude. Shuffle effects make limited so much more fun, in my opinion. Maybe some people don't like it, but yeah, I really like it. Yeah, and you can also remove cards from people's graveyard. It's actually super flexible, apart from it costs 3 mana. It's very expensive, but next card here, Runaway Trash Spot. 3 mana, 0/4 trample. It gets +1/+0 for each artifact and or enchantment card in your graveyard. Okay, so this is a graveyard card. Trample, +1/+0 for each artifact and or enchantment in your graveyard. A lot of really cool construct artifact decks already. You can just be mono brown. You can start off as being a colorless deck and then pivot into like red in pack 2 or something. There's this could be 5 color artifacts as well. This one's interesting as well. Man, I can't tell. I really can't tell. I think I'm just gonna give this one a C as well. Runaway Trash Spot. Gonna give this one a C. Maybe even a C minus. It starts off at a C minus. This one has potential too, though. Man, all these robots, man. There are a ton of colored artifacts, by the way. No spoilers. Oh yeah. Oh, colored artifacts. That's pretty cool. Okay. Next card here, Tawashi Guidebots. 4 mana, 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, put a counter on target creature you control. Okay. 4 mana, tap, draw card. Ability costs 1 less to cast for attack for each modified creature you control. Okay, equipment, auras you control, and counters are modifications. Oh, that's interesting. So, as long as a creature is modified in any way, and what modified apparently means is that it's just changed, right? It just basically has to be changed. So if you put an equipment on it, it's modified. If you put an aura on it, it's modified. Counters are modified. And I think that it's not only +1/+1 counters, it's any sort of counter, right? Like, if a death touch counter, it's still modified. Whoa. So this thing can put it on itself. This thing is also a card draw engine, and it gets cheaper for each modified creature control. And if you put this counter on itself, it already costs 3. Huh. Wow. Interesting. I don't think I want to give this a B plus. I think I want to give this one probably like B minus C plus range. It's still kind of expensive, and I feel like I don't know. We've already seen better ways to get card advantage as well, but I'm not sure. This card's pretty cool though. Also, if there are ways to discount artifacts, like sometimes blue has ways to discount artifacts. I mean, it is true that this could just be 0 mana card draw as well. Huh, interesting. All right, maybe I'll start this one off as a B minus here. Tawashi Guidebot. You know what? Screw it. I'll just give it a B. A lot of it depends on the speed of the format, but we'll have to see. Okay. Next card here. Dude, these artifacts have got me pumped, man. Walking Skyscraper. 8 mana, 8/8. the spell costs one less to cast for each modified creature you control. Okay. Trample, and it's hexproof as long as it's untapped. Has anyone seen the anime called Decadence? Dude, this is like the Decadence moving city. I actually love that anime, by the way. It's actually really good if you guys haven't seen it. Whoa. I mean, if you cast it for 6 mana, it's like really chunky. I like it too. So one of the things about having a set where the uncommons, especially the colorless uncommons, are like somewhat higher power level, is that it reduces the impact of bombs in the set, like rares and stuff. Because the thing is that if you can get power without opening a single rare, then you can still have functional decks, kind of like War of the Spark. Historic Pauper Reanimate. Do uncommons count for Pauper? Can you put uncommons in Pauper? Or is it commons only? I actually don't know. Hello, Juhi. Chúc mừng năm mới. Chúc mừng năm mới, Juhi. Happy Lunar New Year, everybody who celebrates it, and also to everyone who doesn't celebrate it. Yeah, you can also give it Vigilance somehow in white. Pretty chonky, dude. This thing is like kind of sick. I'm gonna give this a C plus. It's still pretty expensive. It's not gonna work in a lot of decks, but you know what? If you just have modified creatures, and you don't even have to have other artifacts, like this can be your only artifact. Like if you're playing a white deck that has counters in it, it's just, I don't know. This card is just chonky, man. And it being untapped means that basically the only way to deal with it, to keep it from resolving, is a counterspell, right? And has trample. Man. Chonky. Alright. Now we're moving into the rares for the artifacts. Eater of Virtue. Holy cow. 1 mana. Legendary equipment. Whenever equipped creature dies, exile it. Okay. Alright. Okay. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. Okay. As long as the card exiled with Eater of Virtue has flying, equipped creature has flying. The same is true for all these other keywords. Protection as well, and vigilance. And it's 1 to equip. Huh. I mean, I think this card is sick, actually. So the only downside is that it exiles it, but then it gets added to the Eater's abilities. This is like a... I think this is a card to get people pumped as well. This card is super hype. Equipment has a premium cost because of modifications. I mean, I'm not gonna bump every single equipment up because modify exists, right? But we're looking at how good it is standalone, and yes, it has modified synergies. The card is like super sick, actually. Huh. And you actively want to farm keywords with it. You actively want to go out of your way if you have Eater of Virtue to get cards with keywords on it. Dude. Whoa. Oh, whoa. Alright. There's no way we give this one the S, though, right? Bone Splitter? I don't think Bone Splitter limited in an unpowered limited format is a B or C. I think Bone Splitter, I mean this isn't Bone Splitter, right? This isn't Bone Splitter most of the time. I'm actually down to give this one the A+. I'm actually down to give this one an A+. Like, this is not Bone Eater. And it costs 1 to equip. Bone Eater is 2 and 2, isn't it?
Takes a decent amount of work and time to get there? No, it gets there immediately. 1 mana, and then 1 mana, then it's +2/+0. How does it take extra time to get there? It doesn't. Bone Splitter is 1 and 1. Is Bone Splitter 1 and 1? I don't think Bone Splitter is 1 and 1, is it? Yeah, oh, Bone Splitter is 1 and 1. Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna give it an A+. Okay. I don't care what you guys think. I don't care. Okay, next card here. Mech Titan Core. What am I looking at? Is this a chicken? 2 mana, 2/4. 5 mana, exile Mech Titan Core and 4 other artifact creatures and or vehicles you control. What? Great Mech Titan, a legendary 10/10 construct artifact creature token with flying, vigilance, trample, lifelink, and haste that's all colors. When that token leaves the battlefield, return all cards exiled with Mech Titan Core, except Mech Titan Core, to the battlefield tapped under the owner's control. Tier 2.
Dude, what is this card, man? Yeah, this is Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, man. Or it's like or it's like in TFT, the giant mech robot. Oh my gosh. Or it's like the card in Hearthstone where it's like dude, I don't remember what the card in Hearthstone is called. It's like a super mech thing. Anyways, 2 mana, 2/4, accrue 2, 5 mana, exile this one, and 4 other artifact creatures and or vehicles. 10/10. I mean, the 10/10 has haste and vigilance and flying and lifelink. I mean, that's all the boxes here. And then it says when the token leaves the battlefield, right? Not when it dies, not anything. Just when it leaves the battlefield. So basically, you have to pacify it. Huh. Interesting. I'm actually down to give this one a B plus. Mech Titan Core. I'm down to give it a B plus. I think this card's lit, man. This speaks to my inner Timmy. A lot of setup. I mean, not really. Like you look at it as a 2 mana 2/4 crew 2, and then that's acceptable, right? In these sort of in these sort of like construct modified decks. And then in addition to that, you have an auto win ability. And this isn't sorcery speed only either, so you can technically use it to like blank removal on something as well. So, for example, you can have this 5 mana up or whatever, and get into a spot where you can like block, do all your stuff, and if your opponent tries to blow you out, then you can exile and then attack on your next turn. It's actually really sweet. I think this card is actually the card has a lot of potential. Next card here, Reckoner Bankbuster. All right, well we're still robbing banks in Kamigawa apparently. 2 mana 4/4 and enters the battlefield with 3 charge counters on it. Okay. Okay. 2 mana tap, remove a charge counter from Reckoner Bankbuster. Draw a card. Then if there are no charge counters on Bankbuster, create a treasure token and a 1/1 colorless pilot creature token with this creature accrues vehicles as though its power were 2 greater. Dude, is this Yu-Gi-Oh! Freaking Master Duel, man? Holy cow. What is this? 2 mana 4/4, 3 charge counters, 2 mana tap, and then you get to remove a counter, draw a card. Then, if there are no charge counters, you make a treasure token and a 1/1 pilot that basically accrues for 3. And then if you modify that pilot, then it is just always 2 greater. What? I'm so confused. What do you guys think? Huh. So first you're getting cards, aka getting money. And then when there's no more money, then you have the pilot, right? Then the pilot comes and it's like freaking Fast and Furious or Tokyo Drift or whatever. And the guy helps you get away with your cards and starts attacking. Dude. So if we think about this like compared to other sort of card draw rock artifact things that we've seen before, 2 mana and then activate 2 to get rid of it, but it's also a creature as well. I think this card is like super flexible. I actually like it quite a lot. Maybe a B plus as well for Reckoner Bankbuster. B plus. Actually like it. The important thing is that you can choose when to rob the bank, right? Like you don't need to play this and rob the bank immediately, and then only then you can crew it. So it's actually quite flexible. Crew 3 is a lot, but this card does a lot. I don't think it's too slow because it's as fast as you want it to be, right? It can be a 2 mana crew 3 just vehicle that you can leave something back and then it actually blocks, right? Like don't be scared to block with it. And then if you have excess mana, you can actually draw cards with it. And then at some point it gives you an extra creature as well. It gives you treasure and an extra creature as well. So this card does everything. It's not too slow. It's only too slow if you get too focused on getting all of the value from it. But you don't have to do that, right? Right, next card here, Mirror Box. 3 mana artifact. The legend rule doesn't apply to permanents you control. What? What? So you can play this and play any amount of like Jace the Mind Sculptors kind of thing. The legend rule doesn't apply to permanents you control. I didn't think that I would ever see a card like this, right? Like this card literally this card kind of breaks the fourth wall where they actually talk about the legend rule. Like the legend rule is usually not a thing that you put on a magic card, right? It's not a thing that you put on the magic card. It's just a thing that exists. Legend rule doesn't apply to permanent control. Each legendary creature you control gets +1/+1. Each non-token creature you control gets +1/+1 for each other creature you control the same name as that creature. Each non-token creature you control gets +1 plus for each other creature you control the same name as a creature. Okay, so if you have, I don't know, what's a legendary creature? Each non-token creature you control is the same name. Each non-token creature you control, yeah. So these, okay, so you can have like 4 Fibbletips or whatever, right? And then each one will get +1/+1 for each Fibbletip. So you'll get +4/+4. I guess you'll get +3/+3 on each one. And then Fibblethip would also get an additional +1/+1 because of this. Or you can have non-legendary creatures, right? That aren't tokens. You can have just a bunch of, I don't know, 4 of the construct or whatever, and then you get rewarded for having the same name as something. Actually, a really cool card. That being said, for limited, probably an F. What do you guys think about giving this an F? Shrines are legendary. To build around, if you got a lot of duplicates, it's an F, but it can be like a build around C, right? I think that's kind of the idea. So I think we're gonna give it an F. This is really cool though. This is a really cool card. Like I'm super looking forward to just train wrecking an entire draft with a pack 1 pick 1 mirror box. All right, next card here, Surge Hacker Mech. 4 mana 5/5 menace. When Surge Hacker Mech enters the battlefield, it deals damage equal to twice the number of vehicles you control. Target creature or planeswalker opponent control. So if you have no other vehicles apart from Surge Hacker Mech, it'll deal 2 damage. It's actually a cool card as well. It doesn't go face. I think it's like relatively cheap. Crew 4 is expensive though. Like Crew 4 is insanely expensive. I actually do like this card a lot though. I think I want to give it like somewhere in the B range. I want to give it somewhere in the B range. Like it's a good enter the battlefield ability. And it has a good keyword on it with a good stat line, but the Crew 4 is a lot. Crew 4 is insane. Crew 4 is insane. Like think about our Colossus earlier, right? We had the 7-man, like the 7/7 Colossus and the 8/8 and the 8/8 construct or whatever. Those ones crew less than this one. But obviously the important thing is to enter the battlefield thing. I think I'm just gonna give this one a B. I think it's still very good. Because we can't forget that crewing things is a very big cost, right? It's still a very big cost. Alright. Okay, that is it for our artifact portion of the card review. A lot of really cool artifacts so far. We've seen an insane amount of just really powerful build around stuff. Very cheaply yet cheap yet flexible cards. A lot of powerful stuff as well, especially in the uncommons that I've seen. So really, really excited about all of these artifacts so far. All right, guys, moving into the lands. Our very first cycle of lands. It looks like they're going to be life gain lands. And this is one thing that I am always asking Wizards to do is absolutely begging for color fixing dual lands at common slot, because I think that it creates a lot of interesting ways to build decks, and it also increases the replayability of formats as well. So we have Bloodfell Caves, enters the battlefield tapped, enters the battlefield, you gain a life, and then you get to add either color of mana. I absolutely love these cards. Let's just go quickly through all of these type of cards. Blossoming Sands is back as well. Artwork looks super sick for it. All of these cards, I'm probably just gonna rate them all a C plus. Let's just go ahead and give them all a C plus here. C plus for all these. Depending on what you like to play, you could even pick a higher as well. We don't need colors or building artifact decks, yeah, but what about 5-color artifact decks, huh? What about 5-color artifact decks? Yes, Sergeant Shortbus. We're putting this at review on YouTube as well. Yeah, insane, dude. Look at, is that a bridge, dude? That's insane. Holy cow. We are purists. Amazing. Jungle Hollow looks so good, man. Rugged Highlands. All right, this one's whatever. There's like a Shinto shrine here, like a Shinto gate. Scoured Barrens. That one's kind of boring. Swiftwater Cliffs. This one's sweet. I would definitely like to go there on a vacation. Thornwood Falls. Looks really nice. Oh my gosh. This one's whatever. Yeah. Tranquil Cove. This one's really nice. This is what I imagine Azorius to be in the future, right? Year 3222. I believe that Kamigawa is set 1,200 years in the future, so something like that, right? Something like that. I believe it's year 3222, but I could be wrong. All right. Uncharted Haven. Enters battlefield tapped. Enters the battlefield. Choose a color. Tap. Add 1 mana of the chosen color. Okay, so this one still only adds 1 mana, but you get to pick which mana it is. In general, I really don't like Uncharted Haven. Though, if you think about it, it is like an Evolving Wilds, right? It is like an Evolving Wilds. From what we've seen so far, we already have dual lands. We have an artifact that fetches basics. I'm not sure how necessary this is gonna be, but yeah, I think I'm gonna start this one off as a C. We'll play this in an artifact deck. Why would we play this in an artifact deck, though? Why would we play this in the artifact deck? I don't get it. What is this? What does this benefit from the artifact deck? I mean, I can just give this a C plus as well, the same as the other lands. I mean, if anything, I should give this a B minus. I guess if I give the other ones a C plus, because it's not a color. What does it have to do with anything? I'm so confused. I mean, the deck thinning is actually irrelevant. I don't know who fostered that idea that like Evolving Wilds is good because it thins your deck. The thinning part of the deck is actually irrelevant. Like, if anything, the shuffling part of it is more relevant than the thinning part of it. Okay, this is a Windsard Crag. I guess all 10 of them are in, right? All 10 of them are in. That's crazy. All right, Mech Hanger. Whoa, my gosh, they're Gundams. Tap, add colorless. Oh, this is an uncommon land as well. Tap, add 1 mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast a pilot or vehicle spell. Okay, so there are colored pilots or vehicle spells. 3 mana tap, target vehicle becomes an artifact until end of turn. Target vehicle becomes an artifact. Okay, so 3 mana tap and you don't have to crew it. I think we're gonna start this one off as probably a C minus or D plus. Like, even if this one's good, it's only gonna be very good in very specific decks. Like, you're not gonna pick this highly. I think I'm gonna start this off as a C minus. Actually, really cool card though. Mech Hanger, C minus. Crew with land. I mean, is it decent? It just depends, right? Like, it's a huge cost if you need to cast other spells. Like, it's not that flexible since it doesn't add color mana for your other stuff. So, next card here, Roadside Reliquary. Tap, add a colorless. 2 mana tap, sacrifice Roadside Reliquary. Draw a card if you control an artifact. Draw a card if you control an enchantment. So if you have artifact and enchantment, you can draw a card. Wow. This is actually a cool card. This might incentivize me to run like 20 plus land decks in this format, actually. If my lands can consistently sacrifice to draw cards, I actually don't mind running 22 cards in this format. 22 lands in this format. I don't think this has to be a 2-color deck card either. This can be a 5-color deck card and you just go up in lands, right? So say imagine if you were only running 18 lands. Roadside Reliquary can take the place of an actual card, right? So I think that this card is actually very, very flexible, and I like it a lot. I like it a lot. And yes, I believe if you have both an artifact and an enchantment, you will draw two. Actually, really cool. Card is so sweet, man. All right, what do we want to rate it? I think I'm just gonna give this card like a B or even a B plus. I'm actually just gonna give it a B plus because I actually love this card. Whether or not it's gonna be good, we'll see. But it doesn't seem crazy that later on in the format, I just first pick this card, right? Especially if there's a lot of good enchantments, a lot of good artifacts. But the enchantments will really decide it. Artifacts already good. All right, Secluded Courtyard. A secluded courtyard enters the battlefield. Choose a creature type. Tap, add a colorless. Tap, add one mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast a creature spell of the chosen creature type, or activate an ability of a creature or creature card of the chosen creature type. Wait, what? Can someone explain what the last part means? Or activate an ability of a creature or creature card of. So no matter what, colored mana only works of the chosen creature type, right? So you play this, you choose Ninja, and then you can activate the ability of Ninjutsu. I mean, what's the point? What's the point of it actually? Like, what's the point? I don't see what the point is. Like, how is this better than just normal mana? I don't see it. Okay, I'm gonna give this one a D minus probably. Secluded courtyard. Let's give this one a D minus. This is a tribal support land, is it? How about basic lands? Basic lands are a tribal support land too. 5-color ninjas. If you're playing 5-color ninjas, aren't dual lands just better? They are, right? Like, not being able to cast instant sorceries off of the color as well is just not good. Okay, next card here, legendary land, Boseiju. Boseiju who endures. Wow, it endures as a tree. It is a tree that has endured the test of time in the middle of a city. Wow. Okay, add green mana. Channel, colorless and a green. Discard Boseiju. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or non-basic land an opponent controls. Wow, and there's a lot of non-basic lands actually in the format, right? Just the dual lands are also non-basic. That player may search your library for a land card with a basic land type, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each legendary creature you control. That player may search your library for land card with the basic land. So the thing is that a basic land type, you can still get like you can still get one of the Ikoria tri-lands, right? Because the thing is that a basic land type just means forest or island, whatever. But the thing is that they can only search their library for. Wait, hold on. Yeah, so they can actually find one of those, right? They can actually find one of those. Destroy artifact, enchantment, or non-basic land. It's pretty cool. So they still put it onto the battlefield. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each legendary creature. What is this clause about? I don't understand this clause. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each legendary creature control. So, well, what you're saying is that sometimes it can cast 1 green. That's what you're saying, right? It's a forest that sometimes costs 1 green to either disenchant something or to blow up a non-basic land. I mean, this card has a lot of implications for other formats. For limited, I mean, it's still fine, right? I give it a B. I can just give it a B. This is probably gonna be one of the most expensive cards in the set, actually. Boseiju. I'm just gonna give it a B. Like, you just play it as a forest. It's just a forest with upside, right? Let's give it a B. Alright, next card here. Oh, there's a cycle of these. A Ganjo. I feel I'm spelling that wrong. A Ganjo. Seat of the Empire. Tap, Add a white. Channel 3 mana. Discard it. It deals 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each legendary creature you control. I mean, this one's really sick too. But this one's really sick. Target attacking or blocking. I am down to give this one a higher rating. A? I'm down to give this one an A. Because the card is just good too. Doesn't feel legendary? How does it not feel legendary? Dude, this feels legendary as hell. Have you seen lands in Magic? Odawara, Soaring City. Okay. Tap out of blue. Or channel 4 mana. Discard. Target artifact, creature, enchantment, or planeswalker. Oh. Discard. Return target artifact, creature. Target artifact, creature, enchantment, or planeswalker to his owner's hand. This ability costs 1 less to activate. This one's cool as well. I think I just give this one an A as well. You're going up a land count. You can, or you can also cannot. You don't have to either, right? But I can see this format already being like a 20 land format. It's actually really cool. And the thing about this as well is that you can actually splash these lands. You can technically splash these lands if you are like a multicolor deck, right? So let's say I am just an artifact deck. I can be a 5-color artifact deck, splashing lands, splashing like whatever other cards. Like the fixing is just there. Okay, next card here. Sokenzan, Crucible of Defiance. Tap out a red or channel 4 mana, discard Sokenzan. Create 2 1/1 colorless spirit creature tokens. They gain haste until end of turn. Whoa, that one's pretty good too. And you can do that at instant speed. 2 1/1s at instant speed as well. This one's also good. Just give us an A as well. Is Deathsie powered up in a 20-land format? Yes. Dude, Deathsie is the nuts in formats where lands are good. Deathsie's actually the nuts. Unbelievably the nuts. Sokenzan, let's give us an A. These are all great, man. These are all really good. Takanuma, Abandoned Mire. Tap, add a black. Channel 4 mana, discard Takanuma. Mill 3 cards, then return a creature or planeswalker from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. Mill 3 cards, return a creature or planeswalker from your graveyard to your hand. Seems insane as well. I'm also gonna give Takanuma an A. Why did they abandon it? I mean, humans are like that, right? Humans just abandon things that are no longer useful to them. So the lands so far, the lands have looked really, really nice. I really like when there's utility on lands. I like when there's dual lands at common. That checks all the boxes of what's necessary in a good limited format for me. The utility lands are rare, but I also think that early in the format, people are just gonna be passing them. You know what I mean? People are gonna be passing the lands unless they're rare drafting for constructed or something. But people are just gonna undervalue how good it is to have abilities on lands. It's actually just very, very strong. Add the absolute nuts. All right, let's move on to the multicolor cards. The reason we do the multicolor cards before we do the white, blue, black, red, green cards is because we kind of want to see what the signposting is, right, for color combinations. It gives us a better way to analyze the single colors. So do the multicolor first has made a lot of sense, and we've been doing it for quite a while now. So the very first multicolored card, Enthusiastic Mechanauts. Whoa, 2 mana 2/2. It's a Goblin Artificer, flying. Artifact spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. I think that's actually really nutty because the artifacts in this format have been so good so far. They've been so good. And 1 mana less to cast is a huge discount on all of the artifacts we've seen. Actually insane. B+. I don't even want to give it a B+. I think I'm just gonna give this an A. Even though it's a dual color card, I feel like multicolor decks are actually very possible in this format as well from the fixing we've seen. The colorless mana fixing we've seen. So I'm actually happy to give Enthusiastic Mechanaut just an A. So I'm actually super excited about this card. I think this card's actually very nice. It's well statted as well with a relevant keyword on it, has flying. So yeah. All right, let's go next here. Jukai Naturalist. Okay. Jukai Naturalist, 2 mana, 2/2 lifelink. Oh, it's an enchantment creature. Wait. What? Wait. This is an artifact creature as well. This is an artifact. This one's an enchantment. Whoa. I feel like that the card draw land is actually so good. It's actually so good. I mean, is it doesn't have to be a thing. Is it doesn't have to be a thing. You just play red and blue cards. Like, why does is it have to be a thing? It makes zero sense, right? Jukai Naturalist, enchantment creature. Okay, it's lifelink, enchantment spells. You cast cost 1 less to cast. So this is the enchantment version of that red guy we've seen. I mean, I know that the artifacts are the nuts. We don't know how nutty the enchantments are, and one of the problems with this card is that it's white based. Though it does have green in it. But like, how realistically can you be like a multicolor white green deck? Not sure. Does that change how you rank the Boseiju land? No. Okay. So this card's pretty cool. I'm gonna start this one off as a B plus. Not entirely sure. It once again, it does have a relevant text, and it is an enchantment creature. So, no idea. Jukai Naturalist. Let's start this off as a B plus. Next card here, Oni Cult Anvil. Man, I love like the Japanese Oni demon theme stuff. 2 mana artifact. Whenever one or more artifacts you control leave the battlefield during your turn, create a 1/1 colorless contract artifact creature token. This ability triggers only once each turn. During your turn, so you can't do it on your opponent's turn and get an extra 1/1. Tap, sacrifice an artifact. Oni Cult Anvil deals 1 damage to each opponent and you gain 1 life. This card is like super cool as well. This card is super cool, and also you can also get your artifacts down to 0 mana, I think. Like, there are ways in this format to get your artifacts down to 0 mana. The problem with this card is that it only goes face, but making 1/1 constructs is actually really good. 1 or more artifacts you control leave the battlefield during your turn. So outside of attacking and blocking, actually blocking doesn't work because it's only your turn, right? So outside of attacking and bouncing stuff yourself or sacrificing stuff yourself, it's kind of hard to get the 1/1. I'm actually not sure. I think I'm gonna start this one off as a C minus. This one seems like a lot of potential. But yes, you can technically sacrifice it. So okay, so if you have the 1/1, it doesn't say non-token, right? So you can actually sack it, and it deals 1, and you gain 1 every single turn. So 2 mana Ill-Gotten Inheritance, I guess, right? 2 mana Ill-Gotten Inheritance, and you have ways to even go up on the constructs as well. Man, I can't tell, man. Like, do you even need cards that make artifacts? Like, this one makes artifacts on its own. This one just makes artifacts on its own. I don't know, man. What? Let's give this one a B. Onicat Anvil. This one seems kind of nutty. Not being able to block with it, then sack is like definitely a downside, but that would make this card too ridiculous, I guess. I think like the gain 1 life is actually a really big part of this as well, because it gives you sustain while dealing damage. I think it's actually a really cool card. And you can do so many things with this card too, I think, in a lot of different decks. Assuming that your mana is good and you can cast it, I think this actually fits in sort of a multicolor deck as well. Really, really cool card. Alright, next card here, Silver Fur Master. Definitely no copyright infringement on other Rat Sages. 2 mana, 2/2. Rat Ninja. Ninjutsu, a blue and a black. Okay. Ninjutsu abilities you activate cost 1 less to activate. Other ninja and rogue creatures you control get +1/+1. I'm actually tired of ninja lords and rogue lords, actually. Ninja and rogue lords. I think the rogue cards are still unconstructed, right? So you can probably still play some sort of standard like rogue deck with this too. So this is ninjutsu itself, but it's a small creature. Two mana 2/2 that still costs 2 to ninjutsu in. And then it discounts ninjutsu abilities by one colorless mana. And then it's a ninja and rogue lord. Man, I'm not sure. I think I'm just gonna give this one a B actually. I think that yes, the build around value is higher, but this card itself is actually not that good, right? Like the card itself is actually not that good. Silver Fur Master. I'm actually just gonna give this one a B. Can even give this one a B minus actually. Let's give this one a B minus. It really depends on the archetype and if it fits in black blue, but I assume black blue is gonna have ninjas, so we'll see. Gloom Shrieker, 3 mana 2/1 enchantment creature. It's a cat beast. This card looks so good, by the way. This card looks amazing. Holy cow. It has menace. Enters the battlefield to return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. If Gloom Shrieker would die, exile it instead. Oh my gosh. It's an Eternal Witness as well. I mean, you can only get permanent, but this card is like super nutty, dude. It's an enchantment. It's decently statted. Has menace as well to get attacker, and also gives you some value. Also, this thing can be bounced, right? You can technically ninjutsu this one pretty well because it has menace, and it doesn't say exile it when it leaves the battlefield. It says when it would die. So I'm actually a huge fan of this card. I'm actually just gonna give this card an A as well. Dude, this card is so sick, man. I am so excited to play multicolor decks in this format already. All right, Gloom Shrieker, get him a deck. Next card here, Invigorating Hot Spring, 3 mana enchantment. Enters the battlefield with 4 +1/+1 counters on it. Okay. Okay. Modified creatures you control have haste. Okay. Remove a counter from Invigorating Hot Spring. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Activate only as a sorcery and only once each turn. This card is like pretty nutty, right? So this is like the big brother of God. What's a card called, guys? What's that card in M21? No, not M21. In Ravnica Allegiance, Rhythm of the Wild. Yeah. So this is a better Rhythm of the Wild, but it's actually good because it also works at other points as well. So for example, you know, you don't need to have Rhythm of the Wild on 3. You can play this later and still put counters on stuff. And I think this card is actually really good, man. Rhythm hoses counter spells. Like, nobody gives a shit about counter spells. Counter spells don't even exist. I think this card is actually, like, pretty nutty. Because not only does it give your modified creatures haste, it also modifies creatures, right? It modifies your whole board. And then imagine some of the cards that get discounted for having modified creatures. This is a one-stop shop for modifying your entire board. I think this card is actually incredibly nutty. I'm gonna start this one off at a B. Invigorating Hot Spring. I really like it. I really like this card. Yeah, this one distributes modify on a bunch of things, and we've seen so many cards with keywords already. So many things that have like lifelink, menace, flying. It's just really good. Okay. Next card here, Prodigy's Prototype, 3 mana 3/4. Whenever one or more vehicles you control attack, create a 1/1 colorless pilot creature token with this creature crews vehicles as though it were power 2 greater. Okay, and this one crews 2 itself. Whenever one or more vehicles you control attack. So you're saying that I play this thing, I crew 2 next turn, and I attack with it, and then I get a 1/1 token, which can then crew the other things. Really hard, man. I'm not sure. The format seems very slow. I mean, even the slowest format on Magic Arena Best of 1 will feel fast, right? The nature of Best of 1 on Magic Arena. I really like this card as well. It seems a little bit more difficult to use, but the thing is that you can attack with other vehicles. You don't have to attack with this vehicle. I think I'm gonna rate this one a little bit lower though, just because the rate on this card is actually not that good. It has snowball potential, but in general, I don't like this card that much. I'm actually gonna give this one like probably a C minus for Prodigy's prototype. I guess on a C minus here. All right, next card here, Asari Captain. This was our spoiler card for Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. 5 mana, 4/3. It's a human samurai. Has haste. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn for each samurai or warrior you control. So we haven't seen much of the cards yet. I don't know how many samurai warriors there are. I don't know how good just like a plain Boros attacking deck is, but you know, a lot of these decks are still gonna have constructs in it. I really don't know. I really don't know about this card so far. I want to give it like a C plus B minus, something like that. C plus B minus. One of the important things is that this one doesn't have to attack to get the buff, right? So it's like it's like a samurai warrior exalted lord, but it only gives attack and not toughness. I don't even think you have to be warrior tribal. Actually, you don't even have to be warrior tribal. This thing is kind of complicated to make attacks though. Right, this thing is a little bit complicated to make attacks. I actually have no idea. I think the problem is that it's a little bit poorly statted, right? A little bit poorly statted. With having the haste keyword is like worse than any other keyword I think on it. But it does hit hard. It does hit hard. I really don't know. I think I'm gonna start Captain off as a C. Probably even a C minus, and we'll see how it goes. Okay, next card here, Naomi, Pillar of Order. 5 mana, 4/4. Whenever Naomi, Pillar of Order, enters the battlefield or attacks, if you control an artifact and an enchantment, create a 2/2 white samurai creature token with vigilance. Whoa. An artifact and an enchantment. So you need both. Otherwise, it's a 5 mana, 4/4. I'm not completely convinced on this card. I think that it takes some setting up. I don't think the setup is going to be hard for it, right? Getting an artifact enchantment probably won't be too difficult. But the problem is that really you're paying 5 mana for a 4/4 and a 2/2. That's already like a common card we've seen in the past, right? And then you have to attack with this in order to get an extra 2/2. But it is still pretty decent. I think I'm starting this one off as a C. I think I'm gonna start this one off as a C. Well, the payoff isn't that high, but it's just a value card, right? I think I'll just give it a C. Naomi. I mean, I guess it makes a samurai creature token. It's kind of weird, right? A human advisor making a samurai creature token. Okay, next card here, Colossal Sky Turtle. All right, S tier next. Colossal Sky Turtle. I've never seen this card before, by the way. 7 mana, 6/5. Flying, Ward 2. And it's also an enchantment creature, by the way. Channel. 2 colors and a green. Discard Colossal Sky Turtle. Return target card from your graveyard to your hand. Channel. Colorless and a blue. Discard Colossal Sky Turtle. Return target creature to its owner's hand. Dude. Wait. You're telling me that this is a chonky flyer that also has Ward 2 with a big butt as well. And in addition to that, it also has 2 channel abilities, either a regrowth or an unsummon. Yeah, they really just printed a 3-way split card, but it's actually a good body and a good attacker. Huh? What? 7 mana, dude. I don't give a shit how much mana this costs. I'm actually down to get... Dude, wait, what? Alright, guys. This might be trolling, but we're gonna give it an S for Sky Turtle, okay? Colossal Sky Turtle. I'm actually just gonna give it an S. Like, dude, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. This card is nutty. Nutty. Agonjo? Does anyone know how to pronounce this? Agonjo Uprising. X, red and a white, sorcery. Create X 2/2 white samurai creature tokens with vigilance. They gain menace and haste until end of turn. What? Each opponent creates X -1 2/2 white. Wait, what? Each opponent creates X -1, 2/2 white samurai creature tokens of vigilance. This is actually really interesting. Ganjo. So the thing is that you're making tokens for your opponent as well, but the difference is that yours gain haste and menace. And they get one less. I really can't tell, to be honest. I really can't tell. I think this sort of symmetrical effect. I mean, if you kill them immediately, that's pretty good, right? Like if you kill them immediately, that's great. But the thing is that I think you almost never kill them immediately. I really can't tell. I literally can't tell. I think I'm gonna start this one off as a D. Ganjo Uprising. I literally cannot tell at all. I can't tell. It's a cool card though. Oh, okay. So I did miss it, but we have moved into the rares for the multicolor cards. Satsuki, the Living Lord, 2 mana 1/3, legendary human druid. Tap, put a lore counter on each saga you control. Activate only as a sorcery. Okay. When Satsuki dies, choose up to 1. Return target saga or enchantment you can. Return target saga or enchantment creature you control to its owner's hand, or return target saga card from your graveyard to your hand. So it's a saga thing that speeds up sagas, but then it has to die in order to get the effect. I really don't know about this card. I think this card is actually not that good, because speeding up sagas in general is like whatever, right? Like in limited, why would you play a card to speed up a saga? It doesn't matter. Kind of reminds me of the 2 mana 2/2. I don't even know what the name of the card is. It's like a 2 mana 2/2 in red. It's like Caledon Warcaller or something in Dominaria that like increased your sagas. Like it literally just doesn't matter at all. It actually doesn't matter at all. So I'm actually just gonna give this a D-. Satsuki. And then the problem with the ability as well is that it has to die. So it's really hard to control getting this back. Next card here, Greasefang. Okiba Boss, 3 mana 4/3, legendary rat pilot. Whoa. At the beginning of combat on your turn, return target vehicle card from your graveyard to the battlefield. At the beginning of combat on your turn, return target vehicle card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Against haste, return it to its owner's hand at the beginning of your next end step. Dude, the artwork on this card is wicked. Wicked. I really have no idea. I mean, it's kind of hard to like play vehicles and get vehicles back, and then you have to replay the vehicle. I really have no idea. Yes, of course you can crew it. Of course you can use this to crew it. I mean, it's a pilot, right? Whenever you see pilot, it's intended to be used for crew. I literally can't tell at all. I mean, it's some amount of value for vehicle decks, but I really can't tell. Most of the vehicles have to be blocked though. Like you have to trade off with vehicles, right? Vehicles hit way too hard. Of course, you can crew at instant speed because you can crew to block, right? Of course you can, yeah. I think I'm gonna give this one a C- or D+ actually. I think I'm gonna start this off as C-. Greasefang, Akiba Boss. I'm actually not that excited about it. So C-. 3 mana 4/3. Stats are fake kind of in Magic. Stats are kind of fake. So the reason why I say stats are fake is because 3 mana 4/3, 3 mana 3/3, 3 mana 3/4, 3 mana 4/2. It's just whatever most of the time. Like sometimes it'll matter, but most of the time stats are fake. All right, next card here, Ishin, 2 heavens as 1. Wow, 3 mana 3/4, legendary human samurai. If a creature attacking causes a triggered ability. If a creature attacking causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control trigger, it triggers an additional time. So this one works with our Asari Captain, for example, right? So if there's a triggered ability which works on attacks, then you get 2 of those. So this is on attack abilities. On attack abilities. S? Is this an S? Why is this an S? What does it work with? In limited? How's an S? And also the mana cost as well? Like, how's an S? I don't get it. I mean, who cares if you get 2 pilots or whatever from the other card, right? It does work with the samurai card, but who cares with the samurai card too? I think this card is actually just not that exciting. I'm actually down to give this card a D+. I am down to give Ishin a D plus here. Restrictive mana cost, restrictive ability, and the body and the card itself is not it is not good standalone, right? No keywords on it. I'm actually not excited about. Risona Asari Commander. Okay, 3 mana, 3/3. Legendary creature, human samurai, haste. When commander deals combat damage to a player, if it doesn't have an indestructible counter on it, put an indestructible counter on it. Okay. Whenever combat damage is dealt to you, remove an indestructible counter from Rusona. 3 mana, 3/3 haste. And if it connects, it gets an indestructible counter on it. Okay, and it can never have more than one. Then whenever your opponent attacks you, deals damage to you, deals combat damage to you, you remove an indestructible counter. So the best case scenario for this is that you attack, it connects with their face, they can't attack you, then you have an indestructible creature, right? I mean, sometimes this will win a game on its own. Sometimes this will win a game on its own. It's pretty tricky. I actually have no idea. I think I'm just gonna give her a B. Persona, a B. Like, really good on 3, but not always broken on 3 either, right? So I think I'm just gonna give this a B. Honestly, I'll just give her a B minus. Persona, I'm gonna give her a B minus here. Well, technically, Deathsie. Okay, next card here, which is actually the background of our card review here. And this art is made by Anna Pavlina, I think. Is that it? Pavliva. Anna Pavliva. I love the colors on this card too. Okay. Satoru Umezawa. 3 mana, 2/4. Legendary human ninja. Whenever you activate a ninjutsu ability, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand, and the rest in the bottom of your library in any order. This ability triggers only once a turn. Okay, so you can't do like multiple ninjutsus. Each creature card in your hand has ninjutsu 4 mana. That's kind of sick, actually. That's actually sick. So the vehicles are not creatures, right? The vehicles are only creatures when they're crewed, so you cannot ninjutsu in creatures. This is pretty cool too, though. If you have Umezawa, you can technically play a multicolor deck as well. Even if you don't have the cost of the other card to play it, you can ninjutsu it in. And the ninjutsu cost being 4, it basically is good with every creature that is 5 mana or above as well, right? It's actually really, really good. And you also get card advantage from it. And it's on a well-costed body. 3 mana for 2/4 is fine. I actually really like it. Probably give this one an A+, right? Yeah, you can ninjutsu in a Colossal Sky Turtle. That's pretty messed up. That is pretty messed up. A+ or S? I think I just give this an A+. I mean, this one's a 1-card combo. Really don't know. I'm actually down to give this an S. Let's give the S. Can't tell. Either A+ or S. Alright, next card here. Hinata, Dawn Crowned. 4 mana, 4/4. Flying. Oh, it's a legendary Kirin Spirit. Flying Trample. Spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each target. Wait, what? Okay, so if you have spells that target multiple things, it costs 1 less to cast. Even if it only targets one thing, it costs less to cast as well, right? So, like, for example, if you Lightning Bolt, or if you Lightning Strike your opponent's thing, it costs 1 mana. Spells your opponent's cast cost 1 more to cast for each target. Whoa. Pretty cool, actually. Pretty cool. B+, something like that. Probably B, since his casting cost is kind of crazy, but Hinata. I actually like this card. This card's cool. And it has pseudo evasion, right? Because it has this Thalia effect on it. Alright, so Ryu, Storm's Edge. 4 mana, 3/3, legendary human samurai. First strike, whenever samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, untap it. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, untap it. If it's a first combat phase this turn, there's an additional combat phase after this phase. So it's a hill giant with first strike on it. And in order to get an additional combat phase, all you need is a samurai or a warrior to attack alone, and it technically untaps it so that the other one can attack again. This one seems really strong actually. So say on turn 4 you play this, right? You attack with one other samurai or warrior. I assume samurais and warriors have evasion. They are relatively easy to attack with, especially curving into Ryu. And then you can attack, and then you can attack with everything, kind of thing. Actually, seems pretty messed up. Seems pretty messed up. I think I'm gonna give this one an A. Ryu Storm's Edge. Also good at other points in the game as well. So not only on turn 4. Let's give this one an A. Alright. Oh my god, there's so much text on this card. Kotos, the Silent Spider. 5 mana 4/4. This is probably already S tier, by the way. Looking at the amount of text on this and looking at the artwork, you can already tell that this is an S tier card. Legendary Human Ninja. When Kotos enters the battlefield, exile target card other than a basic land card from an opponent's graveyard. Okay, search that player's graveyard, hand, and library for any number of cards with the same name as a card and exile them. Then that player shuffles. For as long as you control Kotos, you may play one of the exiled cards, and you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast. You may play one of the exiled cards. Okay, so you can only play one max, right? Why is it not limited? I don't get it. 5 mana 4/4. You exile someone from the graveyard. You look at their whole hand and deck, and then you get to cast the card you exiled. Why? Guys, I'm so confused. I think I'm gonna give this one an A. I don't get it. It says you may play one of the exiled cards. It says you may play one of the exiled cards. What do you mean miss? It's like you always can play the card that you exiled from the graveyard, right? What do you mean miss? You play this, you exile the card from the graveyard, you get to look at everything, and then you get to cast that card. I don't get it. What are you guys talking about? You can exile the target card other than the basic land. You always can cast that thing. Unless guys, if they kill her, so what? How many years has it been, and we're still saying dies to removal? All right, Kotos. Let's give Kotos an A. Kotos an A. Let's go. I'm so confused, guys. What do you mean miss? Okay, Hidetsugu consumes all. Okay, Hidetsugu consumes all. All right, this is the first saga we've seen in the set so far. Wait, this is a flip saga? Hold on here. 3 mana. Okay. Mythic rare. We are getting into the mythics now, by the way. Saga 1. Destroy each non-land permanent with mana value 1 or less. Okay, so first one, it destroys everything but lands that's CMC 1 or lower. 2, exile all graveyards. Then the final one, exile the saga, then return it to the battlefield transformed under your control. Alright, let's see what this is. Vessel of the All-Consuming. 3/3 trample. Whenever Vessel of the All-Consuming deals damage, put a counter on it. Whenever Vessel of the All-Consuming deals damage to a player, if it has dealt 10 or more damage to that player this turn, they lose the game. So this actually doesn't say combat damage. That's actually really interesting. Usually most of these cards say combat damage, right? But you could like put something that pings on it, kind of thing. You could also technically fling it. If it's dealt 10, whenever Vessel the All-Consuming deals damage to a player, if it has dealt 10 or more damage to that player this turn, they lose the game. So it has to be this exact Vessel of All-Consuming, right? Like if you had multiple of these and you had Mirror Box or whatever, it would still have to count this one, I believe. Whenever Vessel of All-Consuming deals damage, put a counter on it. I have no idea. I mean, overall, the card is not that great, right? All this work for a 3/3, and Saga 2 and Saga 3 are actually useless. I actually don't like it that much. I think I'm down to give it a D-. I'm actually down to give it a D-. Like sometimes if you get like a 2-for-1 or whatever, hitting some one drops or something, it might be fine. But like usually one drops aren't that impactful. So let's give it a normal D, I guess. Token sweeper, but how good are token sweepers? Like, it might be good against 1 out of your 8 opponents. Like, who cares? Good until tokens, guys. Do you guys even play Magic? Sometimes I wonder. Do you guys even play the game? No flame, by the way. All right, our first Planeswalker set, Kaito Shizuki, 3 mana. At the beginning of your end step, if Kaito Shizuki enter the battlefield this turn, he phases out. Okay, so he gives himself some sort of protection. Also 3 loyalty. +1, draw a card. Then discard a card unless you attack this turn. Okay. -2, create a 1/1 blue ninja creature token with this creature can't be blocked. Okay. -7, you get an emblem with whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, search your library for a blue or black creature card, put on the battlefield, then shuffle. Overall, pretty strong, right? So it phases out on the very first turn you play it. So it protects itself. It protects itself on the very first turn. Then if you're attacking, then you're actually going up in cards. Otherwise, you are looting, which is fine. Looting while adding loyalty to Kaido. And then the -2 is also good, right? Honestly, the way you're supposed to play it is you play Kaido, you -2, you get the 1/1 ninja, and then this phases out, and then they can't attack it. The next turn, you attack with a 1/1 unblockable token, and then you draw a card, and then Kaido has 4 loyalty, and then you can likely play something unblocked. Card seems really good. I think this is either A+ or E, maybe even S tier. I find it really hard to. I find it really hard to beat this card actually. No, loyalty is not reset. No, loyalty is not reset. Sorry. It doesn't go to 4. It goes to 2, right? It goes to 2 loyalty, but you can probably still block it. It's pretty good. I guess I'll start him off as an A+. A+ for Kaido. Kaido seems really good. It is very obnoxious still. Okay, next card here. Spirit Sister's Call. 5 mana enchantments. Whoa, these dragons, man. At the beginning of your end step, choose target permanent card in your graveyard. Okay. You may sacrifice a permanent that shares a card type with a chosen card. Okay. If you do, return the chosen card from your graveyard to the battlefield and against. If this permanent would leave the battlefield exiled instead of putting it anywhere else. So this is like some sort of weird swapping reanimator thing, right? So this is 5 mana, you play it. And on your end step, you choose like an artifact in your graveyard or something. Say like you choose Colossus or whatever. And then you have to sacrifice something that shares a card type with it. And then you return it back. The other one goes to the graveyard. But how good is it? I don't know. It seems good with enter the battlefield effects. It seems good with things that are large. But the problem is that this card is very expensive as well. I think I'm gonna give this one probably just a D. I am gonna play it though, but yeah, I am gonna give it a D. I think it's really hard to get the value, and the value from it is actually gonna vary a lot from game to game, even if you build your deck around it, I think. But it is a cool card though. It is a cool card. Can stack tokens? Yes, it can stack tokens. All right. Oh my god. This card looks awesome, actually. Tamio, Completed Sage. Completed Sage. What does this word mean, guys? Completed? Completed. Dude, look at this mana cost. 6 mana and has hybrid Phyrexian mana. What the hell? Hybrid Phyrexian mana. Is that new? It means she became a Phyrexian. Completion is when Phyrexians take over. Oh, really? Is that not like an English word? Dude, that's crazy. Phyrexian split mana cost. My brain is exploding. Okay. Oh, completed is actually a keyword here. Completed can be paid with a mana or 2 life. If life was paid, this Planeswalker ends with 2 fewer loyalty counters. So how does the hybrid Phyrexian mana work, by the way? So you can either pay with green or blue, or you just pay 2 life, right? It's just 2 life, right? Yeah, or it's just 2 life. So you can pay this for 4 mana and 2 life, for example. Did I say 6 mana to begin with? It's 5 mana. 5 mana, and then you can pay with 2 life. So you can pay for 4 mana. All right, 5 loyalty. Or if you paid life to caster, starts off with 3 loyalty. +1 tap up to 1 target artifact or creature. It doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. Okay, so you gotta freeze something down. -X, exile target non-land permanent with mana value X from your graveyard. Exile target non-land permanent with mana value X from your graveyard. Create a token that's a copy of that card. Exile target non-land permanent with mana value X from your graveyard. Create a token that's a copy of that permanent. So it's Reanimator. -7, create Tamio's Notebook, a legendary colorless artifact token with spells you cast cost 2 less to cast and tap, draw a card. Okay, so the Notebook gets a tap, draw a card, and also spells you cast cost 2 less to cast. All spells. So every turn is tapping something down. This is like the old Tamio too, right? You guys remember the old Tamio? I don't remember where she was from. Was the old Tamio from Innistrad or something? She also had like a tap ability like this, right? But you can also tap lands with the old Tamio. Exile target non-land permanent with mana value X from graveyard. Create a token that's a copy of that card. If you're playing this in Constructed, it's actually really cool too, because this Tamio can make tokens of stuff, and then you can play the Cat Chariot and make copies of the thing. It's actually really cool. Is she complete but missing an arm? No. Her arm's there, right? The ult will always win you the game in limited. I mean, that's the thing as well, is that you pay 5 mana for it, it controls the board, and then you can ult actually in 2 turns. It's actually really crazy, huh? Yeah, pretty good. Alright. A little bit hard to use, I think, compared to other planeswalkers we've seen in the past, but yes, still an ass, I think. All can be removed? Dude, who cares? Who gives a shit? Alright. Oh my god, what is this card? What is this card? The art? The mana cost? What is this? I love this card already. The Kami War. Alright, holy shit. 6 mana to cast. Very mana intensive, but that's okay. It's gotta do great things, right? Saga 1, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls. Okay, great. Exile any target non-land permanent and opponent controls. 2, return up to 1 other target non-land permanent to his owner's hand. Then each opponent discards a card. Okay, so they discard something. If they have nothing on the board, if they have no cards in hand, you can bounce something and then they discard it. That's pretty cool. This also has implications for Commander, right? And also, in addition to that, you can also bounce one of your own things, and then they still discard something. 3, exile the Saga, then return to the battlefield transformed under your control. Okay. Oh god. Oh Kagachi. Oh Kagachi made manifest. 6/6, enchantment creature in its dragon spirit. Okachi made manifest as all colors. Okay. Flying trample. Whenever Okachi attacks, defending player chooses a non-land card in your graveyard. Okay, return the card to your hand. Okachi made manifest gets +X+O until end of turn, where X is the mana value of that card. Where X is the mana value of that card. So they pick. That's actually interesting. I think that you can always get there in this format with this. I think this card is actually still very good. I think I'm down to give this an A+. I don't think I want to give this an S, right? I'm gonna give this an A+. A+ or even just an A. This card actually doesn't win the game when you cast it, is the thing. It's just a value card, right? Exile something, bounce something, they discard a card, and then you have a good creature that, over time, assuming that you're not killing them with the dragon already, is that you're getting some value, but like you usually just kill them with a dragon. I think I'm actually just gonna give an A. The Kami War. I really like the card though. I'm just gonna give an A though. It's not only the mana cost, it's that the effects are good, but I mean they're not game winning. They're not game winning, and then you kind of have like non synergy here, right? Because this is value, but you're also just killing them, which I guess is technically synergy. I mean, it's not synergy, but you get two opposite effects. In which case, if you can't kill them, you have some value. If you kill them, then you don't need the value, but it's like a backup plan. The mana fixing I've seen in the colorless cards is already good enough, actually. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be all of the multicolored cards for the set. Really excited, actually. The multicolored cards look so good, and the multicolored cards don't look kind of derpy, if that makes sense. I think a lot of the time, take Eldraine, for example, right? A lot of the multicolored cards are just so derpy, and they do kind of one thing. I really like how the multicolored cards we've seen in the set do multiple things, and I think that they can play extremely different roles depending on what deck they're in as well. So, one of the cards that I'm actually really looking forward to is Onicult Anvil. I think that this is a good example of a card that does different things depending on which type of deck you put it in, right? Onicult Anvil. It doesn't necessarily tell you how to play the game. It doesn't say like, okay, well, you just want to play artifacts and you just want to be attacking people or whatever. Or it doesn't say like, oh, you want to play instants and sorceries, right? This card, I think you can play this card in a deck without artifacts. You can play this card in a deck with artifacts. You can play this card as a control card. You can play it as a defensive card. So that's kind of what I like about card design. And whenever I'm just completely perplexed about what these cards are going to be doing, I think that's going to be a good sign that the format is going to be good. Let's go. Next card here, Light the Way. 1 mana instant. Choose one. Put a counter on target creature or vehicle and tap it. Return target permanent you control to its owner's hand. Okay, so you can either save something or you can put a counter on something. It's cool that you can put it on a vehicle. So it means that you don't have to accrue it before you can put a counter on it. And it also untaps it. Overall, I'm usually not a fan of these type of cards. It does modify a creature, though. It does modify a creature. Even so, I still don't really like it. I think one of the cool things about Light the Way, though, in this format is that there are quite a few of these artifacts that care about leaving the battlefield, right? And they have an effect when they leave the battlefield. So there are like some cards that you draw a card when it leaves the battlefield. So I think that this card does have a lot more utility in this format than it does in other formats. I still want to give it a C- or a D+, though. Probably a D+, right? Light the Way, right? D+. Baby Kami in the art. Is this a Kami? Next card here, Lucky Offering. 1 mana sorcery. Destroy target artifact with mana value 3 or less, you gain 3 life. I mean, there are artifacts in this set, but I still think this card is like pretty bad, right? It's going to be a sideboard card, and it's not even going to be a good sideboard card, I think, because it doesn't destroy vehicles. A lot of the vehicles that you want to destroy are just not very good. I actually want to give this one a D-. Cool artwork, though, for a D- card. Next card here, Moth Rider Patrol. 1 mana, 1/1 flying. 4 mana, tap target creature. It's a Fox Warrior. What the hell? This one is actually cool because well, it is a good thing to modify in these white decks, and it has like the sort of late game ability as well. I really can't tell about this card. I think I want to start this off as a C-. The card is still not that exciting, but I think it has potential. It is a ninjutsu enabler, but is there white ninjutsu? I don't know. Moth Rider Patrol. Let's give this one a C-. It's also a warrior. That is true. It's a warrior. Starts off as a C-. Maybe I can even just give it a C. Sure, give it a C. There's one white ninja. Oh really? Yeah, I think I've heard of that card. I think I've seen that card. He streams Fortnite, right? The white ninja. All right, next card here, Regent's Authority. 1 mana instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If it's an enchantment creature or legendary creature, instead of put a +1/+1 counter on it, and it gains +1. Wait, what? Regent's Authority. Okay, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If it's an enchantment creature or legend creature, put a counter on it, and then it gets +1. Oh, okay. So no matter what, it'll be +2/+2 buffed. But if it's an enchantment or legendary creature, it gets to keep one of those counters. I think still relatively low though, right? Let's give this one a D. Next card here, Ancestral Katana. 2 mana. Equipment. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, you may pay 1. When you do, attach Ancestral Katana to it. Gets +2/+1. I mean, it is pretty chunky. It is pretty chunky. I don't like it that much though, do I? I don't know how much I like it. It feels like with the warriors, getting more toughness is actually the most important part. Like, they all have infinite attack, don't they? Probably give this one a C-. Ancestral Katana. A Ganjo Exemplar. What is an Ganjo? Does anybody know? 2 mana, 2/1. Enchantments, Human Samurai. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, this thing can attack as a 3/2. Isn't this kind of sick? And it's an enchantment. This guy's kind of sick, isn't it? I feel this guy's kind of sick. Also, multiples of these still work as well. I think this card is actually lit. I think I'm going to give this one a B. So this one doesn't count as modified though, right? Like, just a +1/+1 is not modified. It's temporary. I think the important thing is that it doesn't say another. If it said another, this card would probably be like in the C tier. Start off with. Next card here, Era of Enlightenment. 2 mana. Saga 1 is Scry 2. Saga 2 is gain 2 life. Wait, this friend side doesn't do much. Okay. Saga 3, exile, then transform it. Hand of Enlightenment. 2/2 first strike. That is hilarious, man. It's a 2 mana Scry 2, then gain 2 life, and then it's a first strike 2/2. Guys, I can't tell. I literally can't tell. It's an enchantment creature, but... So you're telling me that this is a delayed 2/2, and it took him a long time to find Enlightenment. I mean, finding Enlightenment is not something that's easy, right? It takes a while to find it. But the first one doesn't affect the board. You Scry 2, then you gain 2 life, then you exile and flip it. So turn 2, you play this, right? You Scry 2. Turn 3, you gain 2 life. Turn 4, you get a 2/2 first striker. I can't tell, guys. I can't tell. Right? Turn 2, you scry. Turn 3, you gain 2 life. Turn 4, you get this. I mean, it is pretty cool. It's a first striker, but how relevant is it? I can't tell. I can't tell. I actually can't tell. It's like they're doing opposite things, right? Sometimes it's good for cards to do opposite things. I'm not sure if this is one of those cases where it's good for the card to do, like, opposite stuff. I actually can't tell. I think I'm starting off as a D. Ever Enlightenment starts off as a D. But we might be surprised, who knows. Next card here, Kitsune Ace. 2 mana, 2/2, Fox Pilot. Whenever a vehicle you control attacks, choose 1. That vehicle gains first strike until end of turn, or untap Kitsune Ace. I mean, that's kind of messed up, actually. I feel like a lot of these vehicles having first strike is actually pretty messed up. Yeah, I think this is just like a C or C- still. Overall, still not that exciting, but first strike on vehicles is pretty messed up. But I think I'm gonna give Kitsune Ace a C-. Pilot and attack? No, I don't think I care about it. Right? Why not just play better creatures and use them to crew a vehicle? I don't know. All right, next card here, Spirited Companion. 2 mana, 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card, and it's an enchantment. I'm actually starting to think that black white enchantment rare is actually like kind of playable. I mean, if this card weren't an enchantment, I still wouldn't care that much, but it's like pretty cool. C+, B-. C+, B-. So the reason why enchantment is important is that there are cards that care about enchantments for drawing cards and stuff. Enchantment and artifact. I think I'm gonna give a C+. C for companion. Spirited Companion, C+. Pretty cool card though. Alright, next card here, Wanderer's Intervention. Has it ever been revealed who the Wanderer is, by the way? Who is the Wanderer? Like, this one, you actually get to see a bit of the Wanderer's face. Is it a he? Is it a she? I don't know. Spoilers? Okay, guys. No spoilers. Wanderer's Invention. Wanderer's Intervention. 2-mana instant. 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. I would probably guess on a C-, right? My mom? Is my mom the Wanderer? If anything, I'm the Wanderer. Alright, Dragonfly Suit. 3 mana, 3/2, flying. 3/1. What the hell? Dragonfly Suit, huh? This is like a Rurouni Kenshin or something. It's crew 1, but I can't tell. I literally can't tell. It's a suit, but it's not an equipment either. Oh, you're you're thinking it's like a mobile suit? Yeah, maybe it's like a mobile suit. I literally can't tell. I mean, I can't tell the sizing on it. Wait, is this literally just Gundam Death Scythe? This is actually just Gundam Death Scythe. Sentinel mech patrol the sky. Yeah, but we can't tell how big it is though, right? Cutting edge. Dragonfly suit. I have no idea. I don't think I like it that much. I think I'm gonna give it like a D. Dude, I can't tell. I don't think it's good enough, is it? I don't know, man. I can't tell on this card. D for Death Scythe, yes. Or D for Deathsie. Golden Tail Disciple. 3 mana, 2/3, enchantment lifelink. So, what enchantment synergies have we seen so far? We've seen enchantment synergies in the land that draws cards. We've seen other cards care about enchantments, right? To activate its effect. But I really have no idea. This loves modify. I mean, isn't that just a way to say that buffing lifelink is good? I can't tell. Is it parting? I have no idea. I think I'm just gonna give it a D. Golden Tail Disciple. D for Disciple? Give it a D+. I actually have no idea. I need to see if there's more enchantment synergy stuff. Imperial Subduer, 3 mana, 3/2. Whenever Samurai or Warrior you control attacks alone, tap target creature you don't control. This one's pretty messed up, actually, isn't it? This one's actually pretty messed up. This one's a Samurai. Whenever Samurai or Warrior attacks alone, and this one can also get in on its own as well. C+ or B-? Probably C+, right? Yeah, this one is good. Well statted, good effect, works on itself. Ticks all the boxes here. Alright. Intercessor's Arrest. 3 mana. It's just a pacifism. Where I guess it's literally an arrest. Enchanted permanent can't attack, block, or crew vehicles. Its activated abilities can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. This one does seem a little bit better than the set, but I'm not sure. C- probably. Intercessor's Arrest. That's usually the grade I give for arrest type effects. Classic white removal. The thing of this format is that pacifism type removal is actually sometimes better than other types of removal, but I still feel like it's kind of bad. Most of the time you just want to remove it, right? Ooh, what is this card? Befriending the Moths. 4 mana. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains flying until end of turn. Okay, so you do it twice. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 gains flying until end of turn. This is similar to the other saga, right? The saga in Dominaria. Didn't that saga also give flying? Oh, it doesn't modify it. It's actually not a +1/+1 counter. And then it flips. Imperial Moth. Flying. 2 for flyer. So you're jumping something twice and flying it. And then it's a moth. I can't tell. I mean, this one's pretty good actually still. This one's still relatively good. I mean, this makes the lifelinkers better. This is good on the Samurai too. And then you get a random 2 for a blocker. It is a weird card though. It is a weird card. I mean, it's not slow if it's on lifelink, right? I can't tell. I think I'm gonna give it a C. I mean, that one's especially good with lifelink or with Samurai, because usually you don't care about taking damage in the crackback, I think. One of the weird things about Samurai is that if you Alpha Strike, then you basically don't get any of the Samurai bonuses, right? Alright, Repel the Vile. 4 mana, exile target creature with power 4 or greater, or exile target enchantment. Power 4 or greater, huh? People are gonna be modifying stuff. This is good for most of the vehicles. There's a decent amount of enchantments, but still not great, I think. Probably just gonna give it a D, as usual. Usually the Smite the Monstrous type cards are just a D, right? Repel the Vial. Tired of them reprinting the Smite stuff. How dare they? Seven Tail Mentor. 4 mana 2/3. When Seven Tail Mentor enters the battlefield or dies, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or vehicle you control. When Seven Tail Mentor enters the battlefield or dies, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or vehicle you control. This one's pretty chonky and it modifies stuff too. Enters the battlefield or dies, put a +1/+1 counter. So this one, I mean, it can put it on itself too. I actually don't mind it. Yeah, maybe C+. Seven Tail Mentor, C+. Alright, next card here, Sunblade Samurai. 5 mana 4/4, Enchantment Human Samurai. Vigilance, Channel 2. Discard Sunblade Samurai, search your library for basic planes card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle, you gain 2 life. So, okay, so 5 mana 4/4 Vigilance, and then you can discard it for 2 mana, search your library for basic planes, put it in your hand, then you gain 2 life. This is a cool way to get stuff into the graveyard as well, actually. This is actually a really cool way to get cards into the graveyard. And then all of the channel stuff works with the 2/1 construct as well. It works well with a 2/1 construct. That whenever you discard a card, you can actually play it that turn. I think like if this card were like a 6 mana 4/4, but the channel was 1, this card would be a lot better, right? One of the things in Magic is that finding your second land is usually more important than finding your third land. So like you still can't make some keeps with this card, I think. I'm not sure. But this card is fine, I think. C+, I guess. Alright, next card here, Imperial Oath. 6 mana, sorcery, create 3 2/2 samurai, creature tokens with vigilance, and scry 3. This is a lot of samurai, but I can't tell. What do you guys think about this card? Imperial Oath. I mean, it's pretty clunky for a deck that wants to curve out, right? Kind of don't like it that much. This might be better in like some sort of a control shell. I'm not sure. Because a control shell can get to 6 mana, control shell can use multiple bodies, and also control shell can use the scry 3 in a meaningful way. I don't think this is actually good in like a samurai or aggressive deck, so. Next card here, Hotshot Mechanic. We're finally moving on to the uncommons. The uncommons in white. The first one, 1 mana 2/1. Hotshot Mechanic crews vehicles as though its power were 2 greater. Okay. I'm surprised that they didn't make a keyword for it, actually, because there's a lot of this effect repeating, right? Hotshot Mechanic crews vehicles as though its power were 2 greater. I mean, it's a pretty good 1-drop, isn't it? It's a 1 mana 2/1. It doesn't have a samurai creature type, though. It is an artifact. So it being an artifact means a lot as well. And it can crew things for 4. This thing seems kind of sick, actually. I'm actually just going to start this one off as a B. Hotshot Mechanic. I think this one's good in the vast majority of white decks, actually, because you can just attack with it. It's relatively decent to module as well. And also, if you're playing a vehicles deck, this one crews all of your vehicles for the rest of the game. I actually like it. There are other pilots in Magic the Gathering that don't have this effect, right? So that's not true. There are also other pilots in this format that don't have that effect either. Alright, next card here, Banishing Slash. Sorcery. 2 mana sorcery, destroy up to 1 target artifact, enchantment, or tapped creature. Okay, then if you control an artifact and an enchantment, make a 2/2 white samurai, creature token with vigilance. So this one's a disenchant, or it kills a tapped creature. And then if you have both an artifact and enchantment, you get a 2/2. It's actually pretty good. I mean, I think it seems pretty good. It has an upside as well, and it's flexible. The only thing about it that's not flexible is that it's sorcery speed and the mana cost. I actually like it. I'm actually gonna give Banishing Slash a B-. Seems good in the format. It seems flexible, and there's an upside as well. Relatively low mana cost apart from the double white. I actually like it. Okay, next card here. Michigo's Reign of Truth. 2 mana. Okay. +1, Saga 1 and 2. Target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each artifact and or enchantment you control. Okay. I mean, it always gets at least +1/+1, right? Because this is also an enchantment. And then, let's see who Michiko is. Portrait of Michiko gets +1/+1 for each artifact and or enchantment you control. So it counts itself. So it's a 1/1, and it's growing with artifacts or enchantments. I can't tell. I actually can't tell. This can work in a lot of different types of decks, but I really can't tell. I mean, like some of the cards, like the Oni Mask, for example, basically makes 2 artifacts, right? So it's like a lot of these artifact things make 2-for-1 artifacts and or enchantments. I really don't know. I feel like Michiko gets pretty large actually, but at the same time, if you want to cast this on turn 2, you better have a 1-drop to buff, right? Otherwise, you're wasting value. I think I want to give this one a B minus. All right, next card here, Selfless Samurai. Is this Samurai Jack? 2 mana, 2/2. Fox Samurai. Whenever Samurai or Warrior you control attacks alone, it gains lifelink until end of turn. Okay, I mean that's a really big deal actually. Giving your samurai and or warriors lifelink is actually huge. Sacrifice Selfless Samurai. Another target creature you control gains indestructible till end of turn. Wow. I think this card's actually really messed up. I think this is just an A. I think this is an A in any deck that can cast this. I think this is an A in any deck. You don't even have to have Samurai or Warriors, because this is a 2/2 lifelinker on its own with an ability. It might even be an A plus actually. This card is actually nutty. Selfless Samurai. I like it a lot. I'm actually just gonna give it an A plus. Let's just give it an A. Let's give it a flat A. I think it's very, very good. Next card here, Blade Blizzard Kitsune. 3 mana, 2/2, ninjutsu 4. Oh, there is a white ninja. Double strike. This one's actually so sweet. Look at the art. It's actually really sick. It's weird though, right? How good is ninjutsu on a white card? I really don't know. I mean, you kind of want to be playing enchantments. You want to be playing the ways to modify your creatures anyways. So I think it's still pretty decent. Probably A minus. A minus for Blade Blizzard Kitsune. I'm just trying to imagine how it plays out. It seems like it might not necessarily play out like the way that you'd want it to playing this card, but I imagine the rest of your deck can support it usually. Next card here, Born to Drive. Oh my goodness. 3 mana, aura, enchant artifact or creature. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +1/+1 for each creature and or vigilance and or vehicle you control. It also has channel 3. Discard Born to Drive. Create 2 1/1 colorless pilot creature tokens with this creature cruise vehicles as though its power were 2 greater. So it's interesting. I mean, the channel on it is actually better than the normal one, right? Like, you usually channel this for 2 tokens, and then it can crew a bunch of stuff, because each one of these crews for 3. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +1/+1 for each creature in or vehicle controls. Actually, a very flexible card. I'm gonna give this a B minus probably. I'm gonna give this one a B minus. Seems pretty good for a lot of different types of decks as well, and you can craft your game plan just depending on what your opponent does. Yeah, so basically channel is like cycle, but you don't. But cycling, you always get the card back, right? Like you always draw a card with it. So channel, they basically wanted to make a new mechanic where you can have some sort of a split card effect, but also it doesn't necessarily draw you the card, so effects can be cheaper. Yeah, channel is instant speed. It's basically instant speed unless it mentions otherwise, right? And next card here, Imperial Recovery Unit. 3 mana, 3/4. Whenever Imperial Recovery Unit attacks, return target creature or vehicle card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. Dude, this card is so cool as well. This art is so cool. So in previous formats we've seen, like, vehicles are never the all-star. You know what I mean? It's like you'll play a deck and then you'll have a few vehicles sprinkled in. In this format, it seems like they're really trying to make vehicles all-star. Almost like you want to be playing a sort of mech deck where you have these vehicles and you're finding stuff to crew it, and you want to have like a good vehicle count proportionally to the things that can crew the vehicles. Creature or vehicle card, mana 2 or less from graveyard to your hand. And this is on attack. I really can't tell. I can't tell at all. S.
I really can't tell. I think I want to give this one like probably a D plus, right? Probably a D plus. It's not an enter battlefield effect. It's only on attacks, and it's crew 2 for a 3/4. It's crew 2 for a 3/4 when we've seen crew 2 for an 8/8. No, we've seen crew 2 for 7/7, right? I think overall the rate is still kind of bad for it. It is some amount of value, but you're almost never getting back a vehicle with this. Like you're just getting back a creature. So I think this is just a D plus. Every card can't tell. Yeah, I really can't tell on a lot of these cards, to be honest. Which is a good thing, I think, because I think some of the most boring sets are like when we do the card review and everything seems to be in place, and then when the set comes out, the reviews actually, the card ratings actually aren't that different from our initial card review. Next card here, Narika Yamazaki, the Poet. 3 mana, 3/2. Legendary Human Samurai. Vigilance. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, you may cast target enchantment card from your graveyard this turn. Okay. You may cast target enchantment card from your graveyard. That's pretty cool, actually. The other enchantment we saw had channel, right? So what you can do is you can channel it and then attack with this. You still have to pay for the cost though. So you still have to pay for it. But seems pretty cool, and it's a samurai. It's pretty cool, actually. I'm down to give Yamazaki a B. Can you channel it again? No. It says you may cast it, right? Channeling is an ability on the card. It is not casting it. Next card here, the Fall of Lord Conda. 3 mana. Saga 1. Exile target creature an opponent controls with mana value 4 or greater. Okay, 2, each player gains control of all permanents they own. 2 is actually kind of 2 is actually not that valuable, right? Then 3, it's flip. What does it flip into? A 1/3. Fragment of Conda. Defender, when it dies, draw a card. I mean, it's still a pretty good. It's still a pretty decent 2-for-1, right? It's still a pretty decent 2-for-1. I actually like this one a decent amount. I think the phase 2 sucks, but it's fine. I think I'm gonna give this one a B minus. I actually do like this card. I like this card in more defensive decks as well. But it seems pretty good. And this is CMC, right? The problem with this is that you can't really hit vehicles with it. You can't really hit vehicles with it. I think it's decent. I'm okay giving it a B minus though. Fragment of Conda. Right. Next card here, Touch the Spirit Realm. Wow. 3 mana enchantment. When Touch the Spirit Realm enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 target artifact or creature until Touch the Spirit Realm leaves the battlefield. You can also channel it for 2 mana. Discard Touch the Spirit Realm, exile target artifact or creature. Return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. So you can flicker something. It's either an Oblivion Ring or you get a flicker something. It's actually pretty cool. I actually like this card a lot too. With some of the cards we've seen, I think that there's a lot of play to it. I'm down to give this one A minus. Actually, yeah, this one's sweet with the samurai. This one's also sweet with the artifact that lets you just cast cards. So all of these channel cards are actually really good. Let's just give this one A minus. All right, the first shrine we've seen, Go Shintai of Shared Purpose. 4 mana, 1/3. Legendary enchantment creature shrine. Whoa. Vigilance. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. If you do, create a 1/1 colorless creature. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. If you do, create a 1/1 colorless spirit creature token for each shrine you control. That's actually pretty cool. Obviously, it's pretty terribly statted, but the value on this is insane too. What do you guys think about this? This seems like it has potential. Seems like it has potential. And you can just make 1/1s every turn as well. I actually like it a lot. I'm actually down to start this one off as a B minus. A B minus for Go Shintai. Yeah, like the Vigilance is not that good on it, but you can modify it, etc. Who knows? I think it's actually pretty cool. It seeks those who act with kindness and offers friendship. Okay. B minus for positivity. Alright, next up here, When We Were Young. Oh my goodness. Killers, shout out. Killers reference, 4 mana instant, up to 2 target creatures. Each get +2/+2 until end of turn. Okay, if you control an artifact and an enchantment, those creatures also gain lifelink. I don't like it that much. What do you guys think? I think I'm down to give it like a D plus, right? D plus. Is this Wanderer backstory? All right, I'm down for D plus for this one. I think it's interesting. It's interesting. I mean, a lot of times you will have an artifact creature and an enchantment creature, right? +2/+2 lifelink. All right, maybe C plus is C minus is okay. Let's start this off at a C minus. All right, next card here, 7 mana 4/4 Sky Blessed Samurai. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each enchantment you control flying. Enchantments are harder to get than artifacts, but there are a decent amount of enchantment creatures. I do like this one. I do like this. Sky Blessed Samurai. This one's pretty thick, man. You can realistically cast this for like 5 mana. Sometimes you cast it for 3 mana. It's actually pretty cool. Let's just give Sky Blessed Samurai a B. B for blessed. Alright, now we're finally getting to the rares for white. First rare here is March of Otherworldly Light. X and a white, and it's an instant. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may exile any number of white cards from your hand. The spell costs 2 less to cast for each card exiled this way. Exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment with mana value X or less. So this is a removal spell that scales with the game. It's also flexible since it can hit artifact, enchantment, or creature. And in addition to this, you can also make it cheaper, but it's expensive. I have no idea. What do you guys think? What's up with this art? They're like spirits, right? 6 mana, kill a 5-drop. I mean, you're always overpaying, right? You're always overpaying because you almost never want to exile something unless you're gonna die to it. I actually have no idea. Probably like B minus, C plus. I'm actually down to start this one off as a C plus here. I'm gonna start this one off as a C plus here. I think. March of Otherworldly Light. I'm gonna start this off as C plus. All right, Light Pause Emperor's Voice. What is this card? 2 mana 2/2 Legendary Fox Advisor. Whenever an aura enters a battlefield under your control, if you cast it, you may search your library for an aura card with mana value less than or equal to that aura and with a different name than each aura you control. Put the card onto the battlefield attached to Light Paw. Ew. Kind of hard, right? We haven't seen much with this. So an aura has to enter. So you have to cast an aura, right? When it enters the battlefield, you gotta search for another one with a different name that's the same or less cost, but then you have to attach it to Light Paws. I don't think it's that good for limited here. I think it's actually really good for constructed, probably, but the problem is that this doesn't have any keywords on it either, so I don't even know. Probably start this one off as a D plus. I think. Probably start off as a D plus. A lot of problems with this card, I think, for limited. We'll have to see which other auras there are, but at the moment, it doesn't look very good. So, next card here, Lion Sash. 2 mana 1/1. Artifact Equipment Cats. Artifact Equipment Cats. What? 1 white. Exile target card from a graveyard. If it was a permanent card, put a counter on Lion Sash. So that's his activated ability, right? Exile target card from graveyard. If it were a permanent card, put a counter on Lion Sash. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each counter on Lion Slash. Oh. And this is our first time seeing reconfigure in this format. 2 mana, attach to target creature you control, or unattached from a creature. Reconfigure only a sorcery while attached it isn't a creature. This is like a super beefed up Scavenging Ooze, right? Scavenging Ooze cat equipment. It's actually pretty sick. Because if it's equipped to something, and then the creature dies, this just comes back as a creature, then they have to kill the artifact, actually. Art is actually really nutty. I think I'm going to give this an A+. A+ for Lion Sash. I like this card a lot. Okay. Next card here. Cloud Steel Kirin. 3 mana 3/2. Artifact creature. Equipment Kirin. What? Flying? Equipped creature has flying and you can't lose a game and your opponents can't win the game. Can't lose game and your opponents can't win the game. Okay. Reconfigure 5. Well, this is kind of messed up too, actually. Yeah, this is build your own Platinum Angel, but the thing is that it's well statted. It's a 3-mana 3/2, and then if you equip it, then also it has this ability. It's actually really good. A plus, I think. Yeah, A plus. Yeah, these reconfigure cards are like super nutty. Okay, Kyodai, Soul of Kamigawa. So it looks like there's gonna be a cycle of dragons. 4-mana 3/3. Legendary Dragon Spirit, Flash Flying. When Kyodai enters the battlefield, another target permanent gets indestructible for as long as you control Kodai. Damn. And then it's Wooburg, it gets +5/+5 until end of turn. Holy shit, dude. I should think this card is just S tier. I think this card is actually just S tier. Isn't this just like super messed up? I don't think it's even an A tier because the thing is that a lot of times you instantly win the game, right? A lot of times you instantly win a game when you blow your opponent out on a block, because you're also developing this flyer. Assuming you can't even activate the ability, it's still really, really good. I'm pretty sure that this is just messed up with like play patterns in Magic the Gathering. And then if something happens where you're attacking and then you flash this in, it makes something indestructible, then they kill Kyodai, it's still fine, right? I think this card's actually super messed up. Yeah, let's just give this card the S. Alright, next card here. Invoke Justice. Look at that mana cost, man. Can't wait to play this in my 5-color decks. 5 mana sorcery, return target permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Oh, it's a reanimation spell. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield, then distribute 4 counters among any number of creatures and or vehicle target player controls. What is this? So you're reanimating something, and then you get to distribute 4 +1/+1 counters on whatever you want. I'm actually down to give this one an A, right? I mean, it's pretty color intensive, but the effect is worth it, right? Pretty good. Let's give this one an A. Yeah, it can reanimate anything. It can reanimate vehicles, can reanimate a planeswalker. Alright, next card here, Farewell. Farewell is 6 mana. Sorcery, choose one or more. Exile all artifacts, or exile all creatures, or exile all enchantments, or exile all graveyards. Seems good. I think like this is the sort of power creep that board wipes actually need in this day and age, because the problem is that so many creatures are resilient now. So many things come back from graveyards. I think that this is actually a really necessary kind of power creep, a board wipe that had to happen at some point. Yeah, it kind of sucks that you can't choose Planeswalker, actually. Planeswalkers are still dodging the bullet. I think we just give this one an A. A for Farewell. It's a little bit awkward in this format, I think, because a lot of times you're going to be hitting your own stuff, but again, you also can choose, right? So, it's still flexible. Yeah, the art is pretty sick, actually. She's like blowing a bubble wand, right? And then these are like the little paper spirit dolls or whatever. Brilliant Restoration, 7 mana sorcery, return all artifact and enchantment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's a pretty cool one, actually. Return all artifact and enchantment cards from your graveyard battlefield. So you can definitely do some sort of build around stuff with this. In general, though, I think this card is actually not that good. I'm actually down to start this one off as a C-. Let's do C- for Brilliant Restoration here. The only reason it's even playable instead is because there's artifact and enchantment creatures. But yeah. Ooh, the Wandering Emperor. What? The Wandering Emperor. 4 mana, 3 loyalty, flash. Yep, Planeswalkers definitely need flash. As long as the Wandering Emperor enters the battlefield this turn, you may activate your loyalty abilities anytime you can cast an instant. So you can actually use her as a combat trick, right? +1. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature against first strike at the end of turn. -1. Create a 2/2 white samurai creature token with vigilance. -2. Exile target tapped creature, you gain 2 life. This card's kind of messed up, man. This card's even more messed up than that dragon, I think. So it's important to note that you can only activate it instant speed 1 time, right? Flicker effects are actually interesting as well. See, like if you're playing Yorion with this, see if you can flicker Yorion on your end step and exile the Wandering Emperor, and then it comes back on the end step of your opponent's turn, you can use it again.
Usually Yorion Flickering Planeswalkers is not that good, but it's actually... This one's actually good on your opponent's turn. Alright, let's give this one the S. And then the very last card here in whites. Wait, how do you pronounce this? Owl? Owl the Dawn Sky. Owl the Dawn Sky. Alright. 5 mana, 5/4. Legendary Dragon Spirit. Flying Vigilance. When Owl the Dawn Sky dies, choose one. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. Put any number of non-land permanent cards, total mana value 4 or less from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. Okay. Put 2+1/+1 counters on each permanent you control that's a creature or vehicle. I think we still just give this one the S too, right? Well statted. It has 2 good flexible options as well. If you don't have a board, then you can try to get a board, and you usually do, right? You usually do get a board in a white deck like that. And then the second one, if you already have a board, then you just buff it up with 2+1/+1 counters on all of your stuff. It's actually really messed up, and for whatever reason, it has vigilance as well. So I can see why this card is called Owl, because man, it's gonna hurt when your opponents play it, or when you play it. We missed this card. Oh, we missed this card. Yeah. Ah, we did miss this card. Okay, let's do this card here, and then we're gonna move on to the to the blue cards here. It was in chat. Oh, I didn't see it. Okay. All right, guys. Let's check out this card. Restoration of Iganjo. 3 mana. Saga 1. Search your library for basic plans card. Reveal it. Put it into your hand, then shuffle. Search your library for basic planes card. Reveal it. Put it in your hand, then shuffle. Okay. 2. You may discard a card. When you do, return target permanent card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Okay. You may discard a card. When you do, return target permanent card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So you can actually ramp mana with this. So you can actually discard a land and put it on to the battlefield tapped. That's actually interesting. 3, exile, then transform it. Okay. It's enchantment creature, Fox Monk, 3/4 vigilance. Whenever Architect of Restoration attacks or blocks, create a 1/1 color spirit token. This one's actually a pretty cool card, actually. I like this card a lot. It's actually white ramp. It's white ramp, or you can put another creature on the battlefield. I actually like this card a lot. And this is well statted enough as well. I mean, you're gonna get the 3/4 on turn 5, but it's fine. And then even if you block and trade off, you still get a 1/1. I'm really happy with this card. I think let's give this card an A. Okay, so all in all, what do we think about white? I think that white is actually really interesting. I think that it has a lot of like these graveyard shenanigans stuff with channel. It also has like this sort of vehicle theme. In addition to that, it also has this samurai and warrior theme. So really flexible colors so far. I'm actually happy with what I see, but I say that every single set review with white, and then white ends up being trash, but maybe not this time, right, guys? Copium? Alright, the very first blue card, Moon Snare Prototype. 1 mana artifact. Tap an untapped artifact or creature you control, and add a colorless mana. What the? Tap an... so you need to tap the artifact as well. Tap an untapped artifact or creature you control, add a colorless mana. Channel is 5 mana. Discard Moon Snare Prototype. The owner of target non-land permanent puts it on the top or bottom of their library. Okay, so it's a removal spell in addition to it potentially being like ramp. I really have no idea. I mean, I think 5 mana for the removal spell is already fine, but how good is the other side of it? How good is the other side of it? One of the things in this format is that I think that you can have these starts that have so much card advantage that you're actually fine playing this card for basically as a mana rock, right? Like, you play this as a mana rock, but you do need to tap something else you control. But like a lot of the vehicles, right? You can just tap the vehicles if you don't plan on attacking with them. I actually really don't even know. I'm actually not sure. This card does seem like it has potential though. Some of these starts, I think this card would be very, very good, and it's
it's flexible, right? It's good either early on or it's good later as well when you don't need mana. So I actually like it a decent amount. I think we're gonna start this one off as a C minus. Start this one off as a C minus. The way I'm imagining decks to look like is that we're gonna have these boards with a bunch of random crap on it because there's actually just a lot of card advantage in the colorless cards. I mean, the thing is that even if it doesn't do anything particularly well, if it's able to do multiple things, it's still pretty good, right? You tap equipment after the creature is attacked. I mean, you can tap equipment before the creature is attacked too. Next card here, Network Disruptor. 1 mana, 1/1 flying. When it enters the battlefield, tap target permanents. Pretty cool card as well, since it's an artifact. It's an artifact, it's a rogue, and it's in blue, so you can actually use this to ninjutsu in. And it has a relevant enter the battlefield ability, which is tap something down so that you can get your other ninjutsu stuff in as well. This guy looks really sweet, actually. I'm gonna start this guy off as a B minus. B minus for Network Disruptor. Actually seems like it has a lot of potential, doesn't it? I think a lot of these cards that we traditionally see as really derpy, like the artifact ramp card that we just saw in the previous slide. I think that they actually have a lot of potential in this format just because of card advantage stuff is actually pretty good, especially with cheaper things to cast, right? Cheaper things to cast are better when you have more card advantage stuffs. So I actually really like this guy. Good at all points in the game as well, I think. A little bit bad on defense, right? But it's probably fine. So let's give this one a B minus. I mean, a 1/1 flyer that's an artifact and a rogue means a lot, right? Especially in a set with ninjutsu, especially in a set with modify, and in a set that cares about artifacts. Next card here, Spell Pierce. Okay. I feel like Spell Pierce is probably still not going to be very good. You can counter vehicles, but who cares, right? I think I'm going to give the Spell Pierce a D minus to start off with. But as I said before, like the cheaper cards work better when you have a lot of card advantage stuff, so who knows? Maybe Spell Pierce can be an all-star in this format, but I doubt it. Starts off at a D minus. Next card here, Arm Guard Familiar. 2 mana, 2/1, artifact creature equipment beast. It has a ward 2 as well. Equipped creature gets +2/+1 and has ward 2. Reconfigure. You can attach it to something else, and then it also has. Oh, it doesn't. Oh wait, this doesn't have flying. Wait, there's no flying. Equipped creature gets +2/+1 has ward 2. So it's a 2 mana, 2/1 has ward 2. You can equip something to give it +2/+1 and ward 2, but it costs 4. It costs 4 to reconfigure it. I can't tell. I don't think this card is that good, right? Yes, it's an artifact creature. Yes, it has a defensive keyword, which is ward 2, but at the same time, all of the effects are not that exciting. So I think this card is actually not that exciting. I'm gonna start this off at a C minus. Start this off at a C minus. I mean, this is much better than Bramble Armor, but the thing is that in an artifact deck, every artifact matters, right? And then artifacts that have utility are still pretty good. So who knows? I'm just gonna give it a C minus. Next card here, Disruption Protocol. 2 mana instant as an additional cost to cast a spell. Tap an untapped artifact you control or pay 1. Counter target spell. That is pretty messed up. That's actually pretty messed up. So it's a counter spell, but you have to. It's either a counter spell or a cancel, depending if you have an untapped artifact. But you always have an untapped artifact, right? I'm pretty sure it's just counter spell. I think it's actually just counter spell for the most part. It's kind of messed up. I think we're gonna give this one a B plus for Disruption Protocol. I don't even know why this card exists, to be honest. I don't know why this card exists when there's like a lot of really cool, expensive stuff to cast, and then if your opponent Disruption Protocols you, that you're really upset, right? So I'm not sure. I really don't like that card. I mean, I don't like that card existing, is the thing. Mnemonic Sphere. 2 mana artifact. 2 mana sacrifice Mnemonic Sphere, draw 2 cards, or channel, draw a card. I think this card's actually really good too. So it's 4 mana to draw 2 cards, or you can just cycle it. But getting artifacts in your graveyard is actually pretty sweet. This card's pretty sweet. I think I'm gonna give it a C minus. I think that there's a lot of combo potential with it. Also, having an artifact sit on the board can potentially make other artifacts cheaper as well. So this one's actually just pretty good. Next card here, Moon Circuit Hacker. 2 mana, 2/1 enchantment human ninja. Has ninjutsu for 1 mana. Whenever Moon Circuit Hacker deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card unless Moon Circuit Hacker enter the battlefield this turn. Okay, so you're gonna attack with your bird or whatever, right? Ninjutsu it in. This is gonna connect. You're gonna draw a card and you don't have to discard. Now, the next time this thing attacks and connects, you are only looting. I can't tell. Like, how good is playing a 1 mana 1/1, then attacking and then ninjutsuing this in? How good is it? Does anybody know? I mean, you still went up a card and you got to bring your other guy back, your 1/1 back, but then the 1/1 didn't attack. I actually can't tell. Depends if you have more ninjutsu. What does more ninjutsu have to do with this, I guess? Because the thing is that you can only ninjutsu this if this one goes unblocked, right? But say you got back the 1/1 that taps an attacker. That means now they need to leave 2 things back. It's actually still pretty messed up. Let's just give this one a C. I think the important thing about this is not only connecting for the first time, but bouncing the thing that you're using for ninjutsu. Getting value out of that other thing as well. Yeah, and the ninjutsu 1 is kind of messed up, right? Okay, next card here, Planar Incision, 2 mana instant, exile target artifact or creature, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter. So you can exile your opponent's stuff, but it's not that good. This one you can flicker your own thing, and then now it's modified as well. I still don't think it's that good though for 2 mana for this effect. I think it can be good. It can be good. Like this card will make best of 3 a little bit more interesting as well. But as it stands, probably gonna give this one just a flat D. I really don't want to be picking this highly. I don't really want to play this card in my deck if I can help it. So, okay, next card here, Short Circuit, 2 mana, enchantment aura, flash, enchant artifact or creature as long as it's a permanent. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gains -3/-0 and loses flying. So if you do this on your opponent's creature, their creature is now modified, right? So you're basically modifying your opponent's creature. I still don't like it that much. I mean, I never like effects like this anyways, but yeah, I kind of don't like it. So I think I'm gonna give this one a D as well. Let's just give this one a D. Modify only counts if your own aura is enchanting your permanent. Oh, really? So it actually doesn't work. Oh, it doesn't modify your opponent's creatures. I think even so, it doesn't matter. Okay, next card here, the Modern Age. Wow, cool card. 2 mana. Draw a card, then discard a card. Draw a card, then discard a card. And then let's see what the saga is, or the creature. I mean, 2/3 flyer, vector glider. So the cool thing in black blue as well is that you can ninjutsu this, and then you can continue rummaging or looting, I guess. Looting is actually really good as well. Dude, this card is so good with a 2/1 construct. You guys remember the 2/1 construct? I'm pretty sure the 2/1 construct is actually the nuts. So say you play the 2/1 construct, then you play this card. Next turn you can discard a card, and then cast the thing. And then at some point you can ninjutsu this flyer back, and then just continue doing it again. I think it's actually good. I'm still gonna give it a C though, but I think this card actually has a lot of potential. I mean, it's also 2 mana for 2/3 flyer too. It's actually not even bad. Okay, I'm actually down to give this one a C plus. I think this one checks all the boxes for me. Combo potential, helps you find your lands. Then also it's a 2/3, an evasive 2/3 that can be ninjutsu'd in blue. So I actually like it. Let's give it a C plus. Next card here, Guardians of Oboro. 3 mana, 3/4, Defender. Modified creatures you control can attack as though you didn't have Defender. So this one can only attack if you modify it. I'm not that big of a fan of this. I'm not that big of a fan of Moonfolk Samurai. I think I'm going to give this card a D. It is well statted, but I also kind of don't care, right? So it is a pretty chunky body. Yeah, the Saga's not exiled, right? It's a flip card because it's the backside of it. I don't think it's exiled. It's not a token. Okay, next card here, Moonfolk Puzzle Maker. 3 mana, 1/4. Artifact creature Moonfolk Wizard. Flying when it When Moonful Puzzle Maker becomes tapped, scry 1. It's an artifact, it's a flyer, it's a scry. Dude, I have no idea, man. And it's a good body. What do you guys think about this one? Moonful Puzzle Maker. What the? What? 3 mana, 1/4? When it comes to tap, scry 1. I have no idea. Probably still not great, right? Probably D plus C minus range still. Probably D plus C minus range. I mean, it's really easy to get like infinite scries with this, or like a scry every turn. I mean, yeah, it's like low C, high D, C minus. I think I'm happy to start this one off as a D plus. Not super convinced, but I mean, it's a huge flying blocker, which blocks like a lot of the white flyers we've seen. It blocks other 1/1s. Man, I really can't tell. Okay, let's start this one off as a C minus. A lot of the blue cards are type an artifact. I mean, but you'll already have artifacts. Like with that card, you just tap it by attacking. It's like I'm not gonna rate that card higher because you can crew it or whatever. Like I'm not gonna rate it higher just because there's vehicles in the set, right? Yeah. Suit up. Next card here. 3 mana instant. Until end of turn, target creature or vehicle becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 4/5. Draw a card. Dude, I don't get it. Isn't this just a deck? It's like you can just play 1/1s, attack and suit it up, and it replaces itself. It's also a good trick. It's also a combat trick. It's just damage. I feel like this card, saying draw a card, changes it, right? So you think about Serpentine Ambush. If Serpentine Ambush drew a card, it would actually be a good card. It would actually just be a good card. What? I'm so confused. Alright. I'm gonna give this card a B minus. I'm pretty sure this card is just very good. Yeah, this is the best version of this card we've ever seen. I'm actually down to give this card a B minus. As ridiculous as it is. Some of the reasoning for it is that there's ninjutsu, right? Whenever you leave a ninjutsu creature around, it's actually not that relevant. But now Suit Up makes it relevant. You have these random 1/1s that are both artifacts and they're also evasive, and some of them are evasive. This makes them relevant as well. You can also use it as a combat trick. I think this is relevant at every point in the game. I don't get it. Also, it doesn't lose its abilities. So you still get to keep whatever keywords it has. I think I'm down to play decks that have like 20 suit-ups in it. Alright, next card here. Futurist Sentinel. 4 mana, 6/6. Crew 3. I mean, I'm not that excited about this card. What do you guys think? The only saving grace about this card so far is that we haven't seen like the stat line is definitely outrageous, but the cost is outrageous too. It's a crew 3. I think I'm down to give this one a D. Like, sure, you can play a white blue deck, and then some of the pilots can crew for cheaper, kind of thing. Like you can curve the Raise the Alarm or whatever into this, or the Sworn Companions or whatever it's called into this. But like overall, I still don't think it's that good. So this is probably pretty decent in blue white, but overall it's just not an exciting card. So let's just give this card a D. I think that even if you have the deck for it, you probably just have better options. Next card here, Moon Snare Specialist. 4 mana, 2/2. Ninjutsu 3. When Moon Snare Specialist enters the battlefield, return up to 1 target creature to their owner's hand. What? You don't even have to ninjutsu this. You just play this for 4 mana, bounce something. Guys, why are all the cards so good? Is it just because we've been playing all these Innistrad sets and these core sets that all of these cards just seem so powerful? Is that me? It seems so powerful. Everything seems so powerful. Okay, so imagine a game where you play 1 mana, 1/1 flyer, and then you ninjutsu this in on 3 and you bounce your opponent's 3-drop. Didn't they just lose the game? Or imagine a board where you're in the draw, right, and your opponent's playing a blue deck, and they've already dealt like 8 damage to you, and you play your 4-drop. In your mind, you're like, oh my god, please don't have a Moon Snare Specialist, because if they bounce my blocker, I'm I'm gonna go down to 5 life, and I can't win the game because you can never cast your 4-drop again. I think I'm actually down to give this one a B plus. I think this card is actually ridiculous. You know what? I'm actually gonna give it a B. Okay, let's just give this one a flat B. I think this is still pretty messed up, but yeah. Yeah, but it's different in this set, right? Because you need to remember that ninjutsu, you get more value out of enter the battlefield effects as well. You get more value to enter the battlefield effects, and then you also have other things that synergize whenever you cast something, right? I think it's actually very good. This is not strictly worse than Mana War. If you think this is strictly worse than Mana War, you probably don't play Magic, but that's okay. Okay, next card here, Sky Swimmer Koi. 4 mana, 3/3 flying. Whenever an artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you may draw a card if you do discard a card. So this is one example as well, right? Like, this effect is not that strong, but it's still pretty decent. This is a fine filler card. In general, I'm not that excited by it, but I think that you can actually rummage a lot. And also, having artifacts in your graveyard, there's a lot of synergies and payoffs for having just cards in your graveyard too, right? This is a really interesting one. I think I'm gonna start this one off as a C minus for Sky Swimmer Koi. I think stats are fake. 4 mana, 3 flyer, sure, it's fine, but stats are kind of fake. All right, next card here, Tamiyo's Completion. 4 mana aura, flash, enchant, artifact, creature, or planeswalker. When it enters the battlefield, tap, enchant a permanent. If it's an equipment, unattach it. Tap enchant a permanent. If it's an equipment, unattach it. Enchanted, permanent loses all abilities and doesn't untap. I still don't like it that much, right? I still don't like it that much. I think I'm gonna give this card probably a D plus. Let's give this a D plus. It's still pretty expensive, actually. Pretty expensive, and in general, even though sometimes it is better to not remove the thing, I think that like pacifism type effects are still not that good, even in a vehicle based set. So next card here, Saiba Trespassers. 5 mana, 3/5. Artifact creature Moonfolk Rogue. Channel 4 mana, discard Saiba Trespassers, tap up to 2 target creatures you don't control, and then they don't untap. I can't tell. I don't think this card is that good. I mean, it is obnoxious, but it is still a little bit overcosted. I think this card's not great, right? In the best case scenario, this card's pretty good, but I don't see why I want to play a 5 mana 3/5 for the most part, right? And then the abilities seem secondary to the body. So I actually don't think either side is that good, even though you have flexibility. I'm actually down to give this a D, I think. A D or a D plus. I think just a flat D for this one's okay. Next card here, 7 mana 5/7, Mirashell Crab. Artifact, Crab. Has Ward 3. It also has Channel 3. Discard Mirashell Crab. Counter target spell or ability unless its controller pays 3. So you have like this convolute type effect, right? You have this convolute type effect on a body that is also putting an artifact in your graveyard. Huh. This one seems decent too. I think we're starting this one off as a C minus. I really can't tell about this card, but it seems to have everything, right? Decent body with evasion on it. Good effect at various points in the game, and it puts artifact in the graveyard. Encounter abilities. Usually in limited, it's not as relevant though. But yeah. Okay, next card here, Awakened Awareness. X blue, enchantment aura, enchant artifact or creature. When an Awakened Awareness enters the battlefield, put X +1/+1 counters on enchanted permanents. Okay, as long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it has base power and toughness +1/+1. So they're trying to make it a split card, right? It's either Frogify. For 2 mana, you can make it a 1/1, or you can buff up like your flyer or something. Like 5 mana, put 5 mana, make your 1/1 flyer into a 4/4. Because the thing is that you can still enchant a vehicle. Creature keeps its abilities, but usually when you're enchanting like a big vehicle, for example, it doesn't matter if it keeps the abilities or not. So I think it's still not great. I'm gonna give this one a D plus. Be interesting if you have some bounce permanent stuff. It could be like you cast it as a removal spell, then later on you can bounce it and end the game with it. And if you think about it, it's basically a blue fireball. It's basically a blue fireball if your opponent's tapped out and you have an evasive thing. This one's really interesting. Yeah. All right, let's give this one a C minus. Sure. Again, I think it's really cool that Wizards is like printing these modal cards because the modal cards make it so much more complicated to rate. Essence Capture, 2 mana instant counter target creature spell, put a counter on up to 1 target creature control. This one's pretty messed up on the play. This one, if you're a blue deck and you play a 1-drop, it's pretty messed up because then you also modify your 1-drop. Man, I think this one's C minus as well. Alright, next card here, Go Shintai of Lost Wisdom. Whoa. 2 mana 0/4, legendary enchantment creature Shrine. Flying, at the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. When you do, target player mills X cards where X is the number of shrines you control. I mean, it's a huge blocker, man. It's a huge blocker. It's also good at like preventing your opponent's ninjutsu as well because you don't care about blocking stuff, right? But usually you want to block like the bigger ones. So this not having attack is like kind of a problem. And then the mill is relevant if you have more shrines, but milling 1 in turn basically does nothing. You usually are gonna mill yourself actually, but you also have to pay one mana. So I actually don't know. At first glance, it looks like a D probably. Oh, it can also attack. This is true that it can attack and then you can ninjutsu something in. Man, am I just giving every card a C minus? D is legendary? Wait, what does it being legendary have to do with anything? Alright, let's give this a C minus instead of a D. Every card I've seen has potential so far, actually. That's how I grade students' papers, yeah. Mobilizer Mech, 2 mana 3/4, artifact vehicle. Flying. When Mobilizer Mech becomes crewed, up to 1 other target vehicle you control becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. What? So you get double value for this. It's a 2 mana 3/4. It is crew 3, but the thing is that if you have another vehicle, it's actually really sick. Huh? Why are all these cards good? I don't get it. I mean, this is like good stats, and the crew is a little bit deceptive, right? As long as you have another vehicle, the crew is actually not that much. Good on blocks, good on attacks. Dude, I can't tell. I actually can't tell. Let's just give this card a C as well. Let's give this card a C. All these blue cards look super nutty, man. Yeah, you can crew the 6/6 that costs 4 to crew for free. I mean, not free, but yeah. Acquisition Octopus. 3 mana 2/2. Artifact Creature Equipment Octopus. Whenever Acquisition Octopus or equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Reconfigure 2. So you're telling me that I can play this on 3, and then if it can't attack, I can reconfigure it onto something else as a Thieves' Gloves or whatever it's called. Thieves' Gauntlet. Rogue's Gauntlet. But it's also a creature. What? I think the problem with this card is that it doesn't grant stats when it reconfigures. Also, the main body doesn't have any utility on it, but you can just easily lose to this. You can actually just easily lose to this. Yeah, I kind of want to give it a B minus or C plus. Dude, the power creep in this format is so real for limited. Yeah, like sometimes you just lose to this equipped on a 1/1 flyer. Yeah. Maybe it's just a C plus. I can't tell. I can't tell at all. Just we'll start this one off as a C plus. Okay, next card here, Covert Technician. 3 mana 2/4 ninjutsu 2. When Covert Technician deals combat damage to a player, you may put an artifact card with mana value less than or equal to that damage from your hand onto the battlefield. So you can put in a 2 or 1 mana artifact. This thing's pretty chunky, isn't it? It's a 3 mana 2/4 ninjutsu 2. So the cool thing about this is that you can ninjutsu. You can put back in the thing that you've Ninjutsu. Does combat your player even put an artifact? I mean, like, the thing is that 2 or less is actually pretty small, but a lot of these decks are, you're gonna have, like, everything is like 3 CMC or less, and then everything else is gonna be like 4 CMC or higher. I just don't know what the value is of putting something onto the battlefield is. I don't think the value is that high, actually. I don't think I care that much about this card. I'm gonna start this card off as a D+, actually. I'm gonna start this one off as a D+. I think, like, overall, it's a lot of work for kind of a medium effect, because I can just pay 1 or 2 mana to put something on the battlefield, right? The value is 2 or less. Next card here, Discover the Impossible. 3 mana instant. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. Exile one of them face down and put the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. You may cast the exiled card without paying its mana cost if it's an instant spell with 2 or less. You may cast the exile card without paying its mana cost if it's an instant spell with a mana 2 or less, if you don't put the card into your hand. So you look at the top 5, you exile one of them face down, and then you can cast it. You can cast it for free if it's CMC 2 or less, and then if you don't, you put the card in your hand. I mean, I kind of love this card. Man. I don't know. Probably start this one off as a C-. This finds counterspell. Yeah, imagine a deck where you just have all counterspell, and then you discover the impossible to find counterspells, or you can find, or if you don't need a counterspell, you can find something else to cast the next turn. And it has to be an instant. Does it have to be instant? Oh, if it's an instant spell with mana value 2 or less? Yeah, it has to be instant. I really don't know. It's not an expensive impulse, because it's super flexible, right? It's super flexible. It's actually super flexible. But it's actually really hard to use. If you think about it, it's pretty hard to use, because a lot of times, if you have mana, you just want to main phase it, right? Casting this, Discover the Impossible, in response to your opponent's spell to try to hit a counter spell, sometimes it isn't even good. I'm actually not sure. I think we're going to start this one off at a D+, sure. I mean, 5 is a lot of cards. Start this one off at a D+. It doesn't only target instants, but only instants for the casting clause. Alright, Prosperous Thief, 3 mana, 3/2. Human Ninja. Ninjutsu is 2 mana. Whenever one or more ninja or rogue creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. This is messed up on 2 as well, actually. Whenever one or more ninja or rogue creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. The treasure tokens are also artifacts. And the artifacts, the implications of that is that there are some cards that cost cheaper depending on the amount of artifacts you have on the board. Man. Can't tell. I think let's start this one off as a B. This one does seem pretty good too, because a 3/2 can usually compete with 4 drops, right? A 3/2 can often compete with 4 drops. Okay. Next right here, Thirst for Knowledge. 3 mana instant. Draw 3 cards and discard 2 unless you discard an artifact card. I wonder how good Thirst for Knowledge is in this format. There's a lot of things to do instant speed, because the thing is that there is a channel, so you can always do something at instant speed, which makes cards like Thirst for Knowledge go up in value. And then in addition to that, you also have a lot of artifacts as well. For example, like a lot of the 1 mana artifacts are really good early, but then later on, you would rather just discard it, right? And then discarding artifacts, you have graveyard synergies for artifacts as well. I think let's start this one off as a B-. Start this one off as a B-. Yeah, the 1/1 flyer synergizes with every card. It's actually really crazy. It's not only that there are a lot of artifacts, but the thing is that every single deck is gonna have an artifact sub-theme, I'm pretty sure. I feel like the gameplay is gonna be so complicated, and it's gonna feel very combo-y for this format. Next card here, Anchor to Reality. 4 mana sorcery has an additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice an artifact or a creature. Okay, search your library for an equipment or vehicle card, put the card into the battlefield, then shuffle. If it has mana value less than the sacrifice permanent's mana value, scry 2. So this is like natural order. This is natural order before a vehicle. Dude, isn't this card nutty? Isn't this card nutty? We have 8 vehicles. We have 7 vehicles at common and uncommon. I think I love this card. I think I'm in love with this card. I think I'm actually in love with this card. I think I'm actually gonna give this card an A. If you don't have a good find, a card is met, then don't put it in your deck. Why why put it in your deck? I feel like this card is actually impossible to beat for a lot of colors as well. A lot of colors, especially if their removal suite is damage base, is actually going to be impossible to beat. Build around A. I mean, I think it's just A. I'm pretty sure every blue deck can get there. A cards are always supposed to make the deck. No, it's also my rating scale, isn't it? So 7 vehicle. You have 8 vehicle. I think this card is ridiculous, actually. All right, let's give this card an A. Next card here, Featureless Operative. 4 mana, 3/4. As long as Featureless Operative is tapped, it's a human citizen with base power and toughness 1/1 and can't be blocked. What? This card is nutty as well. Hold on. It's a 4 mana, 3/4 that has an untap ability on it. If it's tapped, it's a 1/1 and it can't be blocked. Dude, I'm so confused. What is the point of this card? It's a ninja, but it doesn't have ninjutsu. When it's tapped, it's unblockable, but it's a 1/1 human citizen. I don't get it. Yeah, so you can untap it to deal more damage as well. But it's a 4 mana 3/4. I still don't think it's that good. I think it's actually a super interesting card, but I still don't think it's that good. I don't think this is how you want to be playing it. I mean, so think about it as a ninjutsu enabler. You don't want it's hard to recast this again. I actually don't like it. Gets your ninjas through, but like you have way more value ninjutsuing things with an enter the battlefield effect or cheap stuff. Like ninjutsuing a 4-drop is just not good. I think I'm gonna give this one a D. Just give this one a flat D. It's a really interesting card though. Lets you defend, yes, for a steep cost, right? And it doesn't even defend that well. It doesn't defend that well. It's a 3/4. So I think that I kind of don't like it. Okay, next card here, Behold the Unspeakable. 5 mana. Okay, Saga 1, creatures you don't control get -2/-0 until your next turn. That's pretty good. Saga 2, if you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, draw 4 cards, otherwise scry 2, then draw 2. Okay, that's pretty cool. Wow. This is an uncommon. Alright, let's see what the Saga creature is. Enchantment creature spirit, flying trample. Vision of the Unspeakable gets +1/+1 for each card in your hand. So that's a decent finisher as well. So Saga 1 stabilizes the board and your health. Saga 2 gives you some amount of cards. Then Saga 3 doesn't have summoning sickness, and it's a big flying trampler. Blue trample, yeah, this thing is ginormous. I think I'm down to give this one an A or A-. A or A-. The important thing about this card is Saga 1. Saga 1 actually stabilizes your board, which is actually huge, right? On turn 5. If it were later than turn 5, or later than 5 mana, I don't think it would be as good. But this one, all of the stats are perfect. Everything's perfectly costed, isn't it? They do have something. Do they exile the Saga? Oh, you exile. Oh, it does have summoning sickness. Still a pretty good blocker though, right? I forgot about the exile. Okay, I mean, it's still pretty good. I guess I'll just give it an A-. Let's give us an A- for Vision of the Unspeakable. Next card here, Replication Specialist, 5 mana 3/4. Moonfolk Artificer. Flying, whenever non-token artifact enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay 2 if you do create a token that's copied. What? I'm so confused. This card is Omega value, but only for bigger artifact stuff. Not even bigger artifact stuff. It's a really cool card, but I'm not convinced. It seems hard to pull off, right? You're paying 5 mana for 3/4. It does have flying, though. It does have flying. Man. I don't get it. I mean, doubling... How good is doubling your vehicles? I'm actually not sure. I think I'm going to start this one off as a C, because I'm not convinced about the price points. It does seem like it has a lot of potential, though. So you can't say 5 mana 3/4 flyers against stat line unlimited, because the thing is that every limited format's different, especially this one. I don't think this format is about playing well-statted creatures. This format is about getting advantage at every point and making some sort of tempo plays to get the life total advantage. So this card doesn't really work in that plan, right? Floor is decent. Floor is not decent. Floor is actually not decent. Floor also has nothing to do with limited. It literally has nothing to do with limited. Like, if we're rating cards for a core set, sure, you can say like, okay, well, this vanilla creature has decent stats. Okay, sure. But this is not the exercise right now. So I really don't know. I think I'm starting this off as a C. Let's give this replication specialist a C. Okay, next card here, Reality Heist. 7 mana instant. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each artifact you control. Okay. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. You can reveal up to 2 artifact cards from among them, put them into your hand. So this is a huge card draw spell, but it only hits artifacts. And also, you can't cast it early. So I'm actually not a fan of this card. I think in some decks it might be fine. If like almost every single card in your deck is an artifact, I think this card's decent. And if you can get a lot of artifacts out early, this is actually pretty decent. But yeah, I think as it stands, this is probably a D+. Dig Through Affinity, that's a pretty good name. Let's give this card a D+. Alright, next card here. It's a rare, March of Swirling Mist. X and a blue instant. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may exile any number of blue cards from hand. The spell costs 2 less to cast for each card exiled this way. So there's actually a cycle, I guess, of these additional costs exile a card. Up to X target creatures phase out. So you can phase your opponent's creatures again in an attack. You can phase your own thing. Actually super interesting. Okay, imagine your opponent's attack, right? And then you make a block, and then they're trying to use a removal spell on your creature. You can actually phase out another attacker to not take damage, and phase out your creature to protect it as well. It's actually a decent card. It's actually super decent. It's like a good tempo swing. And it's flexible. And it's a finisher. And it can protect you as well. Man. I think I'm going to give this card a B. March of Swirling Mist. Let's start this card off at a B. Yeah, relatively cheap as well, right? Imagine on like 6 mana, you can phase out 5 other creatures and then just attack and win the game. So like you can also end of turn, phase out their board, attack as well, kind of thing. It's really crazy. Alright, next card here, Thousand Face Shadow. Dude, the artwork is so sick in this one. 1 mana, 1/1 ninjutsu 4. Okay. It also has flying. When Thousand Face Shadow enters the battlefield from your hand, if it's attacking, create a token that's a copy of another target attacking creature. That token enters the battlefield tapped and tagged. What? You don't even exile the token. Enters the battlefield from your hand. If it's attacking, create a token that's a copy of another target attacking creature. So you need to attack with 2 things. You need to ninjutsu this one in for 4 mana. It makes a copy of the other thing. And you can also play this on 1. You can just play this on 1 as an enabler for your other ninjutsu things, and then you can ninjutsu this back, and then ninjutsu to copy later. Isn't this card just unreasonable? I think I want to give this card an S, actually. I actually want to give this card the S tier. I think this is good at every single point of the game. The only point it's not good is when you're behind, but again, it's a 1-mana 1/1, like, who cares? I think this guy is actually obscene. Yeah, the token is also enter the battlefield tapped and attacking for whatever reason, and you don't lose the token. Yeah, so the token is tapped and attacking, and then this is already past the blockers phase, right? Assuming you ninjutsu'd it in, which in order to get the token, you can only ninjutsu it in, right? The creature copies, no, it can't be blocked because this is already after the blockers phase. Because ninjutsu says that it's an unblocked attacker, so it actually can't be blocked because there's no additional blocking phase. So yeah, I'm gonna give this card the S. What the? All right, next card here, the Reality Chip. Is life a simulation? 2-mana 0/4 legendary artifact creature equipment jellyfish. They almost didn't have space to put all the text, by the way. Look at that. Legendary artifact creature equipment jellyfish. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. As long as the Reality Chip is attached to your creature, you may play lands and cast spells from top of your library. What? You can play lands. That's the important part. You can play lands from top of your deck. So it's a 2-mana 0/4 already. It's blocking their entire career. You can also see the top card of your library, which will let you choose if you want to reconfigure onto a creature at a relatively low cost 3 mana, and then you can play lands and cast spells from top of your library. What? I don't get it. Like, where's the downside? Needs a creature? Okay, guys. Okay, guys. The downside is for the other player. It can be blown out by removal. God, guys. Man. I think I'm actually going to give this card the S. I'm actually going to give this card the S. Let's give Reality Chip the S as well. I think this card's outrageous. And it can also attack for ninjutsu for whatever reason. Okay, next card here, Mind Link Mech. 3-mana 4/3. Artifact, vehicle, flying. Whenever Mind Link Mech becomes crewed for the first time each turn until end of turn, Mind Link Mech becomes a copy of target non-legendary creature that wait, what? Guys, is it just me or is there more reading in the set than Kaldheim? There is so much text on cards, dude. Yeah, and it's a jellyfish. Whenever Mind Link Mech becomes crewed for the first time each turn until end of turn, Mind Link Mech becomes a copy of target non-legendary creature that crewed it this turn. Except it's a 4/3, it's a vehicle artifact in addition to the type, and it has flying. Crew 1. So if you crew like a lifelinker, for example, right? This has lifelink. Okay, what do you guys think? This is a vehicle clone. It's a vehicle clone that can clone different things every turn, but it's always a 4/3. But also has flying, and it's also a pretty chonky attacker. I think I just give it an A. I'm gonna give it an A because it hurts my head thinking about it. So it seems good though, right? Relatively inexpensive, small crew cost, evasive flyer with 3 toughness. Gets through the 1/4 flying blocker that we saw as well. And then it can basically copy other either passive abilities or whatever else. Sure. I can't read this. I'm still reading Cosima. Okay, next card here. Tameshi, Reality Architect. 3-mana 2/3. Legendary Moonfolk Wizard. Whenever one or more non-creature permanents are returned to hand, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. X and a white. Return a land you control to its owner's hand. Return target artifact or enchantment card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. This card is actually pretty cool because I think that you're actually doing a lot of return stuff, and ninjutsu is returned automatically as well. And then in addition to that, if you have access to white mana, you can bounce one of your lands, and you can return an artifact or enchantment with the mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. Whenever one or more non-creature permanents are returned to hand. I see. Have you seen a lot of stuff that returns non-creature permanents to hand? What artifacts or enchantments go to graveyard? Everything. Everything. There are way too many words. Return to artifact or enchantment card to mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. What you can also do? X equals 1 is actually insane value, right? So if you have an artifact in the graveyard, you can go X equals 1. Dude, this deck is so combo-y. Or sorry, this format is so combo-y from the stuff we've seen so far. It's like you can channel something, discard it, and then you can play this, use the X, return the land to its owner hand, right? Return your land, you draw a card from it, and then you get the thing back on the battlefield. Oh man, I'm so confused. Let's start this one off as an A minus. Let's give Tameshi an A- here. Oh god. Alright, next card here. Inventive Iteration. 4 mana. Saga 1, return up to 1 target creature or planeswalker to its owner's hand. Okay. 2, return an artifact card from your graveyard to your hand if you can't draw a card. Okay. 3, exile the saga, return it transformed. Living Breakthrough, flying. Whenever you cast a spell, your opponent can't cast spells with the same mana value as that spell until your next turn. Wait, so your opponents might randomly just get hosed? So if you cast a 2-drop, then you can't get counterspelled, right? 4 mana for a bounce spell. Return an artifact from a graveyard to your hand or draw a card. And then it's a decent body. Flying 3/3 that randomly hoses your opponent. Dude, I literally can't tell. I think I'm gonna start this one off at a B+. Still seems really good. I mean, can it be anything but an A, to be honest? It probably can't be anything but an A. Well, let's start this one off at an A-. Yeah, I am super confused. How does everything look so good? Any single one of these cards are like better than every Midnight Hunt card. You know what I mean? Like, if I had to rate all the Midnight Hunt cards compared to these cards, almost every Midnight Hunt card would be like a C or a D. Yeah, you can also ninjutsu this, but usually it doesn't happen. Yeah, we'll see. Give it A-. Oh, I guess there's a cycle of invoke cards. Invoke the Winds, 5 mana, sorcery. Gain control of target creature, artifact or creature, untap it. Alright, this is mind control, I guess? Okay. The important thing here is that it says untap it. Because a lot of times when you're mind controlling your opponent's creatures, it attacked, right? And then you can't block with it. So this one's good. Quad blue is rough, but... So what I predict in this set so far is that there's going to be a lot of monocolor decks. There's also going to be a lot of 5-color artifact decks. So I think it's actually reasonable. And since the artifacts are so good, you have a lot of flexibility depending on what you get, right? Like, if you don't get Invoke the Winds, then you can actually build your deck in a way that it's trying to play a bunch of cards from different colors while using the artifacts as kind of a failsafe in case you can't cast something else. But, yeah, it's really good. Let's just give this an A. Let's give Invoke the Winds a flat A. Alright, another Planeswalker. Tezzeret, Betrayer of Flesh. 4 mana, 4 loyalty. The first activated ability of an artifact you activate... Oh, my brain, guys. My mother effing brain. The first activated ability of an artifact you activate each turn costs 2 less to activate. Okay. +1, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard an artifact card. So it has God, I can't even think of the name of it. Whatever the card draw spell we just saw is built into it, basically. -2 target artifact becomes an artifact creature. If it isn't a vehicle, it has base power, toughness 4/4. Okay, so you can make your vehicles into just permanent creatures. Yeah, Thirst for Knowledge. There you go. -6 is you get an emblem with whenever an artifact you control becomes tapped, draw a card. I mean, for 4 mana, the loyalty is so chunky. It's so chonky, dude. And then the -2 makes your stuff into 4/4s or permanent vehicles. A or an S, guys? Man. Alright. Let's give it an S. Okay. Alright. Here's the blue dragon. Kyrie, the Swirling Sky. 6 mana, 6/6. Legendary Dragon Spear. Flying has Ward 3. When it dies... Okay, how does this die? 6 Toughness, Ward 3. How does this die? Okay, when it dies, choose one. Return any number of target non-land permanents with total mana value 6 or less to their owner's hand. What? Any number. So you could basically just upheaval, right? Any number of permanents. Any number of target non-land permanents with CMC... total mana value. Total mana value. Okay, so you can only add up to 6, right? Mill 6 cards, return up to 2 instant and/or sorcery cards from your graveyard to your hand. Yeah, also you can kill all tokens. But yeah. Alright, let's just give Kyrie the S here. How's this card beatable? Like, if you're in a spot where you can cast this, I don't get it. Okay. Next card here, Jin Gitaxis. Okay. Jin Gitaxis Progress Tyrant. Oh man. 7 mana, 5/5. Legendary Phyrexian Praetor. Whenever you cast an artifact, instant or sorcery spell, copy that spell. Whenever you cast an artifact, instant or sorcery spell, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. The ability triggers only once a turn. Whenever an opponent casts an artifact, instant or sorcery spell, counter that spell. I mean, it is expensive. It is expensive, I guess, right? But the thing is that it kind of has protection built in, because your opponent needs to cast 2 things in order to kill it. So I'm not sure. I think we're gonna start this one off as an A+ here. I'm gonna start this one off as an A+. It does have some sort of protection on it, but you can copy artifacts. I can't even tell. How is this beatable? I mean, it's not beatable if you untap with it, but yeah, it's not beatable if you untap with it. Let's just start this one off as S tier, I guess, huh? Let's start this one off as S tier. Does it lose enchantment style removal? Only if it exiles it. Mostly the enchantment removal keeps it on the battlefield, right? Apart from the blue one, the blue one makes it lose all abilities, but yeah, really hard. Start this off at S. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be completed with our blue part of the card review now. My brain is completely mush. There's so much text in all these Magic cards. Thoughts on blue so far? What do you guys think about blue so far? I think so far, blue has a lot of really, really nutty and cheap combo type stuff. A lot of good artifact stuff. A lot of cheap and effective ninjutsu stuff. A lot of ways to prevent your opponents from attacking and having ways to get in as well. Blue seems like super nutty so far. I do think that there are too many counter spells. I think that blue would be fine without a single counter spell in the set. So that's one thing I don't like. If blue is really good and the counter spells are really good, blue will probably be a dominating color as usual in limited. But it seems so good so far. Alright, very first card here, Clawing Torment. 1 mana aura, enchant artifact or creature. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets -1/-1 and can't block. Enchanted permanent has, at the beginning of your upkeep, lose a life. Okay, so you can start draining people. A combo with opponent's ninjutsu. Simply because ninjutsu exists, a lot of the enchantment type removal stuff is not very good. But it's interesting because they can't block with this one, but I don't think I care. Do I? I don't think I care. Clawing Torment is pretty good against the 1/1s in the format, I will say. If your opponent plays a 1 mana 1/1 and you can meet them with a Clawing Torment, it's actually pretty good. But I'm going to give this card probably an F. Okay. Let's start this one off as a D-, okay? Clawing Torment, D-. Next card here, Okiba Reckoner Raid. 1 mana. Each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. That's for Saga 1 and 2. Look at this guy's jacket, man. This jacket is so sick. Wizards of the Coast should sell that jacket. And then let's see what the flip side of this is. This is a 1-mana card. Enchantment Creature Rat Rogue. Wait, isn't that... Wait a second. They just zoomed in? Wait. Oh, they didn't zoom in. It's flipped. It's flipped on the other side. Menace? Vehicles you control have Menace. I mean, I think this card's actually pretty good. Isn't this card pretty good? It's a 1-mana 2/2 Menace and has a relevant drain ability, and it's also an enchantment creature, and you can ninjutsu it. I think this card's actually really good. Of course, this flipped is a flip card. Wait, hold on. I mean, you're not wrong. I think this card's actually good because ninjutsuing this thing is actually pretty good. I actually like it. I think I'm actually gonna give this card a B. Let's give this Reckoner Raid. We'll keep it Reckoner Raid a B. I think it's actually good at every point in the game. Next card here. You are already dead. Wow. You are already dead. That's rude. 1-mana instant. Destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn. Draw a card. So this is like a reverse Blade Brand. Actually, it's better than Blade Brand even. Destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn. Draw a card. Damn, what the hell? I think we're going to start this card off as a C. This is a pretty cool card, though. You can also combo this together. I assume red has, like, split damage effects. It's actually pretty good. Cards are, like, pretty sweet, man. We haven't seen any pingers yet, but it seems pretty good. So let's start this one off as a C. And the thing about the ninjutsu decks as well is that you can make attacks and then kill their thing, right? Usually trading up. Yeah, it's a safer Blade Brand, but it has more implications than Blade Brand. Because the thing is that you can basically Blade Brand your damage spells. It's actually really good. Okay. Next card here, Ink Rise Infiltrator. 2-mana 1/2. Human Ninja. What? Flying? Ink Rise Infiltrator has +2/+2 until end of turn. Dude, this is a good ninja thing too. Ninjutsu thing too. Say like on turn 4, you attack into their flyer. If they block, then you pump. If they don't block, you ninjutsu. Man, I still don't think it's that broken though. I think I'm gonna start this one off as a C-. Let's give this one off as a C-. Next card here, Lethal Exploit. 2-mana instant. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. It gets an additional -1 until end of turn. Until end of turn for each modified creature you controlled as you cast a spell. So if you have a modified creature, it gets -3. If you have 2, it gets -4, etc. Lethal Exploit, huh? I mean, this is a better removal spell than the other one we've seen. This is the Avacyn logo, right? Is this Avacyn here? I mean, it's fine. I think we'll give this one a C-. Start this one off as a C-. I mean, this was probably better than the You Were Already Dead, right? So I guess we'll start this one off as a C. Let's just do C for Lethal Exploit. It's important that your removal spells scale with the game, but that one doesn't scale that hard, I don't think. Next card here, Reckoner's Bargain. 2-mana, instant. As an additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice a creature or artifact. You gain life equal to the sacrificed permanent's mana value, draw 2 cards. This one's decent as well, especially in black-blue. This one's decent as well. So some implications of this, you can attack with multiple creatures, and then you can ninjutsu something that's not blocked. The thing that's blocked, you can actually Reckoner's Bargain it. You also have like that construct that gives a counter. There's just like a lot of ways to use this reasonably well. Reckoner's Bargain. I think I'm gonna give Reckoner's Bargain probably a C-. C- has a lot of utility in this format. So let's go ahead and go to the next card here. Return to Action. Return to Action. I like this guy's arm. This guy's arm is digitized, pixelated. 2-mana instant until end of turn. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains lifelink. When this creature dies, return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. All right. So we've seen this card before. +1/+0 and lifelink. Returns to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. I generally don't like this type of effect. I usually don't like this effect. I think I'm just gonna give this card a D-. For the most part, you don't want to play Magic like this. You don't want to be attacking and then like play a combat trick and then hope that you win the fight kind of thing. Lifelink is a pretty big hit, especially with the vehicles. But yeah, This is the ugliest art you've ever seen. Have you seen my good friend Faithless Looting? No, I'm just kidding. All right, let's go next here. Virus Beetle, 2 mana, 1/1. When Virus Beetle enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. It's interesting as well since this is an artifact creature. So it's a Ravenous Rats, but it's an artifact creature, which has its implications. Virus Beetle. I think we're gonna start this one off as a D+. It is cool that it's an artifact, but I don't think that you have to go out of your way for artifacts. I think like almost every card's like an artifact creature. I don't know. It is sack fodder, but like the thing is that in current day and age Magic, everything is sack fodder, isn't it? I mean, it's not really a ninja enabler because a 1/1 doesn't attack very well. So next card here, Chain Flail Centipede. 3 mana, 2/2. Artifact Equipment Insect. Whenever Chain Flail Centipede or a equipped creature attacks, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. How do we feel about this in a black deck? Do black decks really need attack? So the stat line is kind of bad, right? It's a 3 mana, 2/2. On attacks, it's a 3 mana, 4/2. And then the reconfigure only gives attack, it doesn't give toughness. I actually don't like the card too much. I actually don't like this card too much. And I think every single card that isn't good with ninjutsu actually loses some value in this format. So I really don't like it. I think I'm gonna give this card just a flat D. Let's give this card a flat D. I don't like it too much, I think. It is an artifact creature though, which is pretty cool. But like again, every creature is an artifact card. Alright, next card here, Debt to the Kami. 3 mana instant, choose one. Target opponent exiles a creature they control. Or target opponent exiles an enchantment they control. I feel like this one's really hard to use. It does exile, but I mean, probably start this one off as a D as well. I think that this is going to be a card that it's going to be hard to use for multiple reasons. The moment your opponent has more than one creature, it's hard to use. The moment that your opponent has an enchantment, you basically have to use it, right? Because the thing is that whenever you wait, you're just going to give your opponent more options, and it's not like it gets better if you wait. So I think the timing with this card is actually really bad. So yeah, I'm gonna give this card a D. All right, next card here, Kaito's Pursuit. 3 mana sorcery. Target player discards 2 cards. Ninjas and rogues you control gain menace until end of turn. Wait, that's kind of messed up, isn't it? So it's a mind rot, but for whatever reason, your rogues and ninjas can just get in. I feel like it's kind of messed up, man. So one of the things as well is that ninjutsu cards, it's hard to continue attacking with cards after you do ninjutsu because a lot of the ninjutsu cards are not that good of attackers on their own. So giving your ninjas and rogues menace actually means that they just connect again. I feel like sometimes this card is actually unbeatable. I'm gonna probably still give this card a D+. I think this card has a lot of implications though. The timing is tricky. But usually you don't want to mind rot your opponent until they have like 3 cards or less in hand anyways. But yeah, Kaito's Pursuit seems pretty good in the best case scenario. Next card here, Nezumi Blade Blesser. 3 mana, 3/2, Rat Samurai. Nezumi Blade Blesser has Death Touch as long as you control an artifact. It also has Menace as long as you control an enchantment. Ew. Seems like a decent common. What do we think? It's also a samurai for whatever reason. Maybe you can play like white black samurais or something. I mean you just always have an artifact, right? I think I'm gonna give this card a C-. Let's start this card off as a C-. I still think that even if you give it menace and death touch, it's still just a fine card. It's nothing too special, right? I don't think it's actually a lot of work to give it death touch. I think this card almost always just has death touch, but yeah. Alright, next card here, Reckoner's Shakedown. 3 mana sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a non-land card from it. If you do, that player discards that card. If you don't, put 2 counters on a creature or vehicle you control. I really don't like these effects that much. It's cool that they made it modal, so that if you miss, you actually get counters on the thing, which also gives it modular. But I think I'm going to give this card a D as well. Probably even a D-. I find it really hard to play this card, actually. This has more best of 3 implications depending if you're play draw as well. But yeah. Alright, next card here, Undercity Scrounger. 3 mana 1/4. Artifact, Human Rogue. Tap, create a treasure token. Activate only if a creature died this turn. Huh. It's an artifact creature. It's interesting. But you make a treasure only if something died this turn. I think this card's actually really hard to use. What do you guys think? This card seems very complicated to use. Treasure tokens are okay if you're like multicolored artifact deck. Maybe if you're like a 4 or 5 color artifact deck and you're base black. But also it's hard to get things to die the way that you want it to when you want it to. Yeah, also you kind of don't want stuff to die, so. Oh, that's true. It doesn't say non-token creature, so this with the black-red uncommon seems really good. And you're sacking every turn. Huh. I think we're gonna start this one off as a C-. Like the way, like where I want to start this off is like C-, D+. Honestly, I should probably just start it off as a D+ under City Scrounger. I should probably start this one off as a D+. And as build around implications, it could even be like one of the best cards in your deck, probably. But I think in general, I'm actually happy to give it a D rating. All right, next card here, Kami of Terrible Secrets. Are you drinking wine? No, I am drinking sparkling water. 4 mana 3/4, but I could use some wine now actually after reading all these cards. When Kami of Terrible Secrets enters the battlefield, if you control an artifact and an enchantment, you draw a card and gain a life. This is a build around card as well. If you control artifact and enchantment, you draw a card and gain a life. I think this card is actually still a little bit hard to use though, right? A little bit difficult to use. And I think that there's a lot of ways in this format to get card draw that doesn't have to be this difficult. So I'm actually not that excited about Kami of Secrets. I'm going to start this off at a D+ as well. A lot of these cards are going to be good in the right deck, but in general, I don't think it's that good. D+. Look at this artwork, man. Oh my gosh. Mukotai Ambusher. 4 mana 3/2. Artifact Rat Ninja. Has ninjutsu for 2 and has lifelink. Dude, 1-drops are so good in this set, dude. Is it me or does almost every single ninjutsu a ninjutsu 2? I could see having like 8 1-drops in my deck. And honestly, mulling a decent hand when I don't have a 1-drop. I don't get it. I think in general, this card is like just okay though. I'm actually down to give this card a C. Lifelink is good and all, and it's a 3/2, but I'm actually not that excited about this card compared to some other cards. But I think we just give this a C. Yeah, it seems like going second is going to be really bad in this set as usual. Next card here, Twisted Embrace. 4 mana, enchantment aura. Enchant artifact or creature you control. When Twisted Embrace enters the battlefield, destroy target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. What? When Twisted Embrace enters the battlefield, destroy target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +1/+1. So it's a sorcery speed murder or whatever, removal spell. But it also modifies your creature, right? It modifies your creature. It's actually pretty cool. If they get rid of the creature you target, yeah, I mean, sure. But I think it's still pretty good. I'm actually down to give this a B. Let's give this card a B. Yeah, this is Irosa's Blessing, right? But it kills something instead of dealing 4 damage. It's actually pretty good. Yeah, but I think it's still good. Let's give it a B. And it's additionally good as well because you can also change the stat line of your ninjutsu cards, right? You can change the stat line of your ninjutsu cards to get them in even after the ninjutsu. You can also put it on the flyers. So it's actually really good. Yeah, then sometimes you target a vehicle if they have mana open, right? It's actually really smart, so yeah. Really cool. Like the gameplay seems like it's gonna be phenomenal so far. Kami of Restless Shadows, 5 mana 3/3. When Kami of Restless Shadows enters the battlefield, choose one. Return up to 1 target ninja or rogue creature from your from your graveyard to your hand. Or put target creature card from your graveyard on top of your library. What? I'm so confused.
Ah, I see. Okay, if it's a ninja or rogue, you get to get it immediately to your hand. If not, it puts it back on top. I can't tell. I don't think I like it. I don't think I like it. What do you guys think? It's gonna be good if you have like rare ninjas and rogues that you want to get back. But overall, paying 5 mana for a 3/3, even if you're getting another card back, is not that good. I think. So I'm actually happy to give this one a D. Let's give Kami and Rest of Shadows just a flat D here. Next card here, Dokuchi Shadow Walker, 6 mana 5/5, Ninjutsu 4. Wait, that's it? It's a Ninjutsu 4/5 for 5/5. I mean, it's pretty chunky. It is pretty chunky. I don't know. I can't tell. I think that it's still better to have like the smaller ninjutsu stuff. This one does solve the issue of ninjutsu, where it's like it's hard to get the ninjutsu creatures back in. But yeah, I can't tell. I think D. I think D plus. Let's give Dokuchi Shadow Walker a D plus. D for Dokuchi. Right, next card here, Dockside Chef. 1 mana, 1/2, enchantment, human citizen. Dude, that's so cool, man. 2 mana, sacrifice an artifact or creature, draw a card. I mean, this card is this card is kind of sick. This card is kind of sick, actually. It's all ogre now. Coochie gang. Oh, it can sack itself. Being able to sack itself is actually pretty good too. I mean, in general, I do love cards like this. Sacrifice an artifact creature, and it's not a tap ability, and it can sacrifice itself, and it's reasonably statted for a 1-drop, and it's an enchantment creature. I actually like this card a lot. I'm actually gonna give this card an A. Let's give this card an A minus, I guess, for Dockside Chef. Really huge fan of this card. Blue Wall of Text in each card, black 5/5 for 6. Yep. Is that an eyeball in it? That's kind of gross, man. All right, let's give her an A. Next card here, Dokuchi Silencer, 2 mana, 2/1, human ninja, ninjutsu for 2. When it deals combat damage to a player, you may discard a creature card. When you do, destroy target creature or planeswalker that player controls. Oh my gosh, this is force of kill. Holy cow, dude. Pretty sick. I do like this card. I mean, the stat line sucks, but I think it's still pretty good. Like, you're basically trading your smallest creature in your hand for their biggest thing on the board. And it's not only the first time either. It's every single time this connects. So if you have some way to give this guy flying, for example, it's actually pretty sweet. Coochie Silencer, Coochie Gang. Alright, I like this card. Let's give this card a B, a flat B. Next card here, Leech Gauntlet. 2 mana, 2/2, artifact creature, equipment, Leech. Lifelink, a good creature has lifelink. 2 mana, 2/2, lifelink, artifact creature, with giving your other stuff lifelink. I actually like this card a lot as well. I like this card a lot. I kind of want to give this card like either an A, a low A, or a high B. Low A or a high B. The Reconfigure 4 is expensive, but it's definitely worth it for a lifelink hit. Let's just start this card off at an A minus here. Give this card off at an A minus. Yeah, like a white black ninja seems like a pretty good archetype. Like, you play white for evasion and tricks, so then you play black for the ninjas. Life of Toshiro Umezawa. 2 mana. Okay, so Saga 1 and 2. Choose one. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Or you gain 2 life. So flexible. So flexible. I love this card already. And then let's see what the creature is. Enchantment Human Samurai. It's a 2/3, tap, pay 1 life, add black mana, spend this mana to only cast an instant or sorcery spell. I do like this card a lot. I think it's flexible, I think it's well costed, I think that there's utility on the backside. I think I'm going to give this card probably a B. Let's give this card a B. Target creature gets +2% in turn, which helps your ninjas get in again, right?
-1/-1 to kill small ninjas. Small ninjas, either 1/1 flyers or 2/1 ninjas. Or you can just gain 2 life if you don't need any of those. And then a reasonable body with a utility on it. Yeah, these are the GTA options, right? Yeah, and this is particularly good in the set because of all the 1-drops and just how good 1-drops are, I think. And it comes out in turn 2. I'm actually down to give this a B+, sure. Let's give it a B+. Alright, next card here, Nezumi Prowler. 2-mana 3/1, Ninjutsu 2. It's an artifact creature as well, what the... When Prowler enters the battlefield, target creature you control gains Death Touch and Lifelink until end of turn. What? It can give it to itself. Enters the battlefield, Death Touch and Lifelink. Man, it's pretty cool, dude. Starts off at a B-. It's pretty cool because if you attack with multiple things, you can ninjutsu one that's not blocked, and then give Death Touch Lifelink to other thing that's blocked. And then once again, that solves the issue of being able to attack with your ninjutsu guys. It's actually pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, a once-off effect, though, and add a 3/1. I think I'm just going to give it a B-. Pretty good, though. Next card here, Enormous Energy Blade. 3 mana, artifact equipment, creature gets +4/+0. Whenever Enormous Energy Blade becomes attached to a creature, tap that creature. Whenever Enormous Energy Blade becomes attached to a creature, tap that creature. What? Oh, it's so big that it gets tapped when you equip it. What? Dude. Alright. This card is kind of chunky, dude. +4/+0? That's pretty chunky when you're running like a bunch of small stuff anyways. It actually seems pretty good, man. Seems actually pretty decent. Kind of expensive, but I think you get what you pay for. I think you get what you pay for. Let's also give this card a B-. I think this card has potential. +4/+0 is ginormous, dude. +4/+0 is ginormous. And there's a lot of lifelink stuff too, actually. Like black-white. Even in black alone, there's a decent amount of lifelink stuff. So there's ways to buy back that tempo anyways. No, you cannot equip enemy creatures, no. Next card here, Gravelighter. 3 mana 2/2, Spirit, flying. When Gravelighter enters the battlefield, draw a card if a creature died this turn. Enters the battlefield, draw a card if a creature died this turn. Otherwise, each player sacrifices a creature. I don't think this card is that good in this format. However, it is an enter the battlefield effect, and you can ninjutsu it to get it back. What? I'm so confused. Enters the battlefield, draw a card if a creature died this turn. Otherwise, each player sacrifices a creature. Man. Dude, it's like... A lot of these cards would normally just be not that good, but then you add ninjutsu into the mix, and ninjutsu being a black and blue mechanic, then this card instantly becomes playable. And there's a decent amount of ways to make tokens too. I think in this format you can actually get a really good head start by playing decks that just have a bunch of small creatures in it. I think that's actually going to be the best way to get an advantage. Like if people are playing four drops, just random 4-drops, and you're playing a bunch of small things that are just like constantly getting value, I think that you're going to be in a really good spot. With the set, I feel like I kind of want to throw my rating scale out the window because all of these cards are like all of these cards are pretty good, and it just depends what color combination and what other cards you have, which is kind of the way that limited should be, right? Dude, I can't tell at all. Let's just start this card off at a B. I think I've given the vast majority of the uncommons a B in black as well. Okay, next card here, Malicious Malfunction. It looks like a removal spell. 3 mana sorcery. All creatures get -2/-2 until end of turn. If a creature would die, this turn exile instead. This is decent, but the problem is that in black, you really want to play a lot of small stuff yourself. So I don't think it's that good in black. I'm actually going to give this card a D. I'm going to give this card a D. Seems reasonable, seems hard to use. Seems like you want to be playing the small stuff yourself in black, so... Yeah, this set does have potential to be one of the best draft sets of all time. I definitely agree with that so far. Unforgiving one, 3 mana, 2/3. Clip me on that, by the way. See how wrong I am. Menace. Whenever Unforgiving One attacks, return target creature card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the number of modified creatures you control. Dude, I literally can't tell. It has Menace, but you don't really want to be ninjutsuing this one, right? And also, this is good with 1-drops, yeah. But it doesn't attack that well, to be honest. I don't think I like it. I think I'm going to give this one a D+. Starts one off at a D+. Maybe it's a little bit too unforgiving. Maybe I should give it a C. But it seems really hard to use, actually. So I'm actually going to give this one a D+. Though it does keep your opponent back on multiple creatures, but I'm just not a fan of the stat line and the implications of it, I think. The best draft set of all time, yeah, we'll see. Next card here, Assassin's Ink. Damn, this card's art is so sick, man. 4-mana instant. The spell costs 1 less to cast if you control artifact and 1 less to cast if you control an enchantment. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. So it's instant, so you can technically kill vehicles with it. Sometimes this just costs 2 mana. I think most of the time it costs 3 mana. So let's start this one off as an A-. Seems good. The only reason why I think that this might be worse in this format than traditional formats is that a lot of the games are going to be decided by like early and small stuff. So small removal is probably just as good, right? For the most part. So yeah, that clip won't age well. All right, next card here, Go Shintai of Hidden Cruelty. 4-mana 2/2 legendary enchantment creature, and it's a shrine. I don't get how these creatures can be shrines, by the way. Death Touch. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. When you do, destroy target creature with toughness X or less, where X is the number of shrines you control. This one seems difficult, but the saving grace is that it does have Death Touch. So this thing can kill small stuff and also can kill big stuff because it has Death Touch, and then you can just trade off with it. Man. I think I'm starting this one off as a C-. Starts an off as a C-. I could see these being completely ridiculous in certain decks, though. So the Shrine decks, I think if a Shrine deck is possible, it's going to rely on it having diverse mana cost. We've seen multiple Shrines, but I think they're all 4-drops so far. So start off as a C-. Next card here, The Reach, The Long Reach of Night. 4 mana, 1 and 2. Each opponent sacrifices a creature unless they discard a card. Okay, I don't think sacrificing is that good in this format is a thing. Let's see what the backside is. Animus of Night's Reach. It's a 0/4 menace. Whenever it attacks, it gets plus X plus O until end of turn, where X is the number of creatures in defending player's graveyard. Dude, the thing about this card is that you can actually just demolish your opponent's entire board, right? This thing has menace, so you could technically attack and then ninjutsu it, which I don't even think is that good because you're missing out on quite a lot of damage. But if you get into in a spot like that, you can actually just continue sacrificing and discarding. But in general, I don't think it's that good. Yeah, the ninjutsu plus saga seems really sick in general. I don't think it's that good though. They do sacrifice or discard twice, but I don't like it that much. I think let's start this one off as a D+. Next card here, Kaiba's Salvage. Oh, Kiba Salvage. 5-mana sorcery. Return target creature or vehicle from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then put 2 counters on that permanent if you control an artifact and an enchantment. I don't think this card's that good. It's nothing special compared to normal raised dead effects in limited. I think this card is probably just a D. So let's just go ahead and give it a D. Oh yeah, you can ninjutsu after combat damage. Oh, that's true. This is true, but the last one being a 4-mana saga is still pretty expensive. So yeah, like bouncing a 4-drop is kind of clunky. All right, next card here, March of Wretched Sorrow. X and a black instant. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may exile any number of black cards from your hand. The spell costs 2 less for each card exiled this way. March of Wretched Sorrow deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker, and you gain X life. So it's like an Erebos' Intervention, but it has this sort of exile from hand clause on it. I mean, it's fine. It's nothing too special, right? Probably just B-.
Probably B minus. Honestly, I don't mind giving this a C plus even. Let's just give this March of Retrosaurus C plus. Let's start off there. Next card here, Mukotai Soul Ripper, 2 mana 4/3, artifact vehicle. This thing is kind of spooky, man. Whenever Soul Ripper attacks, you may sacrifice another artifact or creature. You may sacrifice another artifact or creature. If you do, put a counter on Soul Ripper and it gains mana until end of turn. Crew 2. Man, I don't like it. What do you guys think about this card? I kind of don't like it. So it's decently well statted, but it's expensive to crew, and in order to get the ability, you have to sacrifice something. I actually don't like it. I think we're gonna start this one off as a D plus. I mean, it comes down early, and it does scale, but it's getting big so slowly. Sack outlet, but why do you need a sack outlet? Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it's decent in black-red, but let's start this one off as a D plus here. I don't think a 4/3 that crews 2 is actually good, right? Doesn't seem that good. Because what you're telling me is that it's really only good on turn 2. Past turn 2 is actually just very mediocre. And your sacking stuff is really expensive actually. For a +1/+1 counter. I actually don't like it. I don't think it's even that aggro. I think it costs a lot of resources to make it good, and I think as a 4/3 it's actually not good. Okay, next card here. Tribute to Harobi. 2 mana. It's like a 1 and 2. Each opponent creates a 1/1 black rogue creature token. What the hell? Each opponent creates a 1/1 black rogue creature. Rat rogue creature token. Okay. Echo of Death's Wail. 3/3 flying haste. Enters the battlefield, gaining control of all rat tokens. Whoa. Whenever Echo of Death's Wail attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw a card. So you're giving your opponents rats. In 2 turns. If they ninjutsu the rats, then you lose the rats. And then if those are dead, it's just a 3/3 haste, huh? But I mean, it does have an ability, sacrificing a creature, draw a card, but the only saving grace of this card is that it's cheap. What do you guys think about this? All rat tokens, not all rat cards. Play the mech to counter this. Are there other rats? I mean, it doesn't matter, right? It's rat tokens. It's rat tokens. I don't think it's that good. Turn 2, turn 3, turn 4. Turn 4, haste 3/3. Flying. I really can't tell it. I think we'll start this one off as a C minus. I actually can't tell. I really can't tell at all. 99% of these cards, I literally just can't tell. Alright, next card here. Biting Palm Ninja. 3 mana 3/3. Human Ninja. Ninjutsu for 3. Biting Palm Ninja. Enters the battlefield with a menace counter. Whoa, there's actually menace counters. When Biting Palm Ninja deals combat damage to a player, you may remove a menace counter from it. When you do, that player reveals their hand and you choose a non-land card from it. Exile that card. So you only get 1 menace counter, right? But the menace ensures it gets in, or you can ninjutsu it in. I think it's pretty good. Probably start off as like a B. To start off with a B. Yeah, the ability counters do come from modified as well. Let's start this one off as a B. I think it's actually pretty good. I don't know how. It doesn't seem broken. It seems just very solid. Alright, next card here. Soul Transfer. 3 mana sorcery. Choose 1. If you control an artifact and an enchantment, as you cast a spell, you may choose both. Exile target creature or planeswalker, or return target creature or planeswalker from your graveyard to your hand. I mean, it's a sorcery speed removal spell, but it's still pretty decent. What do you want to give this? What do we give the other removal spell? An A, right? I mean, if you get both, it's extremely nutty, and I think that it's not too hard to get both. It's probably not too hard to get both. So, are we done to give this one an A? A for Soul Transfer? Sure. Let's give Soul Transfer an A here. Alright, next card here. Tatsunari Toad Rider. 3 mana 3/3. Legendary Human Ninja. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, if you don't control a creature named Kami, create Kami. A legendary 3/3 black and green frog creature token. With whenever you cast an enchantment spell, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life. 2 mana
That's a colorless or split blue-green. Tatsunari, Toad Rider, and target frog you control can't be blocked this turn except by creatures with flying or reach. This is just Jiraiya, huh? What? So this is a 3-mana 3/3. And then if you cast an enchantment, you get this 3/3. And it has an ability that it drains your opponent whenever you cast an enchantment spell. What? And then Tatsunari and target frog you control. Wait, so if you don't have a frog, you actually can't activate the ability, right? If you don't have a frog, you can't activate the ability. So it basically gives it flying. Yeah, if Kami dies, you can get another one if you cast another enchantment. Enchantments are definitely harder to get than artifacts is a thing too. Jiraiya type beat. How can you jump in the air if you don't have a frog to ride? That's true. That's true. Down to give this card an A+, I guess. Let's give this card an A+. Yeah, this one can't get plummeted. Hidesugu! Oh my gosh, Hidesugu's back. Wait, has Hidesugu ever been a Magic card? Hidesugu Devouring Chaos. 4 mana, 4/4. Legendary Ogre Demon. 1 black, sacrifice a creature, and scry 2. 3 mana, tap, exile a top card of your library. You may play the card this turn. When you exile a non-land card this way, Hidesugu Devouring Chaos deals damage equal to the exiled card's mana value to any target. You may play the card this turn. Wait, so you get to both play it and also deal damage to something? Hold on. Yeah, he was a red card before, right? Wait, so you're saying that if you activate it and tap it and exile it, you can play it this turn, but you also deal damage to something. What? All right. I mean, it's a 4 mana 4/4. It has 2 relevant abilities. One is a card advantage thing and deals damage to any target. It can even deal their face. You target after. Yeah, you target after. Tapping and flipping land, but the thing is that it says that you can play it, right? It doesn't say cast, so you can still play lands. I think it's pretty hot, man. Yeah, you don't need to play it for it to deal damage. All right. Yeah, let's give it an S here. Yeah, it can sacrifice itself too. What the hell? What? That card's insane, man. All right, next card here, Invoke Despair. 5 mana sorcery. Target opponent sacrifices a creature. If they can't, they lose 2 life and you draw a card. Repeat this process for an enchantment of Planeswalker. So they sacrifice a creature, enchantment of Planeswalker. So if they don't have enchantment Planeswalker, it deals them 4 damage. You can draw 2 cards. I don't like it, actually. I don't like it. I actually don't like it that much because the results are going to vary a lot. And it's a really intense mana cost for this effect. So I actually don't like it. I think I'm just going to give this a D. I think I'm going to give this card a D. Don't like it too much. Okay, next card here. Blade of the Oni. Oh my gosh. Imagine getting slashed by that blade. 2 mana, 3/1 artifact, creature, equipment, demon. Yo, we're Yu-Gi-Oh now, guys. We are Yu-Gi-Oh. Okay, has menace, equipped creature, has base power and toughness 5/5, has menace, and is a black demon in addition to its other colors and types. Then you can equip it for 4. What? So you're telling me this is a 2 mana 3/1 menace that can be ninjutsu'd? In addition to that, you can also equip it to a 1/1 or whatever, and it's a 5/5 menace demon. It doesn't have flying though, but yeah. I think this card is also S tier, probably, right? I think this card is way too flexible. I'm actually going to give this card another S as well. Okay, next card here. Nashi Moonsage Scion. 3 mana 3/2. Ninjutsu 4. It's a legendary rat ninja. When Nashi deals damage to a player, exile the top card of each player's library. Till end of turn, you may play one of those cards. If you cast a spell this way, pay life equal to its mana value rather than paying its mana cost. What? Okay, so if you... Wait, what? If you cast that spell, you can pay with your life instead. It's a 3 mana 3/2. Also is ninjutsu. It deals damage to a player, and then you can play something for free off of either the top of your library or theirs. And it's until end of turn. You don't have to cast it right then. And also, in addition to that, is that you can connect with it multiple times. I don't think this card's an S though. I think I'm down to give it like an A+. Let's give this card an A+, right? This card's very good. I don't think it's an S. There's actually just no way. Yeah, this set has the highest ratings I've given out.
Everything is relative, so we'll have to balance it later. But yeah. Okay, next card here, Junji, the Midnight Sky, 5 mana, 5/5, legendary dragon spirit. Has flying, it has menace, and dice choose one. Each opponent discards 2 cards and loses 2 life. Or put target non-dragon creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. From a graveyard, so your opponent's graveyard as well. You lose 2 life. Alright. I am down to give this card an S as well. 5 mana, 5/5, flying menace, great. When it dies, if your opponent has 2 cards left, you can discard them. Otherwise, you can reanimate something from any graveyard. I'm down. Yeah, this card is ridiculous as well. All of the dragons are good. And then, yeah, if you reanimate this as well, it's also really good. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we are completed with the black cards. We have 2 colors left only, somehow. Somehow, we're still going. I am pretty brain dead now from so much reading and thinking about all the interactions and stuff. The thing about black is that there's a lot of synergies with ninjutsu and stuff. So black-blue seems really, really good so far. But yeah. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and move into the next color. We are going to be doing red now. Oh, the very first red card, Aki Warpaint. 1 mana enchantment aura. Enchant artifact or creature. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +2/+1. This card is like pretty good actually. Aki Warpaint. There are some artifact synergies with it, but overall I still think it's gonna be hard to play. You have artifact synergies, you have good 1-drops. That is a really good recipe for a card like Aki Warpaint to be good. That being said, I'm still probably gonna give it a D, so. Next card here, Experimental Synthesizer. 1 mana artifact. When a synthesizer enters or leaves the battlefield, exile the top card of your library until end of turn you may play that card. 3 mana sacrifice synthesizer. Create a 2/2 white samurai creature token with vigilance. Activate only as a sorcery. It's an artifact, it's a samurai, it's card advantage. The problem with this card is that it says until end of turn. So it's actually really hard to play unless your entire deck is like low CMC, isn't it? I feel like it's really hard to play. The best way to play this card would be playing it in a way where you know that you can definitely cast your card or play your land if you hit. So I kind of don't like this card that much. I think it's a cool card, but I'm going to start this one off as I think at a D+. It is better not early, but man, I'm not sure. Yeah, it is a pretty neat jelly bean. Man. I'm gonna start this off at a D+. Once again, it's really hard because it's only until your next turn. In addition to that, when you activate this, you don't have that much mana left, right? To cast another card if it's expensive. So say like if you activate this so you basically want to wait to activate this on turn 6 or turn 7, so that you actually have mana to play a 3 or 4 drop, but it's actually really hard to use. It's a cool card though. Okay, next card, Kindled Fury, 1 mana instant. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. If there's like black red ninjutsu or like white red ninjutsu, red blue ninjutsu, this card might be okay, but again, not very excited about this card. I'm gonna give this card a D-. Really not what I want to be doing in my Magic decks, I don't think. Simian Sling. 1 mana, 1/1. Artifact, Equipment Monkey. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Whenever Simian's Sling or equipped creature becomes blocked, it deals 1 damage to defending player. And then reconfigure 2. This is actually a pretty good one. I actually like this card. It's a 1 mana, 1/1 that is, once again, 1 mana creatures are just really good in this format. This one seems quite good as well. And you can also re-equip it to something else to get +1/+1. I actually like this card quite a lot. I'm gonna give this card a C+. I think this card's actually really sweet. Seems good. I'm actually down to play it. Voltage Surge, 1 mana instant. As additional cost to cast the spell, you may sacrifice an artifact. Surge deals 2 damage to a creature or planeswalker. If the additional cost was paid, deals 4 damage instead.
Pretty good, I think. So Voltage Surge hits 1 and 2 drops, which I think is going to be very key in this format, especially when they ninjutsu something. Most of the ninjutsu creatures are like 2 toughness, right? They're like 3 1s and 3 2s and 2 2s and stuff. I think this one's actually really good. Man, in this format, it's going to be so spooky to like attack, to try to kill an attacker. To try to kill an attacker when they have mana up. Because you definitely want to wait. You either want to kill it before they attack, or you want to kill it end a turn, right? Or on your end turn. Yeah, this is pretty decent. So probably start this one off at a B minus, and has some flexibility with it too. Next card here, Aki Ember Keeper, 2 mana 2/1, Enchantment Goblin Warrior. Whenever non-token modified creature you control dies, create a 1/1 colorless spirit creature token. Whenever non-token modified creature you control dies, make a 1/1 token. Seems pretty strong. What do you guys think? So so equipping something is not modifying, is it? Wait, is equipping something modifying it? Is modify also equipped? Modify. Oh, modify does refer to it being equipped. Whoa, enchanted by aura. Okay, equipped, enchanted, or has a counter. Oh, it does count. Oh. Huh.
And it's an enchantment. I actually like this card quite a bit. It also counts itself.
I actually like this card quite a bit. Let's start this one off as a C+. I actually really like this card. Yeah, pretty good. Oh, it says right here. Equipment, auras you control, encounters or modifications. Next card here, Aki Ronin. 2 mana, 1/3. Goblin Samurai. Whenever Samurai or Warrior you control attacks alone, you may discard a card if you do draw a card. I don't like this one that much. It does count on itself as well. And it's okay if this is like augmented in some way, whether it's has a counter or has an equipment, but in general, I probably don't want to be playing this card too much, so probably gonna give this guy a D. Next card here, Crackling Emergence. 2 mana aura, enchant land you control. Enchant land is a 3/3 red spirit creature with haste to steal land. If enchanted land would be destroyed, instead sacrificing Crackling Emergence, and that land gains indestructible until end of turn. Oh, so this prevents people blowing you out by destroying the land, right? Interesting. Wait. Wait, how does this work? So if your opponent blocks with a 3/3, this doesn't work, right? Because the land is already dead. So it actually doesn't work. Is that correct, guys? I'm pretty sure that's correct. Right? It does count as a modified creature, but if you trade with this, then both your land and this dies. I'm pretty sure. Enchanted land would be destroyed, instead sacrifice it. Because the thing is that they're both in the graveyard already. It's a replacement effect. If enchanted land, if it would be destroyed. Oh, if it would be destroyed.
If it would be destroyed.
Oh, it's a replacement effect instead of a triggered effect. So how good is this? I mean, if you're attacking with it, you're down mana. I still don't feel like it's that good. What do you guys think? I don't think I like it, cause it's not really a 3/3, right? Like you play this on turn 3 or whatever, or you play on turn 2. Then you either attack with this or use it for mana. I still don't think it's that good. The only saving grace is that it protects the land and also it's a modify. I still don't think it's good. I think I'm gonna give this card a D. I don't think it's even that good in a low to the ground deck, right? All right, Explosive Entry. 2 mana sorcery, destroy up to 1 target artifact. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature. It says up to 1 target artifact, so you can still get the counter even if you don't destroy an artifact. I think still not that good. I don't think red wants to be doing this. I don't think that's what red wants to be doing. Like, it's still a sideboard card. Is this another D? I think I'm gonna give it a D again. Next card here, Kami's Flare. 2 mana. Instant. Kami's Flare deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Kami's Flare also deals 2 damage to a permanent controller if you control a modified creature. Pretty good. Pretty good still. Just Lightning Strike. Lightning. Oh, wait, it's not even Lightning Strike. It's Searing Spear. Wait, Searing Spear also hits face, right? Anyways, it's a 2-mana deal 3. It doesn't hit face, but still pretty decent. Pretty decent. Probably give this one a B. Next card here, Tawashi Songshaper. 2-mana 2/2 artifact human artificer. I didn't know that artificers can actually be artifact creatures as well. I thought artificers were the ones that were making artifacts. Whenever another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Is it just me that it's kind of underwhelming, or what? Is it me, or is it just underwhelming? C- maybe? Seems like you can build around it, but like +1/+0 is like whatever, right? You have to C-. Alright, Ambitious Assault. 3-mana instant. Creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. If you control a modified creature, draw a card. So Trumpet Blast, but you can use it on blocks. You draw a card. I think there's another D. What do you guys think? Oh, welcome back, Ian. I don't like it. I mean, it depends on how wide red goes, I guess, but like this card's whatever, I think.
It's the best version of Trumpet Blast ever. Sure.
The next card here, Peerless Samurai. 3-mana 2/3. Human Samurai with Menace. Whenever Samurai or Warrior you control attacks alone, the next spell you cast this turn costs 1 less to cast. I actually like this a decent amount. I like this one a decent amount. I don't like it that much, though. What do you guys think? Probably a C-. Peerless Samurai, huh? I think it's kind of hard to use the mana discounts properly. But it means that you have to think of your red decks, which is pretty cool. So let's give Peerless Samurai a C-. C- here for Peerless Samurai. Next card here, Unstoppable Ogre. 3-mana 4/1 artifact ogre warrior. When Unstoppable Ogre enters the battlefield, target creature can't block this turn. It's a 4/1. Isn't a 4/1 just trash in this format? Yeah, red is weird at the moment. Like, I'm not convinced on the stat line. I'm also not convinced on the attacking alone thing when you have cards like Trumpet Blast and stuff. There's also a white card that wants to be buffing 2 things as well. So it's like a lot of these cards don't work together that well. And your Unstoppable Ogre, sure, you can make the first thing not block, but then it's a 4/1. Like 4/1 seems kind of terrible. I think I'm going to give Unstoppable Ogre probably a D+. It has some utility, better on blocks than on attacks most of the time. Next card here, Gift of Wrath. 4-mana, enchant artifact or creature. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +2/+2 and has menace. When Gift of Wrath leaves the battlefield, create a 2/2 red spirit creature token with menace. So you want to do this to modify your creatures, right? But 4-mana for +2/+2 in a powered format, in a higher powered draft format than we've seen in recent times,
It seems not that great.
is this just another D? Probably just give this another D. Gift of Wrath. Maybe all these cards play together really well, and I'm just missing it, but I'm trying to wrap my head around it, and I can't see it. Let's give it a D. Next card here, Scrapyard Steelbreaker. 4-mana 3/4 artifact human warrior. 1-mana, sacrifice another artifact. Scrapyard Steelbreaker gets +2/+1. You're telling me I'm paying 4 mana for 3/4 artifact that I need to sack stuff to get impermanent stats? What? I don't get it.
It's like you really don't want to sacrifice artifacts for stats. You know what I mean?
Because the thing is that, like, you can't kill them. You just can't kill them. I think I'm giving this a D as well. Give Scrapyard Steelbreaker a D. Also, on the bigger cards, on the bigger cards that are mediocre, you also don't want them to be artifacts, right? Because the thing is that it's more likely to get removed. Like if you disenchant a 1 or 2 drop, who cares, right? Who cares? If you get a 1 or 2 drop disenchanted, who cares? If you get a 4 drop disenchanted, like that's just not good. Okay, next card here, Kami of Industry, 5 mana 3/6. When it enters the battlefield, return target artifact card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Against haste, sacrifice it at the beginning of next turn. You need to sacrifice it? What? Return target artifact with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Sacrifice it. This one has potential. This one has potential. There are some cool things. There's an artifact that leaves a 1/1 behind, but like realistically, you're still paying for a 5 mana 3/6 for kind of a mediocre upside, right? So I'm actually down to give Kami a D as well.
Kami is one of the cooler cards. All right, maybe we give Kami a C-,
but it's so damn expensive, dude. It's so expensive. I don't want to give it a C-. I'm gonna give Kami of Industry a D+. Yeah, because red wants a block. Yep. Next card here, the Shattered States Era. 5 mana. Saga 1. Gain control of target creature until end of turn and tap it against haste. Okay. Saga 2. Creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. Okay. I'm waiting for the punchline here. Trample haste. It's a 5 mana threaten. It's only good if you have a sacrifice thing on the board. But it's 5 mana. It's like you don't have mana to sacrifice it. Brings over Black Lotus. Dude, I don't get it. Can you control target creature? Huh? I'm missing the part where this card does anything. I'm gonna give this card a D-. Let's give this card a D-. Yeah, this card would be better if the second part was the threaten, because then you could actually have mana to sacrifice it, right? So I think this card is actually like quite bad. So turn 5, turn 6, then on turn 7 you have a 3/3 trample haste. Like what? Huh? Are you high? Ironhoof Boar, 6 mana, 5/4 artifact creature. Trample and haste, channel 2. Discard Ironhoof Boar. Target creature gets +3/+1 against trample until end of turn. You could reanimate this, I guess. I mean, this card is like better than a lot of the cards we've seen, huh? It is flexible. Maybe give this card a C+. You can give this card a C+ here. It's better than all of the red cards we've seen, so. Alright, next card here, Flame Discharge. X and a red, instant. Flame Discharge deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker. If you controlled a modified creature as you cast the spell, it deals X +2 damage instead. Pretty decent, I guess. Doesn't go face. So you can pay like 1 mana for deal 3 if you have a modified creature. Wait, no, it's not even 1 mana. It's actually, in order to deal 3, you have to pay 2 mana, right? 2 mana to deal 3. Pay 4 mana. Pay 4 mana to deal 3 or to deal 5. Wait, this card kind of sucks, actually. Does this card kind of sucks? I feel like it's only good, or it's only okay with it's only okay with modified, and if you don't have modified, it's actually pretty bad, especially since it doesn't go face. I don't even think it's a C+. I think it's like a C-, D+. I'm actually down to give this one a D+. Pay 1 mana to deal 2? No. I mean, what? 1 mana to deal 2, but the thing is that you need to have a modified creature. D for discharge, D+. Next card here, Kumano faces Kakazan. 1 mana. Saga 1, deal 1 damage to each opponent and each planeswalker they control. Okay. It's not dealing damage to the board. 2 mana, when you cast your next creature spell this turn, that creature enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. Then it's a haste 2/2. If a creature dealt damage this turn by a source you controlled, if a creature dealt damage this turn by a source you controlled would die, exile it. So basically all of your burn spells exile now.
right? All of your burn spells and even attacking. So as long as you dealt damage to it, creature dealt damage. No. If a creature dealt damage this turn by stars, no. This is a passive ability, right? It's not only one turn, so it deals 1, gets a counter, and then gets a thing. I mean, it's somewhat aggressive. You get it on turn 3, but it costs 1 mana. I mean, it's okay, right? It's actually okay. And it's only your next creature. It's not every creature. I mean, it's okay. I'm down to give the card a C, I suppose. I'm down to give this card a C. I mean, this is okay with ninjutsu as well, I suppose, but this thing doesn't have an evasion. I'm gonna give this one a C minus. Actually, I'm gonna give this one a C minus. I think this one's okay, but in my head, it doesn't play out the way that I would like it to play out. So, all right, Rabbit Battery. 1 mana, 1/1 artifact equipment rabbit. Haste. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 as haste, and then you can reconfigure it. This one's actually good. 1/1 mana haste, and then it's an equipment that also gives stats as well, and then also has reconfigure. I like this one. Let's give this one a flat B. B for battery. B for bunny. Next card here, Reinforced Ronin. 1 mana 2/2 artifact human samurai haste. At the beginning of your end step, return Reinforced Ronin to his owner's hand. What? Channel? Discard Reinforced Ronin, draw a card. What? Beginning of your end step, return Reinforced Ronin to his owner's hand. I don't get it. So you really don't want to like equip this and stuff, right? Spending mana to equip something that's going back to your hand is like pretty bad. The thing is that you basically play it when you can get an attack, and then if you can't, you just cycle it away. Sometimes it'll deal like 4 damage or something. It is an artifact enter the battlefield, but at some point you can't really get it anymore, right? Like you can't really get it anymore. Late game? You mean like turn 3 or something? I mean, it's still not that great, I don't think. I'm down to give this card a C. I think I'm just down to give this a flat C. It's actually not... This is not that good, I don't think. Because the thing is that, yes, artifact enter the battlefield, but it's hard to get that value, right? And then the damage doesn't matter, because if you're returning stuff from your hand, then your opponent's not taking more damage, if that makes sense. Because every single time so you deal damage, but then you lose tempo. So actually the damage is almost irrelevant. Because you can't continue that aggression usually. It doesn't really help ninjutsu, because ninjutsu has to be unblocked. And also you have to cast it and ninjutsu in the same turn that you cast it. It's actually really hard. Okay, next card here. Dragon Spark Reactor, 2 mana artifact. When a reactor or another artifact enters the battlefield under your control, put a charge counter on it. 4 mana, sacrifice the reactor, deals damage equal to the number of charge counters on it to target player, and that much damage up to 1 target creature. Whenever this or... What? So you pay 2 mana for this, and then whenever artifacts enter the battlefield, you put another charge counter in it. So it enters with 1 counter, 4 mana, then it deals damage to opponent's face and a creature. What? I don't get it. I'm down to give this one another D as well. If I had build around grades, this would be like a build around C. I don't get it. Like, the payoff is actually not even that good. Look, it costs 2 mana, and then it costs 4 mana to sack it. It's actually just not even good. Next card here, Silkenzon Smelter, 2 mana, 2/2. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may pay 1 and sacrifice an artifact. If you do, create a 3/1 red construct artifact feature something with haste. This one's actually pretty good. This one's really good. 2 mana, 2/2, well statted. And then you can pay 1 to sacrifice an artifact and upgrade your artifacts. This one's actually really good. Oh, I'm actually down to give this one an A, actually. A for Artificer. This one seems really, really good. This is a much better way to win for red than I've seen red have in all of the other cards. Isn't it kind of insane with a black card that makes treasures? Yeah, you can sacrifice treasures, because it doesn't say non-token, right? Sacrifice an artifact.
well-statted creature, cheap cost for the upgrade effect. It's actually really good. Oh, beginning of combat? That's true as well. So you can't, challenge? You can't, wait, what? I mean, it's still good though. It's still good. I like this card a lot. I'm giving A. Next card here, Tempered in Solitude, 2 mana, enchantment. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, exile top card of your library, you may play that card this turn. This seems pretty good in like a blue-red deck, actually. Seems pretty good in a blue-red deck. But you do have to have evasive guys, right? This seems to be competing with like ninjutsu value and stuff, because most of the time you'd rather just ninjutsu something in instead of playing a card off the top of deck. I think this card's fine. It's nothing too special. Let's give this one a C minus, I guess. I mean, it's a samurai card as well, but the problem with samurai is that samurai aren't that good at attacking, right? Because they don't have evasion. So instead of attacking samurai, just attack with a 1/1 flyer. So yeah, C minus. I think it's playable. Next card here, Upriser Renegade. 2 mana. Upriser Renegade gets plus 2 mana 1/3. It's a human samurai. Upriser Renegade gets +2/+0 for each other modified creature you control. So like these things are hitting hard, but they just don't have toughness. You know what I mean? And you can't modify this one as well. I don't get it. I really just don't get it. And modifying creatures doesn't seem that easy. It just doesn't seem that easy. I'm gonna give this guy a C minus. Let's give this guy a C minus. I think this guy is actually just not great. It's okay, just nothing special, right? So let's give this guy a C minus. Like, I don't even know what a modified deck looks like. What does a modified deck look like? Bronze Plate Boar, 3 mana, 3/2. Artifact Equipment Boar. Trample, a creature gets +3/+2 and has trample. However, the reconfigure cost is 5. Man. You're telling me I'm tapping out? I'm tapping out to just equip this. Bro, I don't know, man. It's like, I like it, but it's so expensive. It's so expensive for a red deck. If you think about it, in terms of mana, 5 mana for a green deck, 5 mana for maybe a blue deck or a black deck is actually less than 5 mana for a red deck. 5 mana for a red deck is a lot. I think I'm gonna give this one a C+. Let's give this one a C+. Next card here, Go Shintai of Ancient Wars. 3 mana, 2/2 first strike. Okay. Legendary Enchantments Shrine. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. When you do, it deals X damage to target player or planeswalker or X's number of shrines you control. It's like none of the red cards are affecting board. You have so many cards that deal damage to face, but the red cards it's not even easy to modify them. If you want an attack, yeah, you have to pay 5 mana to give something +3/+2. And then you're paying mana to deal a minimal amount of damage to your opponent's face. Like, the only good thing about this is that it has first strike, right? 3 mana, 2/2 first strike. I think this card's fine, nothing special. I'm gonna give it a C. This is likely not that good in just a normal red deck, but in a shrines deck, it's actually pretty decent. But yeah, let's give this one a flat C. Maybe the stat line's just good enough to equip other stuff to it. Seismic Wave. Wait. Seismic Wave. This name confuses me. Seismic Shift, Cosmotronic Wave. What the? 3 mana instant, deals 2 damage to any target and 1 damage to each non-artifact creature target opponent controls. Isn't it only valuable to deal 1 damage to artifact creatures? Like, what else is dealing 1 damage good to, actually? 3 mana, deal 2 damage, then 1 damage to other stuff. Yeah, I don't get it. I think I'm gonna start this one off as a D+. It's just not exciting, right? As an uncommon, Spirit Tokens, sure, but
I'm gonna give this one a D plus. I think it's just expensive, not good. Next card here, Heiko Yamazaki. The General. 4 mana 3/3 legendary human samurai. Trample. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, you may cast target artifact card from your graveyard this turn. So you still need to pay the mana for it. 4 mana Hill Giant with Trample. That's legendary. Whenever samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, you may cast target artifact card from your graveyard. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. Is this what samurai want? Is this what samurai want to be doing? I'm down to give Heiko a C plus. I'm down to give it a C plus. It's like, if red wants to be a value color, doesn't red have to be more well statted? Doesn't red have to be able to attack better? Doesn't have to be able to modify things better? And then if not, wouldn't you rather just have like combat stats or something? Like there's like, it's just so hard to get all these things happen. So I think it's actually just really hard. So I'm gonna give this one a C plus. I don't like it very much. All right, next card here, Twin Shot Sniper, 4 mana 2/3 artifact Goblin Archer, has reach. When Twin Shot Sniper enters the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to any target. That's pretty good. Channel, 2 mana discard Twin Shot Sniper, it deals 2 damage to your target. So this is like the best red card we've seen so far. It's a good body with reach, enters the battlefield, good ability with a good channel ability. So I like this card a lot. I'm gonna give this card I cannot talk. I'm gonna give this card an A. Let's give the card an A. Really good. Really solid card here. Next card here. Okay, so we're finally getting into the rares. Okay, March of Reckless Joy. X in a red instant. So this is the red version of the cycle. As additional cost to cast a spell, you may exile any number of red cards from your hand. Cost 2 less to cast for each card exiled this way. Exile the top X card to your library. You may play up to 2 of those cards until the end of your next turn. How is this better than like Reckless Impulse? Isn't, like, on average, Reckless Impulse is just better, right? Unless you're looking for really specific things. So you're telling me that you need to... Okay, I'm gonna give this card a D plus as well. March of Reckless Joy. A little bit too reckless there. 3 mana instant speed Reckless Impulse, but why does it matter? Because the thing is that it's the same, right? You may play up to 2 of them on your next turn. It doesn't give you an extra turn to play them or whatever. Why does it matter if it's instant or sorcery, guys? Why does it matter? Dude, this card could be an enchantment, and it literally doesn't even matter. This card could have split second, and it doesn't make a difference, does it? Next card here, Goro, Disciple of Ryusei. Okay. 2 mana 2/2, Legendary Goblin Samurai. 1 red, creatures you control gain haste until end of turn. 5 mana, create a 5/5 red Dragon Spirit creature with flying. Activate only if you control an attacking modified creature. Activate only if you control an attacking modifier. I mean, this card's still good. It's awkward still, but it's still pretty good. It's awkward, but it's still good. What do I want to give this card? Just give this card an A, I guess. Just give it a flat A. Kind of unexciting still, though, isn't it? Ooh, what is this? Lizard Blades, 2 mana 1/1. Artifact Equipment Lizard. Double Strike. Equipped creature has Double Strike. Reconfigure 2. Alright, this one's really good. I feel like red could have used an equipment like this, but just like First Strike, right? Imagine if this were an uncommon, but First Strike. I think that red would actually be decent. But yeah, I mean, this one's very good. Let's give this one an A plus here. 2 mana 1/1 Double Strike, already good. Equipped creature has Double Strike, and then this is especially good with the samurai stuff, right? Because the thing is that you don't you can buff non-samurai units, because usually the buffs depend on the amount of samurais you have, but you can buff other stuff. I'm gonna give this one an A plus. I don't think it's S tier though. Let's give it an A plus. Right, next card here. Dude, this card is so ugly. Ogre Head Helm. 2 mana 2/2 artifact equipment ogre. Equipped creature gets +2/+2. Whenever Ogre, Head Helm, or equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it. Whenever Ogre, Head Helm, or equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it. If you do, discard your hand and draw 3 cards. Which one is it? Which one are you sacrificing? Does anybody know? You sacrifice that creature, right? Probably. Whenever Ogre, Head Helm, or equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it. I think it's that creature. If you do, discard your hand and then draw 3 cards. I mean, it's still pretty good. It's a good artifact creature, well statted, has a reasonable reconfigure cost, and it's a May ability. So overall, pretty good. I'm gonna give this one an A+ as well. This one's good. It feels like you can only be red base if you are picking up one of these rare equipment early. You know what I mean? Alright, next card here. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. 3 mana. Saga 1, create a 2/2 red Goblin Shaman creature token with whenever this creature attacks, create a treasure token. Okay. 2, you may discard up to 2 cards. If you do, draw that many cards. Okay. And then what's the backside? Reflection of Kiki Jiki. That's pretty sweet. That's also incredibly spooky, isn't it? Oh my god, that is so scary. 2/2, 1 mana tap. Create a token that's a copy of another target non-legendary creature you control, except it has haste. Sacrifice at the beginning of the next end step. Are there Kiki Jiki combos in this format? Is there a way to untap this? On a creature? Enters the battlefield untapped. Is there an enter the battlefield untapped? The format? Yeah, there's the 4-drop, the 4 mana 3/4 in blue, but it costs 3 mana. I mean, I still like it, I guess. Oh, you have to pay mana here. Oh, even if you untap it, you still need to pay mana. I mean, it's still decent, isn't it? It's still pretty decent, I think. Decent value. Decent creature with a decent effect. I think I just give it an A, huh? Just give it a flat A. It's just decent. I just don't know how red ends games in this format. Next card here, Scrap Welder. Dude, so many throwback cards, actually. 3 mana, 3/3. Goblin Artificer. Tap, sacrifice an artifact with mana value X. Return target artifact. Card with mana value less than X from your graveyard to the battlefield against haste this turn. So, it's a Goblin Welder, but it's not any artifact. You have to sacrifice a bigger artifact to get a smaller artifact. I mean, it's okay, right? It's okay. Reanimator, but the thing is that you're always sacrificing something bigger to get something smaller, right? You're always sacrificing something more expensive to get something cheaper. But it's probably okay still. I'm not sure. Let's start this guy off on an A-. I'm not sure. A-, B+, something like that. A- or B+. Let's start off as an A-. Alright, Thundering Raiju. 4 mana, 3/3, it's a spirit. It's not even a dragon, actually. Haste. Whenever Thundering Raiju attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Then, Thundering Raiju deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of modified creatures you control other than Thundering Raiju. I mean, it's still good. It's a 4 mana, 4/4 haste. Wait, it doesn't fly. And then it cares about modified creatures. I mean, it's still decent, but it's like not even Omega Bomb, right? Let's just give this guy an A, I guess. Let's give this guy an A. Target creature control, so you don't have to target itself either. So what you can do is you can attack with this, put a counter on something else, and then it'll deal damage to the opponent. But it's not. Yeah, it's a spirit that can't fly, and it looks like a dragon. And it looks like it's flying. It's kind of weird. I guess let's give this guy an A-, maybe. Give this guy an A-. I don't know. Alright, here is the red Invoke card. Invoke Calamity. 5 mana instant. You may cast up to 2 instant and or sorcery spells with total mana value 6 or less from your graveyard and or hand without paying their mana costs. If those spells will be put in your graveyard, exile them instead. Exile Invoke Calamity. Is there anything fun to do with this in Constructed? I mean, I kind of don't get it. You're paying 5 mana, but then you only get CMC 6. isn't this just a really elaborate lotus petal?
I mean, I guess you can get them from your graveyard, but
I think let's give this one let's give this one a C minus. I think let's give this one a C minus. Right. Atsushi the Blazing Sky. 4 mana 4/4. Legendary Dragon Spirits. Flying Trample. When Atsushi dies, choose one. Exile the top 2 cards of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play those cards. Create 3 treasure tokens. I mean, this one's still good. I don't even think this is S tier, isn't it? This is A plus, isn't it? I mean, yes, the stat lines are really good, and it gives you some amount of value as well. I mean, I guess we could still give it an S, but I think I'm down to give it an A plus. I don't even think this breaks the S tier. This card is very solid, but not even broken. I'm gonna give this an A plus. All right, next card here, Explosive Singularity. 10 mana. All right, this one's got to be good, right? 10 mana sorcery. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may tap any number of untapped creatures you control. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature tapped this way. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature tapped this way. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature tapped this way. Okay. Explosive Singularity deals 10 damage to any target. It's just Pyroblast. It's literally Pyroblast. Invoke Bomb, huh? This card is actually decent, to be honest. Especially in this format where it's so hard to end people. I think this card is actually decent. I don't think it's even a meme finisher. So you can tap 4 creatures and pay 6 mana for this. It's so expensive, actually, still. So expensive, man. I think let's give this card a C minus, maybe. Yeah, Convoke for Colorless. C minus. Oh, and then there's been... Oh, wait, guys. Wait, that's all the red cards? I feel kind of scammed by these red cards. Is that just me? I feel like that was a prank. When do we get to see the real red cards? Am I crazy? Can red kill people? I'm not sure. Okay, what if they're actually designing cards? What if they're actually designing cards to fit best of 1 as well? Instead of changing best of 1, what if they just design cards to fit best of 1? So red is actually balanced now because, well, going first just isn't as good. But the thing is that blue and black and white are actually really good aggressive colors. So I don't really get it. I kind of don't understand. Maybe I'm missing something. I think I might just be missing something. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and move on to our final color here, which is going to be green. All right. Green in Kamigawa is kind of interesting, right? Because when I think of blue and I think of black, it makes a lot of sense in kind of a cyberpunk aesthetic. Let's see what green is supposed to do here. Commune with Spirits. 1 mana sorcery. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal an enchantment or land card from among them. Put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in random order. So this one's not a reprint, but it's basically the same card as like Commune with Nature or whatever, right? Look at the top 4. Reveal enchantment or land. Put in your hand. All right. Usually, so it adding an enchantment is kind of interesting, but I think this card is still probably just a D. Just not an exciting card. This filler, you usually don't need it, right? Unless you're looking for shrines. If you're a shrine deck, this card might be nutty. But yeah, let's just start this one off as a D. But that existing means that you can probably build a shrine deck if you high roll a bunch of the uncommons. But all right, next card here, Fang of Shigeki. 1 mana, 1/1 Death Touch. Enchantment Snake Ninja. That's actually really cool. It's a ninja, it's an enchantment, it's a death touch. I actually like this card quite a bit. Let's start this card off as a B minus. I think this card is actually pretty cool. Also a good blocker for giant vehicles as well, even though a lot of giant vehicles have trample, but it's okay. I like it. It starts off at a B minus.
It has a lot of stuff going for it.
Next card here, Tameo Safekeeping. 1 mana instant. Target permanent you control gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. You gain 2 life. Okay, so unlike Blossoming Defense, it doesn't give any stats. It gives both hexproof and indestructible though. And you gain 2 life. It's actually kind of interesting. It's okay. I think I'm still gonna start this one off as a D+. Still a card that you're generally not gonna be very high on, and a card that you're not gonna need very many of. It seems just playable though, just not exciting. The vast majority of good cards in Limited, you will play any amount of them, right? That is not true for a card like that, so. Next card here, Bamboo Grove Archer. 2 mana 3/3. Defender and has reach. Whoa, this card's pretty cool. Enchantment creature as well. Channel 5, discard it, and then it's a plummet. Actually pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'm gonna probably start this one off at a C, which is probably higher than I would normally rate it. It's also interesting to note that Commune with Spirits also, so it doesn't hit creatures, but it can hit enchantment creatures. So that's kind of cool as well. I think that there's a lot of flying in the set. I think that this card has extra utility in addition to it being an enchantment. It's pretty good. So I do like this card. Start off at C. Next card here, Coiling Stalker. 2 mana 2/1. Ninjutsu 2. Whenever Coiling Stalker deals combat damage to a player, put a counter, +1/+1 counter on target creature you control that doesn't have a counter on it. I didn't even expect for green to have ninjas. Okay. Put a counter on target creature you control that doesn't have a counter on it. This one's kind of cool actually. So you can be like green-black ninjas. You can be like blue-green ninjas. It's actually pretty sweet. Coiling Stalker. I think I'm gonna start this one off as a C as well though. Pretty cool card, but a little bit underwhelming in terms of the stat line, right? I think a 1/2 is probably better than a 2/1 even, because you want to allow it to continue to attack. But I guess if it trades off, it's fine. Okay, next card here, Jukai Trainee, 2 mana 2/2. Whenever Jukai Trainee blocks or becomes blocked, it gets +1/+1. This is actually a decent samurai, so maybe you can be like green-red samurai, or like red or white-green samurai. That's actually pretty cool. I mean, this one has a good ability. It's a 2 mana 3/3, right? On blocks and on defense. When it blocks or becomes blocked, actually pretty good. What the heck? Huh? This one hits pretty hard, I guess. But I guess if they don't block it, then it's just a 2/2. But that's fine as well. I actually like this card a decent amount. Let's give Jukai Trainee a C+. Actually, pretty big fan of this card's design here. Next card here, Master's Rebuke. 2 mana instant. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control. Okay, so pretty good. And it's a punch effect, not a fight effect. Okay, I'm actually down to give this one a B-. I'm down to give this one a B-. I actually like it. Alright, next card here, Bearer of Memory. 3 mana 3/2 enchantment human monk. 6 mana, put a counter on target enchantment creature against trample until end of turn. I mean, 6 mana is a lot, but 3 mana 3/2 enchantment creature is like pretty decent, I guess. 6 mana is a lot of manas. It is just finally statted though. What do we want to give this? C- or a D+? What do you guys think? C- or a D+? C- or a D+? I mean, it's still a mana sink, right? You love song? Yeah, I love song as well. I think I'm okay giving it a D+. Bearer of Memory. It's an ability. It is decent, but it just doesn't seem that useful. I'm okay. I'm okay giving it a D+. I think it is an enchantment creature, but yeah. Next card here, Careful Cultivation. 3 mana enchantment aura. Enchant artifact or creature. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +1/+3, has reach, and tap, add 2 mana. Channel 2 mana, discard Careful Cultivation. Create a 1/1 green human monk creature with tap, add a green. This is actually pretty good. So it's either a mana dwarf for 2 mana or a bigger mana dwarf for 3 mana, which also gives stats. I actually kind of like it. I'm gonna give this one B minus or a C plus. B minus or C plus. Probably a B minus. I actually do like it quite a bit. Good green card, quite flexible as well. Sure. Let's give it a B minus. Yeah, and has flash. Fade into Antiquity. Alright, I think this is a reprint from like Theros or something. I don't even know. Fade into Antiquity. 3 mana sorcery, exiles her artifact or enchantments. How good is this in this format? I still think it's pretty medium. There are like quite a few cards that have modal effects, right? Where it's like you can either disenchant or do something else. I think this one is still whatever. Especially being sorcery speed. So I think I'm still gonna give this one a D plus. I'm gonna still give this one a D plus. I think like you want some amount of interaction, but this card is a little bit too narrow, right? A little bit too narrow, I think. And it being sorcery speed takes away a lot from it. So I'm gonna give this one a D plus. Next card here, Grafted Growth. 3 mana, enchant land. When Grafted Growth enters the battlefield, put a counter on target creature or vehicle you control. Enchant land has tap, add 2 mana of any one color. So this can modify a creature. That's pretty cool. Also, somewhat playable in multicolor decks, I guess, if you're base green. I'm still not that big of a fan of it, though. I want to give this a C minus or D plus still. Probably give this a D plus for Grafted Growth. Right, next card here, Heir of the Ancient Fang. 3 mana, 2/3. Heir of the Ancient Fang enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it if you control a modified creature. So you need to work for your 3 mana 3/4. I'm actually not a fan. I'm actually just not a fan of this card. I think I'm gonna start this one off as a D plus as well. Not the biggest fan working for my 3 mana 3/4 because who cares, right? The only saving grace is that it's a samurai, but probably also who cares. So I'm pretty sure that these stats are fake. Next card here, Season of Renewal. 3 mana instant, choose one or both. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. Return target enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand. This one's a cool one. It's instant speed. You can keep up channel stuff. You can also just main phase it. But not that huge of a fan. I mean, creature enchantment's pretty big game, but not a super high pick, I think. And you don't need many of them. So I'm actually down to give this one a D plus as well. D plus, C minus, somewhere around there. I'm actually down to give this a D plus. Thinking about the amount of times that I'm gonna be playing this in a deck, it's probably just somewhere in the D range. So D plus. Like the first copy might be fine. Every copy after that probably not fine. Next card here, Flavor of Jukai. 4 mana. Enchant the artifact or creature as long as enchanted permanent is a creature gets +3/+3 and has reach. 2 mana, discard it. It gets +3/+3 and gains reach until end of turn. Pretty cool trick, I think. Pretty cool trick. It modifies a creature as well. +3/+3 is like pretty big, to be honest. But I've got no idea. It doesn't seem that great. C minus or D plus again, I think. C minus or D plus. I think I'm down to give this a D plus. I'm down to give this a D plus, I think. It's fine. Nothing too special, I think. Geothermal Kami. 4 mana 4/3 spirit. When it enters the battlefield, you return an enchantment you control to its owner's hand. If you do, gain 3 life. You return an enchantment you control. So have we seen enter the battlefield like enchantment creatures? Not really, right? This is trying to be some sort of a combo piece. I feel like it's a poorly statted unit unless you actually have good combos with it, and a lot of them. It's actually still not good. And gaining 3 life or mana tempo loss is actually not great either. It can reset a saga. I don't think resetting sagas are even good though, is it? Is returning a saga good? I don't think returning a saga is that good. From the sagas we've seen? I think with the sagas we've seen, it's like if you're returning it, it better be with ninjutsu, right? So I actually don't like this card either. I think we're gonna give this card a D plus as well for Geothermal Kami. Next card here, Harmonious Emergence. 4 mana. Enchant land you control. Enchant land is a 4/5 green spirit creature with vigilance and haste. It's still a land. If you enchant a land to be destroyed, instead sacrifice it and it gains indestructible. Enchant land. So it's a modified creature. It's a 4/5 with vigilance and haste. Actually pretty chunky. This one has potential, I think. Let's start this one off as a C-. I think this one actually has potential. Seems okay, I guess. 4/5 is chunky, has vigilance, and it has haste. Oh, it doesn't have reach. So the reason why they give these haste is because they don't want to make it messy with which land enter the battlefield this turn, if that makes sense. So it's like if you play a forest and it didn't say that it gives a haste, actually, if you target it, then it technically doesn't get haste. But it gets really messy, right? And then people have to keep track of which basic lands, etc. And it's actually just a nightmare. So they just always give it haste. I don't know how I feel about this card. Is C- too high? Why would it have reach? Isn't it literally on a land? Wait, what? What do you mean? I mean, it has vigilance. I don't get it. Yeah. Anyways, let's start this off as C-. I'm not sure. Alright, next card here. Jukai Preserver. 4 mana 3/3. Enchantment Human Druid. When it enters the battlefield, put a counter on target creature you control. 3 mana, discard Jukai Preserver. Put a counter on each of up to 2 target creatures you control. I actually like this one. I think this one's flexible in the right way. It's also an enchantment. It also works with Modify, and it's well statted. So I actually like this card. I'm down to give this card like a B-, I think. It's versatile. The stats are there for the amount we're paying for it, and it works. It works in the colors we've seen in a positive way. So I think I'm okay with B- for this. And it can also target yourself, right? On target creature control, so it can target herself. So checks all the boxes. Next card here, Tales of Master Shashiro. 5 mana. Saga 1 and Saga 2. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or vehicle you control. It gains vigilance until end of turn. Okay, that's a pretty big game. I mean, it's 5 mana though, but let's see what the creature is. Shashiro's Living Legacy. 5/5 vigilance and haste. I actually like this card. I think this card is actually fine, right? It's expensive. It's really expensive. I think we start this one off as a C-. I like it, but it's expensive. And you don't really want to ramp into this, right? Because if you're ramping into this, you likely don't have creatures to play unless it's creature ramp. But then if it's creature ramp, usually the putting counters on your ramp creatures are not that good. So yeah, give it a C-. Alright, Greater Tanuki. 6 mana, 6/5. Enchantment creature, and it's a dog. Tanukis are dogs? I thought they were squirrels. Alright. Or like raccoons or something? Or cats or something? Trample, channel 3, discard Greater Tanuki. Search your library for basic land card, put onto the battlefield, tap, and shuffle. Okay. Right. So you can either ramp with it, or it's a 6 mana, 6/5 trample that's also an enchantment. Interesting. This one's at common as well. This one is cool because you can technically get an enchantment in the graveyard as well, which also has some value. It's pretty cool. I think I'm down to give this one a C. Just give it a flat C for a Greater Tanuki. Japanese Raccoon Dog. Oh, I see. All right. Next card here, Generous Visitor. 1 mana, 1/1. So we're finally moving into the uncommons. We're done with all the green commons. Overall, I think it seemed a little bit lackluster, right? For the green commons. And it feels kind of weird because it doesn't really have like a cyberpunk feel so far. Generous Visitor. 1 mana, 1/1. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, put a counter on target creature. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, put a counter on target creature. I mean, I like this guy, I guess. A lot of the creatures are enchantment creatures, so you just get value from everything. This card is not that good if you draw it later, but it's probably still fine. So I'm actually down to give this one a B- for Generous Visitor. I think it's outside of the C range, so I'm gonna give it a B-. Green represents a natural world. Yeah, actually, that makes a lot of sense. It's like man versus nature kind of thing. Technology versus nature. Azula's Many Journeys. Wow. Finally, Azula's getting her redemption here. 2 mana. We play an additional land this turn. Okay. Pretty cool. Rampant Growth. 2 mana. Saga 2, you gain 3 life. And then Saga 3, let's see what the flip is. 3/3. Whenever likeness of the Seeker becomes blocked, untap up to 3 lands you control. When it becomes blocked, so you're attacking with this, and then you untap up to 3 lands. This card is so weird, isn't it? Isn't this card so weird? It's like playing additional land, sure, that's okay, probably. Gaining 3 life, probably irrelevant. And then this is just a 3/3. I actually just can't tell. Where do we start this off as? Like, there's no card advantage either. And then untapping up to 3 lands? I mean, does your opponent have to block the 3/3? Not really. I think I'm down for C- for Azusa's Many Journeys. Yeah, C-. This is basically just a 3/3. All right, next card here, Boon of Boseiju. 2 mana instant. Target creature gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is the greatest mana value amongst permanents you control. That's actually pretty crazy. Wait, untap it. Wait, this card is kind of thick. So if you're attacking with a 2-drop on turn 3, it gets +2/+2, and then it scales with the game. It's commentary that scales with the game, and it doesn't get more expensive. I actually like this card. I'm actually down for B with this one as well. Sometimes you'll just die to Boon. I'm actually down for B. I like it. Yeah, +6 with a greater doggy, and the doggy has trample. B seems good. All right. Next card here, Go Shintai of Boundless Vigor. 2 mana, 1/1. Legendary enchantment Shrine, trample. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. When you do, put a counter on target shrine. Free shrine you control. This one's interesting. It's a decent mana shrink. Mana sink. Mana shrine. Mana shrink? It's a mana shrink since it's a shrine and it's a sink, right? I actually like this decently. Obviously better with the more sagas you have. Or sorry, the more shrines you have. I think it's fine, actually. I think I'm going to give this a C- as well. Give this Go Shintai a C-. Dude, some of these cards, man. My English is getting all messed up. Alright, next card here. Kappa Tech Wrecker. 2 mana, 1/3. Turtle Ninja. You mean a ninja turtle, right? Do you think they did that on purpose? I think they did that on purpose, didn't they? It's a turtle ninja. Okay, Ninjutsu 2. Kappa Tech Wrecker enters the battlefield with a Death Touch counter on it. Pretty good. 2 mana, 1/3 Death Touch. Really, really nice. When Kappa Tech Wrecker deals combat damage to players, you may remove a Death Touch counter from it. When you do, exile target artifact or enchantment our player controls. I actually like this one. Kappa. I actually like this one. So it's a good blocker. It's Death Touch. It is a decent attacker, actually, right? It's a decent attacker. And then if this one connects, you get to remove the Death Touch counter to exile an artifact or enchantment. I actually like this one a lot. I think I'm down to give this one a B+. Kappa Tech Wrecker. I think it's very flexible in all the right ways. Well costed. Death Toucher as a 1/3 is a big deal as well. That can block 2/2s and still kill him off. I actually really like it. Let's give it a B+. Yeah, and he also is modified, right? Next card here, Orochi Merge Keeper. 2 mana, 1/1. Snake Druid. Tap, add a green. As long as Orochi Merge Keeper is modified, it has tap, add 2 green. I think this is actually worse than the cycle. I think this is worse than the common variant, actually. I think it's fine. Nothing too special. I'm not even sure how good elves are in this format.
I don't even think it's that important, but what do we rate the other one? A B minus, right? I think I'm just gonna give this one a B minus as well.
Alright, next card here, Roaring Earth. 2-mana enchantment. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or vehicle you control. Put a counter on a target creature or vehicle. That's pretty cool. So it has landfall. Channel is X and 2 green. Discard Roaring Earth. Put X +1/+1 counters on target land you control. Becomes a 0/0 green spirit creature with haste. Is still a land. This one's actually pretty cool, huh? So if you get it early, it's going to be counters whenever you're playing lands. And again, I think this is going to be a big land format. Like, I can see myself playing probably 18, 19 lands in a lot of decks. In addition to that, if you draw it late, it's actually just a creature with haste. Actually like it. I think I'm down to give this B plus. Yeah, B plus for this one. Whenever a land enters battlefield control, put a counter. I mean, maybe it's just an A minus even, because the thing is that it modifies all of your creatures, and it's an enchantment, and it has a late game ability. I actually like it a lot. All right, I'm actually down for A minus for Roaring Earth. I think this card is actually very good. This also saves a lot of red cards as well, because a lot of the red cards are just not good on their own. So, all right, Spinning Wheel Kick, XX green sorcery. Target creature control deals damage equal to its power to each of X target creatures and our planeswalkers. What? So if it's X equals 1, then it's 4 mana fight, right? Sorry, 4 mana. 4 mana Rabid Bite or whatever. If X equals 2, then it costs 6 mana. Then it's fighting 2 things. If X equals 3, then it costs 8 mana and it's fighting 3 things. The problem is that X equals 1 is actually super expensive. X equals 1 is super expensive. This one's kind of hard to use, I think. I think I'm actually down to give this one a C. Yeah, like, it's good with Death Touch, but you still need 1 million mana. But it looks like green has a lot of mana, so I'm not sure. I think this is actually a build around. The problem with it is that 4 mana to kill something is actually just not great. I guess it's still okay, huh? All right, maybe we'll start this one off as a B minus. Yeah, B minus. This card has definitely blow up potential, game winning potential in the end game, assuming that your opponent doesn't have any interaction. But also the floor is 4 mana to kill 1 thing. I think B is okay for this. Spinning Wheel Kick, we'll see. Next card here, Historian's Wisdom, 3 mana, enchantment aura, enchant artifact or creature. When Historian's Wisdom enters the battlefield, if enchanted permanent is a creature with the greatest power among creatures on the battlefield, draw a card. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +2/+1. So it's 3 mana to aura, and it draws a card if it has the greatest power on the battlefield. What do you guys think about it? I actually don't like it that much. I think I'm gonna give this a D plus. I'm gonna give this one a D plus. I really don't like it. Yes, it's modify. Yes, it's an enchantment. Yes, it can potentially replace itself, but is this even better than like Sheltering Boughs? I don't think it is, right? It's not even good. Like +2/+1 is just whatever. Even I'm down to give this a D plus. Yeah, and it has to resolve. This is true. All right, next card here, Story Weave, 3 mana instant. Choose 1. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature, so that's only 1 creature, or put 2 lore counters on target saga you control. The next time 1 or more enchantments creatures enter the battlefield under your control this turn, and each enters with an additional +1/+1 counters on it. I don't like this card either. So it's fine for modify, and it's a fine trick, but it's pretty expensive. And the thing about the second clause is that this already costs 3 mana. Realistically, how many enchantment creatures can you play? Like 1 max, right? 2 counters for 3 mana. I think it's still pretty bad, isn't it? It's just not exciting at all. I'm down to give this a D plus or a C minus. I think I'm down to give this one a D plus actually. Buffs the saga creature. Oh, buffs the saga creature that comes out. I see. 2 additional +1/+1 counters. But like, it doesn't even have haste. Most of the creatures don't even have haste. I just don't even think it's that good. But in the case that you can activate your saga and then put 2 counters on the saga creature and then play something else is actually decent. But yeah. All right. Then I'll give it a C. Then I'll give it a C minus then. I'm gonna give it a C minus. Next time, 1 or more enchantment creatures enter the battlefield in your control. Each enters. Oh, so they have to enter at the same time, right? 1 or more. The next time 1 or more enchantment creatures enter the battlefield on your control's turn, each enter. So what you want to do is the best way to play this card is have multiple sagas and then do this. Wait, when do you do this even? Next time 1 or more enchantment creatures enters the battlefield. I mean, like, multiple sagas can't even enter the battlefield at the same turn, right? I actually don't think it's good. Dude, how is this good, guys? I don't see it. I really don't see it. I'm actually going to give this a D+. Yeah, and you can only put 2 counters on 1 saga, but even if the sagas are coming off at the same time, even if the sagas are both coming off at the same time, it doesn't work because the enchantment creatures enter 1 at a time. You don't care about the first ability, the second ability? Well, then the first ability is a piece of shit. So, yeah, I'm going to give this one a D+. Yeah, like the best case is ambushing with a saga creature, but that doesn't even sound good. So, yeah, it sounds terrible to me. So, all right, next card here, Web Spinner Cuff, 3 mana, 1/4, artifact, equipment, spider, reach. Equipped creature has +1/+4 and reach, and then it's reconfigure 4. I mean, this one's good, right? This one's a solid, nothing too special, but +1/+4 is actually really thick. So this can actually get attackers in as well. It's a pretty good stat line. I'm going to give this one an A- for Web Spinner Cuff. I think this one's actually quite decent. Just really good stats here, and it's already good on its own, and it's an artifact creature. So yeah, I like it. Give an A-. Next card here, Boseiju Reaches Skyward. 4 mana. Saga 1 is search your library for up to 2 basic forest cards. Reveal them. Put them into your hand and then shuffle. 2 is put up to 1 target land card from your graveyard on top of your library. What? Saga 3 is exile the saga, then return it transformed. I don't think my card is loading here, guys. Is this in 144p? Branch of Bosoju. Reach. Branch of Bosoju gets +1/+1 for each land you control. 4 mana. Get 2 basic forests. Put a land from your graveyard on top of your library. And then it's reach and +1/+1 for each land you control. I mean, I really don't like it. So this is turn 4, earliest, then turn 5, then on turn 6, you have this thing. I don't get it. I think I'm gonna give this card a D+ as well. Sure, this creature is good, but it's so slow. And this card is a piece of crap, I'm pretty sure. It's like getting your basic forest on turn 4 is not even good. Red and 0. Yeah, I really don't like it. Yes, this one scales with the game, but I don't really care. I don't think. Next card here, Blossoming Prancer. 5 mana, 4/4. Reach. When Blossom Prancer enters the battlefield, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature or enchantment card from among them and put into your hand. Okay. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. If you didn't put a card into hand this way you gain 4 life. I actually like this card. Good body, right? 5 mana, 4/4 reach. And also it replaces itself, or you gain 4 life. It's actually pretty good. I like it. Creature or enchantment as well. I like it. I'm actually down to give this one just an A. I'm gonna give this one an A. I think Blossom Prancer is really good. So the thing is that you can choose to not reveal a creature enchantment if you think the 4 life is worth more as well. Yeah, so pretty sweet. I like it. Just give an A. I mean, it could be an A minus, sure. Let's give it an A minus. Pretty good. Baby Thragtusk. Next card here. All right, we're finally getting into the rares. I think the commons and uncommons didn't seem very powerful, right? There was like some ramp stuff, but not that much stuff to ramp into as well. So I'm really not sure what green is supposed to be doing. March of Burgeoning Life. X in a green instant. As additional cost to cast a spell, you may exile any number of green cards from your hand. The spell costs 2 less to cast. Reach card exile this way. Choose target creature with mana value less than X. Oh, it can't even be equal to X. It has to be less than. Search your library for a creature card with the same name as that creature. Put on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Ew. What do we think about this one? It's probably an F, right? Choose target creature with mana value less than X. So if you're targeting a 5-drop, you actually have to pay 6 mana here. So then it becomes 7 mana. And then you search your library for a creature card with the same name as a creature, and then it comes in tapped. So why is it an instant? Yeah, the name has to match. So I am down to give this one an F. I'm down to give this one an F. All right. Kami of Transience. Transience. Dude, what is this word? Kami of Transience. 2 mana 2/2 trample. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, put a counter on Kami. At the beginning of each end step, if an enchantment was put into your graveyard from the battlefield this turn, you may return Kami from your graveyard to your hand. 2 mana 2/2 trample. When you cast an enchantment, this gets a counter. Beginning of each end step, if an enchantment was put into your graveyard from the battlefield this turn, you may return Kami from your graveyard to your hand. So it has some sort of recursion as well. I mean, it's okay. It's not great, right? C plus, B minus range. But enchantment is put into your graveyard from the battlefield, but there's enchantment creatures. I think it's actually decent, isn't it? Maybe just a flat B. So the way you play this is you play it as a 2 mana 2/2, then you cast enchantment creatures, right? And then this grows. And then when Kami dies, whenever Kami is dead, if another one of your enchantment creature died, then you can return this from your graveyard to your hand. It's actually decent. It just combos with enchantment creatures, so I think it's just a B. It's fine. Next card here, Shigeki Jukai Visionary. 2 mana 1/3. Legendary enchantment creature. It's a snake druid. 2 mana tap, return Shigeki Jukai Visionary to its owner's hand. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. Okay. You may put a land from among them onto the battlefield tapped. Put the rest in your graveyard. Okay. Channel XX green. Discard Shigeki. Return X. Target non-legendary cards from your graveyard to your hand. So it's a 2 mana 1/3, and it's also an enchantment. It's kind of cool. I mean, it's not the traditional ramp that we know, but it has a lot of value, right? You pay 2 mana, tap it, and then you bounce it. You show the top 4 cards of your library, and then you can put a land onto them, and then the rest into your graveyard. Now, the channel ability is synergizing with both the lands and with the Shigeki that came back to your hand. It's actually kind of decent. I think it's kind of decent because the mana ramp ability is also putting cards in the graveyard. So, like, there seems to be some sort of green graveyard theme going on here with the instant that gets an enchantment and creature back from your graveyard. And then it's a lot of value there. It is expensive, right? The channel cost, X equals 1, you get 1 card. X equals 2, it costs 6 mana, then you get 2 cards. X equals 3 costs 8 mana, and you get 3 cards. Seems pretty slow. I think I'm gonna give it a B minus. Probably give Shigeki a B minus. Seems okay, but yeah. I mean, it's expensive, but it's getting cheaper every turn, right? Because you're putting a land on the battlefield. Seems kind of cool. Do B minus. Next card here, Teachings of the Kirin, 2 mana. Saga 1, mill 3 cards. Okay, create a 1/1 colorless spirit creature token. 2, put a counter on target creature you control. Okay, so you're putting a counter on the spirit creature token that doesn't have flying if you don't have anything else. And then let's see what the flip is. Whenever Kirin touch Orochi attacks, choose 1. So it's a 1/1. Exile target creature card from a graveyard. When you do, create a 1/1 colorless spirit creature token. Or exile target non-creature card from a graveyard. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. So you can either make 1/1 spirits or put counters on stuff. But the problem is that this thing doesn't attack very well. So you're gonna have to find other ways to get this through. But getting a 1/1 through is super hard. I mean, it's a 2-drop. It's like pretty good for a 2-drop. Like you're getting 2 creatures for a 2-drop. This is also an enchantment creature. I think it's actually decent. I am gonna give this one a B. I'm gonna give this one a B. It's okay, right? You can also technically make it a 2/2. Sure. When it attacks, you can exile something and make it a 2/2. But it's still 2 creatures for 2 mana, and you're modifying your creatures as well. And if you can find some way to get this through and continue attacking, then you can technically snowball. But yeah, I'm gonna start this one off as a B. Next card here, Weaver of Harmony, 2 mana 2/2. Enchantment Snake Druid. Other enchantment creatures you control get +1/+1. Oh, that's really good. 1 mana tap. Copy target activated or triggered ability you control from an enchantment source. You may choose new targets for the copy. This is an enchantment lord. It's actually pretty decent. I'm actually down to give this guy an A. Probably A minus. I don't think it's actually that nutty, is it? Triggered ability you control from an enchantment source. This one's pretty good, but I'd probably give an A minus. Okay, next card here, the Dragon Kami Reborn. 3 mana. Sagas 1 and 2, you gain 2 life. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Exile one of them face down with a hatching counter on it. Then put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. What? 3 mana, you gain 2 life. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Exile one of them face down with a hatching counter on it. Then put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. I'm actually surprised it doesn't say random order, because with Magic Arena, it's actually annoying to do any order. Okay. Dragon Kami's Egg. It's a 0/1 enchantment creature egg. Whenever Dragon Kami's Egg or a dragon you control dies, you may cast a creature spell from among cards you own in exile with hatching counters on them without paying its mana cost. Or a dragon. So you actually want to find a way to kill this off, but your opponent can never attack into you again, right? This is actually decent. I'm actually down to give this one an A+. So 3 mana for 0/1. However, it's stabilizing you along the way with getting 4 life here. In addition to that, is that unless your opponent has evasion, they can't actually attack into you, because looking at the top 3 cards, right? You may cast a creature spell from among them. Wait, you may cast a creature spell. Wait, hold on. You may cast a creature spell from among them cards you own in exile with hashing. Wait, only 1? Wait, it's only 1? But the thing is that you have 6 cards to not miss, right? In general, it's probably just not that good. Probably just not that good. I think I'm down to give this one a C+. I'm down to give this one a C+. It's also hard because you don't get it immediately. Your opponent has to attack into you. You have to attack and kill it off, or you have to sacrifice it. It's actually really hard. I'm actually down for C+. Next card here, Invoke the Ancients. 5 mana sorcery. Create 2 4/5 green spirit creature tokens. For each of them, put your choice of a vigilance, a reach counter, or trample counter in it. This one's really good, actually. I'm actually down to give this one an A. 5 mana for 2/4/5, and you can have Vigilance, Reach, or a Trample counter. That's actually pretty chunky. So, yeah, pretty chunky. I like it. Not S, no. I mean, I don't know why would I give this an S tier rating? First of all, it has a prohibitive mana cost. Secondly, is that I mean, 2/4/5s are good, but realistically, even in a 2-color deck, what turn are you likely going to be casting this? And it's also a 5-drop too. So yes, it's good, but it's not S tier. It's just going to be an A plus, I think. Yeah. It also loses a counterspell. Counterspell is very good in this format, I think, which makes green worse. Alright, next card here, Spring Leaf Avenger. 5 mana, 6/5. Insect Ninja. What the shit? Ninjutsu is 4. Whenever Spring Leaf Avenger deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, so you get permanents back. It's beefy as well. It's a 5 mana, 6/5. As Ninjutsu for 4. This card's pretty chunky. I'm actually down to give this one an A plus as well. Yeah? I'm actually down to give this one an A plus as well. It's chunky, it has a good ability, returning permanents from a graveyard to your hand, and a reasonable ninjutsu cost as well. Like, the biggest thing that I think is cool is that a lot of these cards in the set do opposite things. So this is a 6/5, is killing them. But also, in addition to that, it's getting cards back in case this one dies and you can't kill them. Then you can try to win with value, and vice versa. So I actually like this card. Give it an A plus. All right, Jugan defends a temple. 3 mana. Saga 1, create a 1/1 green human monk creature token with tap. Add a green mana. Saga 2 is put a counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. Okay. Saga 3 is transform. It's a flying 2/2. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay X. When you do, put X +1/+1 counters on that creature. Whoa. This was pretty sweet. As long as you control 5 or more modified creatures, Remnant, the Rising Star, gets +5/+5 and has trample. This one seems good. So 3 mana, you get a body, which makes mana, right? And then you get to modify your creatures as well. Put a counter on up to 2 target creatures. So likely you're gonna put it on the monk and like a 2-drop or something. And then also this is a flying 2/2, which you're able to buff up the rest of your other creatures, which modifies them. And then if you have 5 or more modified creatures, it gets +5/+5 and trample. Seems pretty good. I believe that ninjutsu is an activated ability on a creature, so I don't think that like a counterspell works on it. Jugan that you have to work for, yeah. That's actually pretty cool. Is this an S tier card, or do we just give this one an A plus as well? A plus or S? I don't think it's an S, right? I mean, it's pretty good. It is pretty good. It's pretty good in curve. I don't think we give it an S because I don't think it's an S off curve. So I'm actually down to give this an A plus as well. Second to last card here, Kodama of the West Tree. 3 mana, 3/3, legendary spirit, reach. Modified creatures you control have trample. Whenever a modified creature you control deals combat damage to a player, search your library for basic land card, put in the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. This is a mythic. Modified creatures you control have trample. It's a 3 mana, 3/3 reach. And then whenever a modified creature deals combat damage to a player, you get lands. I think this is an A plus as well, right? Maybe it's just a flat A actually. I'm actually down just for flat A for Kodama, the West Tree. I mean, it's a solid card. Not game breaking, I don't think, right? I mean, like, the lands are valuable because you have a lot of these X spells that you want to run anyways, so I think it's pretty good. But yeah, pretty well balanced card. I'm actually just down to give it a flat A. All right, the very last card, of course, it is going to be the Green Dragon. Kira, the Boundless Sky. 5 mana, 4/4. Legendary Dragon Spirit. Has flying and has Death Touch. When Kira, the Boundless Sky, dies, choose 1. Search your library for up to 3 land cards, reveal them, put them into your hand, and shuffle. or create an XX green spirit creature token where X is the number of lands you control. Pretty good. I think the second ability is going to be much better than the first ability. So this basically dies and makes another big thing. So pretty good. I think I'm down to give this an S. I am down to give Kira an S. Pretty sweet. Pretty good, I think. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the conclusion of our set review. What do you guys think about the colors so far? I think so far, blue stands out as the best color, and then I actually like white as well. I think black has some good stuff, but some of the cards are like pretty bad in black. I think that the multicolor cards are actually very good, and also I think that I also think that the wait, did I say the multicolor cards? Oh, I also think the artifacts are very good as well. So I think a lot of these decks are going to be centered around artifacts. Probably every single deck is going to be an artifact deck, and that doesn't necessarily mean that all artifact removal is going to be good. I think some of the artifact removal is like pretty good. Some of the artifact removal you still shouldn't play to your main board. Then after the Esper colors, I think that red doesn't really make sense to me. Red seems kind of unplayable, which probably means red is going to be decent, right? And then also, I think that green looks solid, but I can't tell exactly how powerful green's going to be. Green is trying to be some sort of mid-range something, but it feels like nothing can really beat the blue-black rogue stuff, as usual. Like rogue and ninjutsu, ninja stuff seems way too good to me. And the way those decks play out, and also being able to have like an artifact sub-theme to it as well, seems really, really good. I think a lot of these really big artifacts are very playable as well. There's ways to discount them. There's always going to be something to accrue as well. So for that reason, I do think that blue seems to be the best, then white, then black, and then green, and then red. But yeah, we shall see.